We sure do. Hi, Greg. How are you?
Good to see you.
Hey, little furry. Good morning. Oh, good morning, everyone. Wow, we have a lively bunch today. Well, thank you all for being here. We really do appreciate you being a part of today's council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order and invite Father Joseph Lopez from Most Precious Blood Catholic Church to give our invocation. And before you do, Father, I'd like to also dedicate this prayer to the officer who's recovering right now because of the incident that happened this weekend. We'd like to keep him in our prayers, as well as his family, his children. And I'd just like to remind everyone of the importance that our police officers and all public safety officers have before them every single day. So our prayers are with him, and I'd like to dedicate today's prayer to him and his family to recover.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us pray. God is love, and the desire to make us share in this love, he sent his Son into the world to come to our aid and in gentle kindness to help those who are weak, sick, or unfortunate. In his great love for all of us, Christ said that whatever we do for the least among us, we do for him. He called those who show mercy blessed of his Father and promised them eternal life. Let us pray for the Lord's richest blessing upon the members of this council and upon our city that we call the body of Christ. May the members of this council who are devoted to helping their brothers and sisters always have you on their mind. Blessed are you, Lord God of mercy, who through your Son gave us a marvelous example of charity and the great commandment to love one another. Send down your blessings upon these your servants, who so generously devote themselves to helping others and developing our city. When they are called on in times of need, let them faithfully serve you and their neighbor. We ask all of this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And now the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by 11th grader Amaya Burks from Moody High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Amaya.
Thank you.
Okay, City Secretary, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, next we'll go to the city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great, thank you. Welcome back, Mayor and members of the council. We do have 4 items to talk to you about this morning on the city manager's report. We want to begin, though, with 2 staff announcements. We've hired 2 assistant directors, and I'm going to begin with Rebecca Castillo. Rebecca joined our team on Monday, the 21st of November, and she is our new assistant director for human resources. And I know Yvonne's smiling pretty big back there, so with Rebecca's joining the team. Rebecca has over 20 years of experience in human resources, with 10 years of being in leadership positions. In her most recent role, she served as the human resources director for EW Scripps. There, she focused on recruiting talent, talent development, and succession planning. Rebecca holds a bachelor's of science in health education. I guess, is that the one? From Health Education, University of Houston. And she also has a professional and human resources certification from the Human Resources Certification Institute. It's a lot of words, but they're highly regarded degrees, certifications. And she has an SHRM certified professional certification from the Society of Human Resources Management. So with that, we want Rebecca to come up and just say a few words to the council and the community to acknowledge her as being part of the team.
So good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rebecca Valdez Castillo, and I'm very excited to be joining the team of the City of Corpus Christi. I want to appreciate Peter for your kind words and introduction. As Peter stated, I was born and raised in Corpus Christi. I am a Richard King Mustang, and I graduated from the University of Houston, where I received a track and field scholarship in mid-distance running. After graduation, I stayed in Houston for several years, worked in human resources in various industries. About 15 years ago, I had an opportunity to come back home. Over the last 20 years, through work and life, I've had the opportunity to gain various experiences that have shaped who I am today. I've worked in recruiting, compliance, leadership, organization development, employee relations, training, and performance management. I've worked in various industries, supporting all types of people. I've had success, but I've also had failures. But my passion for working with people, which is listening, learning, planning, and rolling up my sleeves to help teams succeed and grow, has never wavered. I've only been here for a few weeks, but I can already see that this is an incredible team that Peter has assembled. I am grateful for the opportunity and look forward to working with Yvonne, Michael, Peter, the entire city team, and you as mayor and council in every way that I can to serve the city of Corpus Christi and its employees and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. That's a great story, a coming home story. And our next assistant director, Amy Cowley, similarly was born and raised here, left Corpus Christi, but is returning to take this job with us as Assistant Director of Management and Budget. So on Monday, November 28th, I appointed Amy as the new Assistant Director for Management and Budget. The new Assistant Director was included in the 22 fiscal year budget to provide additional support to the very important budget office. We know that from our work this summer with the council. The position will help provide process improvement and additional oversight of the city's budget, which is more than $1.4 billion nowadays. Eddie Houlihan, who's here with us this morning as well, will continue to be our budget director, and he's done a great job in leading the budget team, leading the council and the community in our annual budget development and then implementation. Amy will be a critical resource in the department in that leadership role, guiding the development and then the execution of the budget. Amy has 12 years of experience in budget and finance, with 10 of those in municipal government. She, in her most recent role, oversaw the preparation of departmental budgets and managed financial reports for the city of Mount Pleasant. Amy previously worked for the city of San Antonio for over 9 years as a fiscal administrator. There she was responsible for monitoring over $44 million in general fund and grant funds. So she has some pretty extensive experience in big and small cities across the state of Texas. Before San Antonio, Amy was the chief financial officer for Lavernia Independent School District, and she was responsible for all financial and business affairs of the school district, including overseeing their budget, which was $36 million annually. Amy holds a Bachelor's of Science in Accounting from the University of West Florida, but she has a Master's in Business Administration from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So Amy is also a member of an important organization known as the Government Finance Officers Association. We have several staff members that belong to that association. So, Amy, you're going to come up and say a few words just to acknowledge yourself with the council and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am so excited to be here. As Peter said, I was born and raised in Corpus Christi, so I am just honored to have this opportunity to serve our community. The master's degree that I achieved at A&M Corpus Christi helped me secure my first position with Whataburger headquarters here in Corpus Christi. So that's really where I launched my career. I relocated with them and spent a few years there, but learned that the private sector was really not my passion. And so I changed gears and started my career in public service, and that's where I find most of my job satisfaction and my passion. So like Mr. Zanoni said, the last 12 years I've spent in finance and budget for local governments, and this is really like a dream come true to be here at home to serve our community. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. We're going to turn our...
Sorry, Peter, we need to know where she went to high school.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Where did you go to high
Amy,
school?
where'd you go?
Go Hornets.
I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry to sit down. Actually, I was homeschooled. I lived right across the street from King High School.
Okay.
I participated.
You're a Mustang.
Yeah, so I mean. Yeah, so you can call me a Mustang if you like.
Welcome, Amy.
Great, thank you.
Well,
Thank
you
you
know-
both, Amy and Rebecca.
Mayor, for years, we've all heard that, we've always heard the complaint that our young people are leaving Corpus Christi.
Right.
Now we can say, yeah, but they all come back.
They all
So,
come
Right.
back.
yeah, so, thank
Exactly.
you.
And they've sought out this organization as a place to work, so that's a real good report for us here, the city of Corpus Christi. So we're going to turn our attention next to water, and we know that we talked this summer about better educating the community every day of the year on our water levels. We know that they're critical to monitor. As a reminder, we're still, as an example, in stage 1 water restrictions because we haven't rebounded back to 50% and the combined lake levels for Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. So Mike Murphy and team have been working on an interactive water dashboard that we're going to be unveiling today. And Mike's going to run or review it with you here this morning. This will be on our website. We'll be pushing it out daily on social media. It's just a way to tell the community what our water levels are, what restrictions are in place, and so that everybody can work together to conserve water and get through the droughts that we're in. So, Michael.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, Mayor and Council. As part of unveiling our new drought contingency plan and then also Water Conservation 365, in advance of that, we wanted to put up our drought contingency plan, basically dashboard of where we are right now. This is current information at your fingertips. And so you can see from this dashboard, we got a combination of lake levels, and it's the current lake level as of this morning. So right now, this is actually active on our website as of today. The number 47.5, that's a placeholder. We're at 45.1 or something like that today. And it's also going to show you the water restriction level that we're currently in. And then you can go over to the next one, and it gives a historical representation of where we were a year ago and where we were 1 month ago on this dashboard. You can see that. And then we've got a list of things where you can get information. It's very interactive. If you want more information than what's shown on this dashboard, then you can enter into that. So we'll go to the next slide. And so on this map here, it shows the lake levels and the flow data. And then it also shows our watershed. So if you're interested in digging a little bit deeper into the program, you can look at that information, and you can see what is current and what's happening in our existing watershed. Okay, and the last one is a combination of the two reservoirs, and then it also shows you the metering locations where we get all of our data from. Now, we're going to update this every single day until we get through this drought, and we may even continue it afterwards, depends on how popular the program is. But I want to thank our GIS department, our IT department, and then also our water utility, CCW water utility team that has been working on this to try to get this information. So this is there as for us to use, and if you just want the original snapshot, there it is. And if you want to dig down a little bit deeper, you can toggle through this, and each one of these sites are interactive. So that's it.
Great. And Michael, this is going live today then?
Yes, sir. It's live today.
So this is when you go to the city's main website at cctexas.com. This will be on the bottom of the page. Scroll down to the bottom. And as Mike said, it has various layers of information. So if you just want a quick snapshot, it also has, as we saw, comparative analysis so that the community can know, 45% is that a lot of water? It'll tell you what it was a year ago and a month ago to give some context. And so the context that we see today is that a year ago we had more. We were much higher than 45%. And even a month ago we had more water. So any questions on that, Mayor and Council?
No. Okay.
Councilman Pusley?
Yes, sir.
You know, this is great information. I think it's something we can use to grow on too. One of the things that I heard over and over and over again on the campaign trail was that the city would not have any water issues if we would just quit releasing water. So it's something that people still have a difficult time understanding, that the city does not control what we have to release. So I would think that we might in the future include on there, I know Esteban sent a very detailed explanation of how all that works in the agreed order, and you know, he summarized all that very well, and I've used that to send out to people before. But maybe we could put something like that on here so we could, you know, hopefully educate people, because I will tell you guys, we're not doing a good job of getting that story across.
Okay.
Many people in this community still believe that we are controlling the water releases.
Yes, sir. We'll get that. I think that's a really good idea, so we'll work with our team, see if we can't get that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Pusley. We'll add that to the dashboard somehow.
Yeah. And I think also maybe a graphic that shows what our total water distribution is from our water treatment plant, and where that goes, how much of it is used by the general public, how much of it is used by industry, because there's also been some false information put out about, you know, the industry uses 80% of the water that we produce, which is absolutely not true.
Right.
So we could utilize that as well as a way to educate the public.
Okay.
Yes,
We
sir.
can put some
Great ideas.
additional layers on that.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you, Mike Murphy and
Yes, sir.
team. Our third item is very important as well. It talks about our public health district. We know that we're in a new business model. Dr. Khan, our director for public health, is here to talk to us about two events. One is on our mobile health unit. We have a mobile health unit that is part of our agreement with the county. We'll go into more rural parts of the county. We're going to have a ribbon cutting on Monday. And also Dr. Khan will give us an update on the flu situation in our community. Before she begins, though, Dr. Khan, thank you for being here this morning. I did want to recognize that Dr. Khan recently received an achievement of becoming a certified public manager. And the Certified Public Manager Program is a nationally accredited comprehensive management development program. And recently, Dr. Khan received her certificate, and I have a copy here, Dr. Khan. And that was awarded after completing 300 hours of structured learning activities. And so we want to congratulate Dr. Khan. She really didn't need any more certifications. She's well credentialed and has worked globally, but Dr. Khan, it just shows your commitment to continual education and being better at all levels of yourself and career. So with that, let me turn it over to you, Dr. Khan, for those two updates.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Good morning, council members, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the applause and acknowledgement. One of the challenges for our communities that has been brought up by our partners and our community members is lack of resources to access services, one of them being lack of transport. To meet that need, Health Department is initiating a new project where we are bringing no-cost services to rural and outside communities of the county. We are going to use a mobile van that has been given to us by Nueces County. And on December 12th, there'll be a ribbon cutting at the Public Health District to unveil the mobile clinic. Invites have been placed on your calendar, and we look forward to seeing you all. Following the ribbon cutting, the mobile clinic will lead to Bishop Community Center from 11:30 to 3 p.m., and the mobile clinic will be at Port A Community Center on December 15th. During December, we are just pilot testing our mobile clinic. In 2023, the Public Health District will increase the use of mobile services, and we want to cover as much rural area as we can. So some of the locations would be Bishop, Agua Dulce, Benquete, Port A, Driscoll. We want to cover as much area as we can. At the same time, in 2023, we'll be going to Calderon Building. We are going to reopen our clinic there, and it will be twice a week. Data will be used to evaluate our mobile services. We'll be looking at the changing needs of the population, utilization of health department services, and adapt as needed. We are being very strategic about the services that we are going to provide in rural communities. Health department's primary role is to prevent disease. 14% of Nueces County residents are diabetic. That is high in comparison to the US population that is at 9%. We want to provide diabetes screening and education both at our mobile clinic and the Calderon building. Additionally, blood pressure, body mass index, these are all things that with good behavior, like a changed behavior and good diet, people can prevent themselves from getting disease. During COVID, all of the US childhood vaccination rates have declined. We need to make sure that our children in our city and county are immunized so that we can avoid vaccine-preventable diseases as well as a future outbreak. So all these services will be provided at the mobile clinic and the Calderon building. And that brings me to my next topic of flu. You're all aware this year, in comparison to the previous 2 years, our flu case numbers are high. Flu vaccine is the single most important tool in our fight against flu. We encourage all residents 6 months and older to get annual flu vaccine. Flu can cause mild to severe symptoms. It can be fever, cough, sore throat, headache, fatigue. People at risk are younger children and 65 and up. Similarly, if you look at our influenza-like illnesses, we are seeing an increase there as well. Most of the flu that we are seeing is flu A, and that is where the symptoms are much stronger. Our hospitalizations are currently within reported limits. Again, CDC and Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District recommends everyone 6 months and older to get a flu vaccine every season. And there are some frequently asked questions. If you've already got the flu, get the shot again. If flu vaccine will not give you flu. Most pharmacies that will show you, if you go to vaccines.gov and put in your zip code, there's a whole, like all the pharmacies, providers, flu vaccine is available throughout our county. Lastly, I want to mention that we at the health department have a brilliant team. Staff are passionate and dedicated. We are taking a more proactive approach. We are meeting our communities where the need is. Leadership at the health department, both Dr. Gonzalez and myself and our public health administrators, we are very open to listening to the community. So if you have questions, if you have feedback, we welcome you to send us an email or pick up the phone. We have a public email, that's yourpublichealth@cctexas.com, and we look forward to listening to you. If there are any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Khan, thank you, and thank you for being a great part of our community. We know that you've been out and about doing things unrelated to health, and the community appreciates that. I've received a lot of feedback from the community saying it's great to see our public health director being part of our community and the numerous events that we have. Okay, Mayor, just one final thing, and for the community, we've talked a lot of business here so far this morning, but the community of Corpus Christi does like to have fun as well, and so next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, in partnership with our new program operators at the American Bank Center, OBG 360, the Parks and Rec Department will be hosting a first ever, or an inaugural event at the Bay, a Christmas-related event. It'll be Saturday, December 17 from 3 to 9 p.m. at the American Bank Center. The event is free and it's open to the public of all ages. The event will consist of ice skating inside our American Bank Center. We know we have ice there for the Ice Ray hockey team, but there'll be ice skating inside. And then outdoor activities for children right outside on Shoreline Drive down towards the turnaround there. There'll be things to include writing letters to Santa Claus writing letters to Santa Claus. There'll be arts and crafts, inflatable toys, and a meet and greet with the Coastal Bend Santa Claus, known as Santa Morris. So that will be happening there next Saturday. The outdoor activities will take place, as I mentioned, on North Shoreline Turnaround. And the road in that area will be closed so that we can have the activities and it'll be safe for the people that are there. The event inside the American Bank Center and outside is free. That includes skates. So if you don't have ice skates, there'll be some there that can be checked out to be used. We don't want you skating on your sneakers. And there'll be 6 food trucks and 4 vendors there as well. So this is just a new initiative that the parks and the operators of our American Bank Center, OVG 360, have partnered up together to have some holiday fun at a very great asset of ours, the American Bank Center. Plus that area is a beautiful view of the bay. Also in the evening from 7 to 9 p.m. there'll be a live performance by local country music artist Robert Ray. So that'll all take place on Shoreline on the east side of the American Bank Center. Free parking as well at our parking lots 5 and 10, which are near the American Bank Center in Heritage Park. So we'll see everybody there next Saturday in the afternoon, beginning at 3 o'clock. And Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
Okay, wonderful. Well, that'll move us over. Is this on? Yeah, can you hear me? We'll go ahead and move on to public comment, item F. So before we begin, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review our rules of decorum.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording of the meeting is being made. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium here. State your name and address prior to speaking. And know that there are 2 opportunities in which you can make public comment. One would be now, and one would be at the time in which we actually hear the item on the agenda. So please choose only one in which to speak at. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1. For those commenting in person, there's a timer underneath the base of the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left. Once that timer or buzzer goes off, we kindly appreciate you wrapping up those comments. And if you have any petitions or any kind of items pertaining to your subject matter, if you would please present them to our city secretary prior to speaking, we would appreciate it. So with that, we'll start. We have 2 public comment. First, we'll start with Susan Lamb. And next, Adam Rios, if you can please come to the front. There you go.
Good morning. My name is Susan Lamb. I am a Ray graduate, so sorry. I left in 1989 and I came back 5 years ago. I'm here to talk to you about the Drag Queen Christmas event that's taking place at the American Bank Center this week. To be clear, I'm not homophobic, I'm not transphobic, I'm not whatever phobic you want to call me. As a matter of fact, somewhere in the 1996 range, I sat through The Birdcage movie in a movie theater and I laughed my booty off. My friends attend drag queen events. They go to brunches. I've always considered this type of entertainment as something for adults to attend. As a mother and a grandmother that is standing up to the over-sexualization of children that is occurring in our country, our state, and our city, I feel that way even more right now. When I found out about this event, it was in amongst 20 to 30 people who wanted to raise their voice, but they were afraid of being doxxed. So I'm standing here in representation of those people. I did a bit of due diligence and found out that this event is open to children. I was outraged. Y'all, according to what I could find, we're in charge of, the American Bank Center through the city. I can't help but be very disappointed in each and every one of you sitting on this council. You're the gatekeepers and the doorkeepers to this city. This venue is supported by us as taxpayers. I must tell you that I do not consent to the use of a public venue for this type of event that children are going to be attending. At this point, I'm not sure what, if anything, can be done. Maybe we could make this adult only. I don't know. Just this past week, a San Antonio private venue canceled all of its drag queen children events. A video was presented and leaked where questionable behavior between a drag queen and a child happened. And this is very serious, and it's happening all over the place. I know it's very controversial, but to allow this event is to open the door to other events that might even be more offensive. I can talk to you about My Little Pony. I can talk to you about furries and conventions for that. Are we going to allow that? And if you don't know what that is, I'd be happy to answer your questions on the side because I can't tell it in public. It's too gross. It's too lewd. At some point, we have to define what we will and we will not allow as a city. Are these an accurate representation of who we are? To whom much is given, much is required. God has given each of you a position on this council to represent this city and the people here. It does not represent me, nor does it represent my family. So, Father God, in the name of Jesus, I ask that you convict the people and their hearts of the council members and the newly elected to act in a way that pleases you, Lord. That they would fear you more than man and act in a way that does not grieve the Holy Spirit. Lord, let their actions protect our family, communities, and children. In Jesus' name I pray. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Adam Rios.
It's not a skateboard today. It's a BMX bike. Also, tough to follow that. Proud of you guys for doing whatever it is that you're doing to include everyone in the city when it comes to anything happening in a public forum. I can tell you this openly, the only thing that ever happened to me as a child that affected me for years didn't happen at a drag show, it happened at church. So people should be really cautious when they start throwing that around. But aside of that, I was watching the news this morning. I think it was local, Channel 6, had brought up Salinas Park. And they were talking about how a plan had been in place to do something with Salinas Park since about 2018, as no major updates had been done since probably the late 80s. So the way we did with the skate park at Cole Park, and anybody who drives by that sees what's going on there, well, now it's about BMX for me and being an advocate for BMX culture. Salinas Park actually had a BMX park in it. It was a racetrack. And it was about 2017 when that came in, and I think it was called CBMX, SEA BMX. And unfortunately, I don't know what happened, but it seemed like it was radio silence around 2018, according to their social media. Nothing had, it just sort of dissolved and went away. And now there's weeds growing out of it, and it hasn't really been maintained. But with everything going on and the light that's shown on Cole Park and what we were able to do with that, I decided to open up communication with Parks and Rec Director Robert Dodd, and he and I had some discussions on what we could do with Salinas Park. It would be incredibly cost-effective due to the fact that a park had already existed. There's already hills, there's already ramps. And the way I was looking at it was, if you're not familiar with it, there was a park where I spent 20 years. I'm one of those people that came back after 20 years. Heard a comment in the back, who is this guy with his bike and these tattoos? I actually graduated cum laude from Texas A&M, so I hope that answers your question. Outside of that, I like to be an advocate for skate and BMX culture, and I really think Salinas Park, with the way it's already in existence, would be cost effective. 9th Street in Austin is what I'd like to design it around, and 9th Street in Austin, it's all dirt, so there's no concrete that needs to be laid. It can be easily maintained. It's existed in Austin for 25 years. The city works with it, nonprofits work with it, and according to the National Trails of Texas, for the last 25 years, it has been pretty much a co-op where the city is working with the community, with the BMXers. Because it is a nonprofit, nobody's having to go through the hassle of working to develop funds for it. But I think with everything that we've done here and the way we've come together as a city with the skate park, I think we could do that with the BMX park as well. I think it'll have a positive financial impact economically on the city. And to be honest with you, like, again, nobody thought the skate park would happen we're having a big contest on Saturday, December 17th, the same day that everybody's going to be downtown. So just consider the future of BMX, and thank you, City Council, for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Okay, and that'll conclude our public comment. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to pull item number 30, and we're going to move it up. We have a partner here with Focused Advocacy, who is from out of town, so we want to go ahead and get this item taken care of. Item number 30 falls under Section L, Individual Consideration Items. This is a resolution adopting the City of Corpus Christi's state legislative agenda for the 88th Texas Legislature.
Thank you, Mayor. Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations for the City of Corpus Christi, and with me I have Snapper Carr, who's a partner with Focus Advocacy, the longtime consulting firm in Austin that we have used to represent us on state government issues. And I also have Wendy Herman with me, who has recently joined the staff last week. Wendy came to us after over 5 years with the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association, was also a former district director for Congressman Blake Farenthold when he represented the city of Corpus Christi in Congress, and we are very happy to have her on the IGR team and help us be more effective as we advocate to state and federal government. As you know, every 2 years we come to you, we work with you, we meet with departments, we meet with executive leaders, we meet with community stakeholders and gather input on what should be a part and what should be the priorities for the city of Corpus Christi moving forward for the state. And in January, we'll bring you the federal legislative agenda for the city of Corpus Christi. And so to go through that with you quickly today, this slide actually is what I would call the bedrock principles or the foundations for every item that makes up our legislative agenda. And what it boils down to is we support legislation that preserves our ability to make the best decisions to govern in this local community here at City Hall. Not to be preempted by state government, not to have unfunded mandates be put on us by state government. Anything that would increase cost of operations or limit our ability to provide the services and quality of life that we work hard to provide on a daily basis for the citizens of Corpus Christi, we support that legislation. We oppose legislation that preempts us. We oppose legislation that provides unfunded mandates. We oppose legislation that preempts our ability to make those decisions here at City Hall, as we should as a home rule municipality in the state of Texas. And just to give you an idea of what activity is already happening at the state legislature, bills began to be filed on November 14th. We've already got 1,200 bills filed so far, and we are already tracking 274, and that number is going to go up because we're not quite through. The very first day of filing, there were over 800 bills filed, and so it takes a little bit day by day to chunk away at that in between all the meetings to get ready for this presentation. So that number is only going to go up. I'd guess we're probably about 400 is actually where our interest level is, based on previous sessions where we kind of track about a third of the legislation filed. The Focus Advocacy team, Snapper is here with us today, but Snapper is not the only person who represents us at the state capitol. And just to give you a little bit of brief history on the team and their expertise, Snapper is a former TML counsel. He has extensive experience in the state capitol on several committees, including the Land and Natural Resources Committee that governs annexation and a lot of our land use and building development policies. It's also a committee director for the State Affairs Committee that covers a lot of our other big city issues. Also, a lot of the big utility issues go through state affairs. But Snapper has represented the city with Focus Advocacy and previously with Hillco for over 15 years. Snapper has extensive knowledge of our day-to-day operations, how we think about things, the history of different pieces of legislation that affects the city. Brandon also falls into that same category of the longtime representation of the city at Hilco with Snapper previously. Snapper brings a lot of municipal experience to the table. He was former IGR director for the city of Fort Worth, former ACM for the city of Fort Worth, extensive knowledge in tax policy and economic development policy. Actually wrote, as we'll hear, different proposals coming to the council regarding the bank center and surrounding areas. Brandon actually wrote a lot of the financing incentive tools when he was in Fort Worth some that we already have access to, some that we may explore getting access to bring that project to fruition. Kurt Seidlitz is the founder of the Focus Advocacy firm, former state legislator, former state affairs committee chairman, former utility executive with TXU and Encore. So between Snapper and Brandon, Andrew and Lindley, you have extensive municipal utility experience. They also represent City of Austin, City of San Antonio, the municipal electric utilities in both cities. Andrew is a previous chief of staff at the Texas Railroad Commission, former natural resources staffer for Governor Perry. Lindley Wallace is the most recent addition to the state Focus Advocacy team. Lindley is our water expert. Lindley is actually has local government experience herself, worked for Bexar County when former Representative Lyle Larson was on the Bexar County Commission. And then she was Lyle Larson's longtime chief of staff over a decade in the state legislature. Many of you may know that name. Lyle was the House Natural Resources Chairman for nearly a decade, and Lindley served as committee director for that as well. So when we look at all of the utility issues facing this city, we couldn't ask for a better team to be representing us at the state capitol. Next slide is the path ahead. What I always like to say when we bring this agenda to you is this is the foreseen knowns or unforeseen unknowns that we can chart. There will always be some big issue that comes forward that kind of shakes session up and creates a little bit different path. We'll come back to you for amendments as those issues arrive, but this is the package of information that we know is on the table right now. Some of the big topics of interest: the state's going to have a significant budget surplus. It's currently at over $25 billion. Some actually think that could be over $40 billion by the time we go to session. Community advocacy. One of the things that, one of the tools that we have, I can work as hard as I can work, but I don't have the extensive experience that our Focus Advocacy team has, and I don't have the extensive experience that TML has in looking at all these pieces of legislation. We need all of those pieces. There has been legislation for the last 3 sessions that would take away our ability to hire professional lobbyists to help us at the state capitol. So we have to fight to make sure that we keep that very basic tenet to be able to hire representation at the state capitol. Last session, Councilman Barrera testified at 4:30 in the morning on this bill. Councilman Hernandez testified about 10 o'clock at night in the Senate on this bill. And we know that the bills have already been filed this session, they're coming back. Property tax and appraisal issues. With the big appraisal changes you've seen in the state, a lot of chatter on these issues. These are going to be back on the table, mostly in relation to school finance and some of the issues there, but we will be having to track this and spend a lot of time working on property tax and appraisal issues this session. Land use, and in particular, extraterritorial jurisdiction. When the legislature did away with annexation 4 years ago, unilateral annexation, there is now a feeling that because you can no longer involuntarily annex areas, you should not have extraterritorial jurisdiction. We know for a fact here in South Texas, it is extremely important to have some development authority over extraterritorial jurisdiction, both for growth purposes, there are developers that are wanting to come in and voluntarily annex areas in our ETJ into the city for water service and other reasons. But I will tell you one monetary revenue issue that really affects extraterritorial jurisdictions, and that's one of our economic development incentives in the form of industrial district agreements. If we don't have in how an IDA works is we actually disannex that portion into the ETJ. And so if you don't have the ability to annex that back into the city, you lose the ability to enforce that agreement. And that currently brings in over $28 million a year to the city is what's budgeted in this current fiscal year. That leads us into economic development incentives. We all know that Chapter 313 expires at the end of the year. There will be an effort to recreate a different incentive tool for the state to replace that, but also on the agenda are 380 agreements and other agreements that we use as economic development tools to attract industry and jobs to this city. One of the factors of Chapter 313 expiring is 6 years ago, the city and the South Texas Military Task Force and the other military communities around Texas passed a bill to prevent wind farm encroachment around flight bases in the state of Texas. That bill, that language currently sits within Chapter 313 of the code. So that bill will go away when Chapter 313 expires. We've already started meeting with delegation. Chairman Hunter led a meeting last week with the governor's office in Austin, where we sat down and put together a strategy on what it would look like to replace that legislation and what the strategy would be to lead that legislation this session. You all know the amount of money and time and effort that we have put in to protect our military bases and protect their ability to train effectively here in Corpus Christi. Same goes in our neighboring base in Kingsville. So that bill, getting that bill reinstated will be a huge priority for us this session. And then obviously with all the effort that we're doing on diesel, water supply and planning is going to be a big issue. It's been a big issue over the interim. There have been several extensive hearings at the legislature on water policy, particularly some issues surrounding groundwater policy, because of some issues surrounding the Vista Ridge project in Central Texas and the efforts on the surrounding the effects on the surrounding aquifers. But we will be paying attention and we will be looking for any legislation that has an effect to continue with that project. And with that as a little bit of preview from my standpoint, I'm going to ask Snapper to come up and just give you all a little bit of an overview of the political tenor and the political environment headed into this session.
Mayor, Council, Snapper Carr, I'm General Counsel and partner with Focused Advocacy. Thank you for having me in Corpus Christi today, and thank you for the continued opportunity to work with and represent the city as we embark on the 88th legislative session. Tammy mentioned that each session always has some knowns and unknowns. Last session, we were not planning on rewriting the electric utility code until about February when a certain winter storm happened. That's still an effort that's happening today, and it will carry on into this session. There are items that we aren't thinking about right now, some that will fit under this list that Tammy talked about, that will in fact impact this region, the community, council operations, city operations. I can't tell you what those are, but I've been doing this now for 30 years. I can promise that we will be here talking about something we aren't exactly thinking about. And some of it will maybe fit within here. And that's just the nature of a session. There is a lot of flexibility. But within that, we have to be prepared, and I think we're on a great path forward to advocate on these issues of importance. And something that Tammy mentioned that I'd like to just really reiterate, that is our guiding principles that we get from y'all's agenda and y'all's connection over the years. And that is to retain the ability for you all to debate issues, come up with solutions that work for this community and that work for the citizens, taxpayers, and businesses of this. And there is nothing, I would submit to you, more important for protecting that than paying attention to the types of legislation that would take away local decision-making authority and mandate something out of Austin. Good news, I think, for Corpus Christi is that you have one of the best delegations that also support that fact, and not only support it in words, but actions, and have for a number of years. They are some of the leading proponents of protecting those unique decision-making tools to be retained here locally. And that will be something that all of these issues have. Just by way of kind of where we are, of course, we have a large number of legislative members in town right now. There's a lot of activity in Austin. The last couple of weeks before session, before fundraising deadlines kick in, draw a lot of people to town, but also a lot of other activity, caucus meetings, and they're electing officers. The Democratic Party will do that on Wednesday. The Republican caucus recently met and endorsed House Speaker Dade Phelan for another term, overwhelmingly, with greater than 70 votes out of that caucus. So although the Speaker does have a challenger that has filed, which that will be resolved as of day one on the legislative cycle session, they vote for that. It's clear that Speaker Phelan, barring something very unforeseen at this juncture, will retain that role as Speaker. Which is a very important position, of course, as it gets to name the respective committee chairs and really decide the priority items, if you will, that the House will likely focus on. And the good news from that with the Speaker is I think a number of his priorities that he would like to focus on, particularly being a coastal member himself and having a lot of the same issues and economic development and struggles that this region has been working on, his region also faces. And so I think some of the priorities for economic development, infrastructure investment, making sure that all of our utility systems are working and that we continue on a positive path are all things that I think you will see him continue on. We're going to be in a budget session like no other. And I would say we mentioned the budget currently, that the budget surplus sets at a little over $27 billion for the biennium. It's a big number. The Legislative Budget Board actually has to figure out the formula that we have for the state spending cap. And one of the big items during session that we will see that will impact a lot of things, a lot of the issues we care about, a lot of the funding issues we care about, a lot of the state agencies that we will be dealing with and how they are funded and the types of programs they're overseeing will be talked about. That $27 billion number is the largest that I've seen in my career, and it's kind of in modern times, it's a huge number. The Budget Board has indicated that the legislature can only spend under their spending cap a little over $12 billion of that. So we have already a huge number that they will have to look at on how to access that money. For different programs, and I'll come back to that. But the bigger news in Austin last week was rumblings that in January, when we get the updated revenue estimate from the comptroller, that number could reach as high as $40 to $50 billion in budget surplus for the biennium. If we see something in that, and I think we're almost guaranteed at this point to have something that's higher than our $27 billion current surplus, what we will be debating is how to move some of that money into initiatives that are outside of that spending cap. So for example, if you wanted to have a greater state-funded homestead exemption, you could put that as in form of a constitutional amendment, they attach the funding with it, and that doesn't count against the spending cap. That'll be a huge amount of the debate. Public education, Chacho ties into this, another giant driver on it. Lastly, and this is something we've been dealing with, is seeing how the respective chambers will work together on some of these common principles. There have been significant disagreement between the House and the Senate leadership on the priorities in the last couple of sessions. And oftentimes that gets different entities, local governments even, caught in the crosshairs in some of those discussions. And so that's what we'll try to navigate as we try to carry out this agenda. I'm very cautiously optimistic that we're going into a session for local government perspective that is better than where we have been in a number of sessions in terms of it's always better to have money in the budget, but also just the attitude towards looking for partnerships and how we work together, I think is in a better place than where we've been, even with some of the contentious items that we know we'll have to deal with.
Thank you, Snapper. With that, we'll walk through a few of the state legislative priorities. We've talked extensively about preserving local decision-making. And I think the breadth of that issue is always what ends up having us weighing in on so many different types of legislation. This goes up everything from land use, building development issues, generation of revenues, how to set your tax rate, the process that you must go through to set your tax rate, the ability to issue draft, issue debt, the ability to write your own bond proposal legislation and not have to get that cleared at the state level. That's been an extremely contentious piece of legislation over the last couple of sessions. But it's going to hit issues that you've recently addressed in this council, such as short-term rentals. There's going to be a big push on that issue again this session, or we expect a big push it. And then we've already talked about the ability to use public funds to communicate with legislators and advocate for the needs of this community through both TML and the ability to hire consultants, such as our very talented team at Focus Advocacy. Public health. This probably isn't as big of a topic as took up our last session. Obviously, our last session we were still in the midst of the COVID pandemic. And had a lot of issues tied to that. What we do have in this issue is the need to support a simplified reporting system for disease management, disease surveillance, so that we can provide accurate information to our residents. Support legislation to increase funding for public health, healthcare coverage, and access for Texans. With the expiration of the 1115 waiver, for the state of Texas, some additional policies have been put in place, and we want to make sure that in some cases for our health department actually work better than the 1115 waiver. But those are issues that affect both the health department and the fire department with our EMS service and ambulance service. So we'll keep a close eye on those. Protect and strengthen access to behavioral health care, mental health, and substance abuse disorder services to create healthier communities. This has been a big topic in our community, especially surrounding the homelessness issue and other factors in our community. So we'll continue to look for opportunities to support good ideas in this area. Support for our military community and installations. The DAG program that we have been so effective at using, I'm proud to announce with the award of our most recent DAG grant to replace part of the water and the sewer lines at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. When that project is completed, we will have, in partnership with the state, we will have invested over $15 million in infrastructure improvements and encroachment protection projects for that base. I think that sends a huge message, and we're going to continue to support the DAG program, and we're going to advocate along with the other military communities in Texas for an increase from $30 million a biennium to $50 million a biennium. There have been folks around the state who have suggested that $100 million would be a better idea, and you could probably spend $100 million. But we think that it's important to keep a realistic impression or a realistic ask in mind on this. While you could get $100 million this time, it might not be sustainable in leaner budget years. So we think a $50 million funding level is sustainable into the future, and so that's how that number came up. Disaster assistance and emergency management. We want to support the continuation of local government ability to pass ordinance and issue orders that address the needs in an emergency or disaster. And always, windstorm insurance is going to be a huge issue. It's a huge priority of our entire delegation. And we will support insurance reform, windstorm insurance reform that will provide affordable, equitable rates for the Texas coast and oppose any unnecessary rate hikes from TWIA. We do expect some significant legislation to be authored this session, so this will be an issue that we will be testifying on and we will be involved in moving forward. Environment and utilities support continued funding for air quality monitoring and mitigation projects to enable Corpus Christi to remain in compliance with federal clean air standards. 6 years ago, the governor vetoed funding at TCEQ that funds monitoring for near non-attainment communities like Corpus Christi and several other airsheds throughout the state. We were able to get that reinstated in 2019. and we'll continue to make sure that funding stays in place. Support legislation that enables the city to permit, develop, and fund drought-resistant water supply sources. I think that's self-explanatory for everyone on this dais, but we fully understand the priorities that have been set in water projects and the need to maintain the flexibility to bring those to fruition for this community, and we will do everything we can to protect that ability this session. Port of Corpus Christi, this has some additional language in there that was not included when we passed this 2 years ago. The additions really represent language that was added with the Economic Development Bill last session, and concerns with the Texas Ports Association agenda going into this legislative session. Preserve the power of the City of Corpus Christi to appoint 3 members of the governing body of the Port of Corpus Christi, and in general, oppose legislation that's going to expand the authority of the port beyond their core mission of promoting and maintaining navigable commerce, and oppose legislation that would expand the unilateral economic development and real estate development authority of the Port of Corpus Christi. Education and economic competitiveness. Protect all economic development tools that attract new jobs and companies to Texas, including but not limited to Skills Development Fund, CPRIT, sales and use tax exemptions, enterprise and tax increment financing district, industrial district agreements, and the Film Incentive Fund, and other statutes related to economic development. Because that's 311s, 312s, 313s, 380s, you name it. We want to make sure we have every tool in the toolbox when it comes to economic development so that we can continue to attract and grow opportunities here in the Coastal Bend. A few key dates for session. January 10th is the first day of session. This will be swearing-in day, the day that we elect the speaker and begin session activities. Thankfully, we will see a return to more normal access to the Capitol, more normal pace and than we had last session in the pandemic. February 22nd is the Coastal Bend to Austin Day with the Chamber that we have always participated in. March 10th is the last day to file bills for the session, and of course, May 29th, Memorial Day, will be sine die, and we will be able to adjourn for session without the need for special sessions, as we spent most of 2021 in special sessions, the last half of the year. And with that, I will take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Tammy. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Tammy. Great job, as usual. And we're very happy to share a focused advocacy group here. I have one quick question. You mentioned tax rates. What's our position going into the legislative session on tax rates?
Well, we support the ability of cities to set our tax rates. Cities in general have always opposed revenue caps and appraisal caps and other things that put false limits. But this is your ability as a council to that. We also have language in that about supporting property tax in the way of the state of Texas needs to step up and fund our school finance system, because that is the largest piece of the property tax bill that any homeowner or property owner faces is your school district taxing rates. And so there's a lot of different proposals on the table, that some that are reasonable, some that are not. In looking at school finance and some of the changes, there's a lot of talk about what to do with this surplus. Is there a way to create some property tax relief for property owners in the state of Texas? And so we'll be looking for that. But the bedrock of looking at property tax bills relies in local control for you all to be able to make those decisions.
So that's when we had our discussion, this is what you're referring to, when we've always had a position with the school districts.
We have always had a addition to support full financing of public education. We believe it's a crossover to economic development and the ability to train the workforce of tomorrow for this community. It's also the reason why we have elements in our legislative agenda supporting the efforts of Del Mar and A&M Corpus Christi and their to fund the programs needed to create the workers that we need to fund the economy of tomorrow.
Well, I can tell you that from personal experience, I don't think your legislators or senators down here will be too happy with anything fighting against or for tax rate changes unless it's going to be along their positions. And I can tell you that a lot of us up here have had troubles not just understanding that over an 8-year period, but I mean, I am highly against anything that gives cities any more ability to tax. Now, maybe we can be fighting with some of the other entities on breaking down how much percentage of the rate goes to different entities. That's fine with me. But if we're going to raise those caps on the 3.5%, is that included?
No, that's
Okay,
it.
good.
That's what I'm
worried about.
I don't think we want to see that cap lowered. That's not the impression that I've gotten from anyone. In fact, I think we're seeing the effects of inflation right now of how low that 3.5% cap is. I think there are also some issues, and I think Snapper could probably talk to this a little bit, on different cleanup items that need to be made from SB2, some of the things that are confusing to y'all as things that are language and statute that has to be read at the time that tax rates are set and that type of stuff. I think there's definitely some room for there, but no, this is not anything that would support tax increases.
That's what I want to make sure.
But we want
we
want to maintain the ability for you as a council to make this decision.
Sure.
Councilman, one of the focus, as I mentioned, this session, I think will be a lot less on kind of the local government, cities and counties, let's say. We've had that. SB2 has passed. It was a debate that occurred. The governor has staked out consistently that he wants half of that $27.5 billion that I referenced to go directly towards property taxes. For the state of Texas to do that really means we're talking about school finance reform and how we're going to deal with that. And that's where the focus has been. There are proposals that would spend $20 billion of that. That could be elimination of school M&O taxes, expansion of homestead exemption authority that the state funds. There's other means of offering relief, and that's going to be where the big debate is. And I think you're going to find a lot of things that this city and other local governments will support in that realm, because it is kind of what they've been advocating for, which is meaningful property tax relief that will be felt in that check that the
And we've had, I don't know, $400 million go towards schools in our bonds lately down here. So, I mean, I don't know how much, what our position needs to be on the breakdown, but I will say that I don't know if we need to change the wording, but if we have the position to raise tax rates, that needs to be clarified. And thank you, Tammy, for clarifying that we are not taking that position. All right.
That is never, in the 4 years that I've been with the city, that I've never seen anything that would advocate for raising tax rates.
Well, when you say tax rates and you put it on a legislative
No, we have
agenda.
absolutely never advocated for raising tax rates. And that's an argument
Well,
that comes up in the
ability to raise the 3.5% cap. That's what I'm talking about, not raising tax rates, but the ability to raise that 3.5%.
That's going to be that's not going to be an issue. That's not something that would even make it into consideration at a committee. I would be remiss, I did not put a slide up on our delegation. We do have one change to our delegation this year. Of course, you are all familiar with Senator Hinojosa, who is senior senator in our delegation, vice chair of the Senate Finance Committee, extremely influential in the inner workings of the Senate, and a great friend to have on our side. Chairman Todd Hunter is the senior member of our House delegation, and very closely tied in with the senator was the redistricting chairman last session. I am told he's going to be overseeing the rules setting process for the House this time, which is a a key indicator of his relationship with the Speaker of the House. And we'll see where his committee assignment changes this session. And then Abel Herrero, former Chairman Abel Herrero, serves on Energy Committee, among others. Great friend to this area, great friend to us, and has carried was a key to achieving the victory we achieved on the Air Quality Monitoring Fund, as was the rest of our delegation. Among other priorities, a great advocate for affordable housing and other issues. And we couldn't be better. J.M. Lozano, who represents Sanpac County and our city limits on that side of the bay, also the small portion that we have 1 or 2 voters in Clayburgh County, represented in District 4. And then we have a new member due to redistricting, we actually have a new member of the Senate to our delegation. And all indications are it's going to be Morgan LaMattia, but I do know that there is a recount going on in that race. It was only separated by about 600 votes. And so she will be new, and we will need to sit down and get her up to speed on Corpus Christi issues. But we really look forward to, they have helped us with a ton of issues over the interim, particularly with our desal plant, our desal efforts to bring a desal plant to fruition, and we could not do this without them.
Well, as you know, Tammy, you can wake me up in the middle of the night after 48 hours of no sleep with the word tax rate, so I appreciate it. Clarifying that. And I want to tell you and your team that y'all do a great job. You've served the city well. A little funny history about Snapper. He was one of the first people I met in Austin when I was working for Dad when I was 18 years old. And I had a lot more hair then.
Thank you, Councilman.
I've seen pictures of you standing on your dad's desk when he was in the house the first time. So
Okay, we've got
Tom Tagg has those pictures.
We've got a few other lights. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I am disappointed that we did not include language that has to do with the procurement of professional services. I know our procurement assistant director there is probably tired of getting beat up for it from council about the subjectiveness of that process. So can you please explain why we did not include that in this legislative priorities?
Sure. Number one, I think as I indicated when we met last to discuss this issue, I do believe this issue, our ability to advocate on this issue exists in the bedrock principles of our legislative agenda in maintaining local control and opposing supporting legislation that would reduce cost of operations and ability to deliver service, or opposing legislation that would increase cost or prevent us from delivering services. So I do think that the ability to advocate on these issues are there. In discussing, you had asked us to talk with other cities. You've also asked us to bring this up to the Texas Municipal League and the Legislative Policy Summit that was held back in August, and those I took those steps. We visited with other cities through the Big City Lobby group, through other avenues. Procurement in general was on the agenda for TML. Rebecca was there representing the municipal clerks and can attest to the fact that I stood up and talked about your desire to see some changes in that area. And in the end, TML only took a position to increase the overall contracting thresholds for cities to raise them from $50,000. And they're going to seek legislation on that. That also being said, there's going to be a ton of bills filed on procurement issues. We tracked those issues every cycle, and at the point where those issues cross into that and give us an opportunity to potentially amend something, I have made my full commitment to you to inform you of those opportunities and give you the opportunity to come up. We'll work with you on testimony and give you the opportunity to come up and advocate for those changes and set up the meetings you need to influence those bills that touch on those topics.
Okay, Let me correct you on something, though. I asked for information for personal meetings with other cities or other council members, which I did not receive. I didn't ask you to speak on behalf of me. I asked you to set up communications. So I just want to correct you there. The other half of this is that there's a lot of support for organizations here that, or endorsements for organizations like Texas Municipal League, Texas Municipal Retirement Systems, Texas Clerks Association, Municipal Courts Association, Municipal Information Officers Association, Chapter American for Planning Association, Coalition for Affordable Power, Transportation Advocates for Texas. But if we're endorsing them, I have not been briefed on any priorities they have. I don't know what their priorities are, but yet you're asking us to improve those endorsements. Will you be giving us a brief on their information on what they're endorsing? Because we might not be aligned.
Well, there is actually qualifying language in that endorsement, and it says that we endorse those unless there are any issues that conflict with the city's legislative agenda. These are all municipal professional organizations that represent our different departments, and that our different department directors and assistant directors participate in, and they feed us information into the legislative process. Our directors, and Josh can attest to this, when we met with the directors and assistant directors a month or so ago, one of the things is we talked about process and procedures for the legislative session. I said, you are all members of TML affiliate organizations. There are times in this legislative session that they're going to call you and they're going to say, hey, this bill is our biggest priority, and we need you to pick up the phone, and we need to call Chewy Hinojosa, or we need you to call April Herrero, we need to call Morgan Lamatia, and you need to tell them this. And what I told our directors and assistant directors, your next step is not to pick up the phone and make that phone call. Your next step is to pick up the phone and call me, so we can make sure that all of these requests fall in line with our legislative agenda, and that all of these requests fall in line in the priority order of things we are working with various members of the legislature on. So we do have processes and controls in place to make sure that we don't get out ahead of ourselves on something that is conflicting to the agenda that is passed by this council. And I think Staffer had something to add on procurement.
Just real quickly, Councilman, I would agree with Tammy. One, there's going to be numerous bills. As we said, the procurement threshold from 50,000 to 100,000 has already been filed, and I think we'll see it filed in multiple ways. There are local preference bills that are filed every session. We'll have that ability. There are, in given sessions, in different areas, whether that's transportation, whether that's vertical infrastructure, think parking garages or other public hospitals and those things, those areas that we see bills in every session. We have multiple clients that are in similar position as where they are, that we have some folks, generally the purchasing directors or procurement managers, that have brought things forward. A few council members that these are something of their kind of core issue, but generally it is driven by those professionals that are overseeing it. And our adversaries, as I think we've talked about, are generally those trade groups that have a vested interest in protecting their statute and their form that they know. I would agree with Tammy that if we see good bills here, there are ones that I think we'll be in position to support. In addition, we're going to be working with all of those groups, some that you just named, to advance this goal, because it is part of that local government discussion, our procurement laws, our purchasing statutes. There'll be good proposals, and there'll be some bad ones that we will have to expend energy and stay on top of as well. And having an elected official that's willing to engage in that is very helpful, because it is a bit of a rarity. Like I said, this is usually a staff-driven initiative because of the technicalities of the process.
Well, and I'll be specific as to the actual section. It's 2244.004 on the contract for professional services for architect, engineers, and surveyors. Mm-hmm. And in terms of the limitations that it requires only qualification, then a negotiation process. There is no bidding component to it. And I'm sure it's intentional. And then the second part of that is a different legislation that talks about the caps on when you have to use those services. I believe it's 20,000 and 8,000. 20,000. Well, no, the section for mechanical, electrical, I think is $8,000, and then the section for stuff in general is 20,000. So so you have to go get professional services, which you can't bid if you spend more than $20,000 on a project that you contract out. So, I know myself and a lot of my counterparts here have had many arguments as to how these things were selected, and we beat you up on it, and I appreciate you taking the bullets there, but because the process becomes subjective on how that works. So for me, it's an important thing that we have to address it. Not change the qualification part. I think you need to have qualified people, but actually have a second level of some sort of price some sort of price component, so you can address some of these things, because you end up with things like the building across the street, where it has a rooftop garden and balconies and a glass surround, and it's a government building. So I want to make sure that we're trying to limit this as much as possible, or at least advocate for it. And there's no specific language in here, which concerns me.
The issue of when we have to have a professional engineer, I think in the last decade has been filed every session. As I mentioned,
Okay,
though,
so I'll ask it, when it comes up and there's some testimony on it, please let me know, and I'll make the trip up to Austin to testify on it.
Some sessions it never received a hearing because of the opposition. Some it has advanced, and so absolutely, that's what I was saying.
Well,
having an elected official.
If that's the case, I will go visit whoever's trying to foot the bill, or whoever committee it's in. I'll go visit some of the state legislature.
Absolutely, and like I said, having an elected official willing to come and be public in their support for it will be helpful, because that's not something it's generally a part of that discourse. Like I said, a very vested interest on the other side, and there's a lot of history behind that statute at the Capitol to keeping it what it is, which is why it hasn't changed over time.
Which is why I supported the continuing support of community advocacy for cities, because I know they spend millions of dollars on trying to keep legislation like this in place, because it requires us to spend money this certain way.
And we wrote that into your testimony on that issue last session.
Okay, so, I testified in front of Benton Court's committee. They kept me there 15 minutes. Okay, so, you saw, but anyway, what I want to get across is we should be specific in how we support this. But that's my complaint with this. The last two more items on this, specifically on the, some of the language here around education. I know we're looking at, but it's a full page of this, and I understand we want to advocate for them, but I feel it's kind of outside our what we're doing as a city, and we should focus on city items. I'll leave that alone. The last thing on here that I wanted to ask about was something on public health. You have a statement in here where it supports legislation to increase funding for public health, healthcare coverage, and access for Texans. What does that exactly mean? Are we supporting a statewide healthcare coverage system? What is specifically does that mean?
Well, that's I touched on that a little bit in the as I walk through the slides. When the federal government changed healthcare 10 years ago, they created a waiver system for states that did not want to expand Medicare access in their state. It was called the 1115 waiver. It is something that we have always, the process is something that we've always monitored, because it has an impact on our ability to be reimbursed for EMS services. It has ability to be our ability to be reimbursed for some of the services that we provide at the health department. And after the 1115 waiver expired, there was another system put in place for charity care. It seems to actually, in my conversations with Dante and our new health director, Dr. Khan, we actually believe the new system is actually working better. And this is the language that they came up with, because we want to make sure that we continue to monitor this issue, that we continue to make sure that those most in need in our in our community have access to care.
So I just want to make sure that this is not advocating the state to expand the Medicare program. That's not what we're doing here, right?
No, I mean, it's advocating for the most in need in our community to have access to care.
I get that, but we are not advocating for the expansion of Medicaid in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
I think
Because it leaves it a little hazy here, because this could mean that we are advocating for the expansion of Medicare, and that will not.
It's not something that we've ever advocated before. We've never actually testified on a bill on it in the past. But we do want to make sure that these new provisions that are put in place that replicate the ability to be reimbursed of what we used to be and reimbursed through the 1115 waiver stay in place and maintain our ability to provide those services to the most in need.
Okay, I think this, and maybe it's just me, but for me, I would like some specific language that doesn't advocate for what I just mentioned. We shouldn't be advocating for that, because I remember this whole discussion was you can add it and you get funded from it for a portion of time, but then the state has to pick up that cost after the first 2 years or 18 months.
There were
something like
several
that.
extensions of the waivers and that type of stuff, and then
Right.
there was a line drawn in the sand. That's why the waiver no longer exists.
Okay, so like I said, I don't recommend us advocating for that position.
Okay. You done?
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Pasley.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be brief because I know the audience hopes we get through this while they're still young.
Thank you.
Tammy, you mentioned if you could go back just a few pages in your presentation to the part about the using economic development tools and the ability to continue to do that, to offer financial incentives to businesses. It's been charged that all we do is provide industrial incentives for petrochemical industries, but that in fact is not true, that we provide incentives for a lot of businesses that come into this community. And I just wanted you to briefly state whether that's the truth and how we do that and how that has helped the economy of this community along with many others.
Okay. Well, I'm not Mike Culbertson at the EDC, but I will do my best to discuss this slide that talks about.
I don't want you to go into that depth. What I'm looking for here is this council is advocating for us to continue to have the tools to provide economic development to businesses of all kinds that are coming here to this community.
This doesn't say it has to be petrochemical. It doesn't say it has to be a wind farm. It doesn't say it has to be a small manufacturing facility.
Could be a Tesla battery plant. Or
it could be a Tesla battery plant. It could be hydrogen. It could be battery storage. It could be, we use a variety of different tools, whether that's our type ABB funding, whether that's the TERS funding that we use, the downtown management district system. We use a variety of different, outside of 311, 312, 313, 380s.
Correct.
We use a wide variety of economic development tools that are important to see that we continue to create a thriving economy in this community. And this is intended to represent all of those without any prejudice to one type of technology or one sector of the economy over
It's
the other.
important to have that because other communities have those same tools, and this is a competitive process every time we go into it. These companies, they shop and they look for places that they want to go. And
Absolutely.
our ability to have those economic incentives is extremely important for us to be able to compete on that.
If you want to continue the Texas Miracle and you want to continue Governor Abbott winning the Site Selector Cup every year, and you want all of those things to continue, we've got to continue having economic development. And that's why you will see one of the big efforts in this legislative session be to come up with a new replacement for 313, because right now there are a lot of people that think Texas, once that tool expires, will be closed for business.
Yeah.
And so they'll be looking at Louisiana and Mississippi and other areas if they need a Gulf Coast location, or they'll be looking wherever else in the country they can find to get the best deal they can get to select a location.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Martinez.
Looking at the legislative issues we're bringing up, I'm worried that we're taking the wrong approach with the port. And the reason I say that is the amount of money that the port has, and I think the opportunities of working with the city to do things with that money is something that we really haven't taken advantage of as much as we potentially could. And I would hate to create legislation that would limit our ability to be able to do that. When looking at projects like we've been talking about North Beach for so long, I always envision it as it being something that the city has to be involved with, probably the county and the port. And so I would hate to not be able to have that opportunity and that option to do something with them because of something we're pushing in the legislature. It just seems that we should be looking for ways to expand opportunities with them. To go with the next slide that you had, talking about promoting economic development and things like that, they seem like they're in contrast to one another. And I just would hate to not have the ability to do that if that option comes up.
So what I would add, the slide that is there is, and the language that is there is what was developed in visiting with all of your colleagues. This is a combination of language that has been included in previous legislative resolutions, going back to last legislative session and the legislation and the concerns that have been expressed regarding the concepts introduced in the Texas Ports Association agenda. There were efforts at the time that was brought up for consideration at the port to table that and ask for a workshop to work through some of those concerns. The item was tabled, and then a workshop was never scheduled, and there has been no avenue for communication or to express those. And I think that is the frustration that a lot of your colleagues have had, and that is why it was expressed for the need for that language to be included in the agenda and drafted in the way that it is currently drafted. Yeah. My job is to put together a legislative agenda that is that represents the viewpoints of the 9 members of this council. And so I take input from all of the departments, from all of you, from everybody, to put a document together, and then that comes to you for consideration. And so that's what's represented here as the viewpoints that I've heard from your colleagues on the dais. Yeah, Snapper.
Councilman, just one point of maybe clarification. As last session and this session, the city isn't pursuing anything legislatively. I think part of the problem was we were somewhat caught off guard last time by a very unilateral, one-sided piece of legislation that preempted city authority, took away some of the tools that we had on areas that were what we would call primarily and traditionally city authority and city responsibilities, and transferred those to another governmental entity with little collaboration. And I think that's where the concern, and through the course of the interim and some of the discussion, and I've seen the draft of the bill that the port has worked with on the Texas Port Association. There'll be multiple communities, if that's a statewide bill, that will strenuously oppose some of those areas because they're encroaching on other areas, county government, school district, property tax related issues, and city authority that are out beside the norms of normal port operation around the state. And I think that's where that concern comes from. So I certainly hear what you're saying, and I would agree. I'm big on partnerships and big on collaborations.
And I think that that's part of the thing is that instead of just our agenda is to outright oppose whatever they have, maybe it should be that we work with them to get something that works for both of us. That's just my opinion, but.
I know that some of your colleagues have had conversations regarding the concerns about that agenda, and I would leave it to them to share that if they wish to address that.
Councilman Smith. Excuse me, Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and I agree with Councilman Martinez on there that we need to be working together. The port is a very important part of this community, but if we look at the past on there, that really hadn't happened. That we're doing some dredging, for example, in the marina, and we're disposing the spoil at the port. Did they give us any discount, anything else on there? No, they charged us a very profitable rate on there. We've got the fire department here. We've got an issue coming up with Del Mar. Del Mar is going to give us 20% discount on tuition. Port of Corpus Christi, not giving us anything. But as we move forward with the port, so right now in their proposed budget that they'll be considering next Tuesday on there, they've got $85 million in land purchases on there. They have several hundred millions of dollars of land sitting out there that over the years they've taken out of the tax base. There's a solar farm that it's going from ag land. The port bought some cotton fields out in San Pat County with it. It's 158 acres with it. It's going to be converted to a solar farm. Now, if that was privately held land, the ag rollback would amount to about $100,000 going to the taxing entities. But since the port's doing it, not a nickel on it. And they've got in their current budget, like I said, $85 million in property purchases right now, and in their out years, another $235 million. A total of $330 million of new property purchases outside of the hundreds of millions that they own right now. This is having significant impact on all of the taxing entities in their tax base. And the port has a special exemption. It's in the water code on there that if you're using property, you're a public entity on there, and you're using property for a non-public purpose, then you pay taxes. LCRA is a good example. In Nueces County, they own transmission lines. Every year, LCRA pays their full share of taxes on that because it doesn't meet that public purpose test. But navigation districts got an exemption in. The last revision was 2016. I would love for us to be working with the port, but past history has not been good on that matter. So I think it would be much better if we could have the meetings that don't happen on there with it. We could come to consensus with it because they are such an important part of the community. But I don't think we ought to just sit there and look at another $330 million in land purchases coming out of our tax base, not for a day or with a 380, a limited amount of time, but forever with it. One other thing on there, I want to, Wendy, welcome on there. I've had the pleasure of working with Wendy and not with Wendy before. You're a great advocate, and I think you'll be a great member to the team on there. And Tammy, thanks for your work.
Welcome. Thank you, Councilman. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the public or in chambers who would like to make any public comment on item number 30? Yes, sir. Okay. Oh, we thought you were coming down here. He's out of here. Okay. Never mind then. We'll go ahead and close public comment. That was not for us. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 30.
So moved. Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
We have 2 noes, Councilman Martinez and Councilman Hernandez. The item carries. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you for the work. All of you. Snapper, thank you very much for being here today and for your service. Wendy, welcome to the city. Okay, with that, we've got a little bit of time. I'm going to jump back. We're going to go to the consent agenda and pull items. Gentlemen, who would like to pull, what items would you like to pull within items 5 through 26?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 7.
Item number 7.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 14.
Item number 14. Anyone else? Item number 9 and item number 13. Okay, so we'll do, let's see, item number 14 first. Item number 14 is a...
Do you want to approve the consent first, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't do that. Yes, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of item number 14, number 7, number 9, and number 13. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Mayor, point of order, I thought on our schedule we had the report at 1
We
o'clock.
do at 1:30.
1:30?
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 14 is a resolution authorizing a 10-year interlocal agreement
Mayor,
with...
the port's at 1, I'm sorry.
No,
On the
remember I
agenda.
sent you
yes,
the
ma'am.
message.
Okay,
Yes.
but the posting.
10-year interlocal agreement with automatic renewal every year thereafter for a term of 1 year each renewal with Del Mar College to provide fire, emergency medical services, and other public safety-related training and joint use of Del Mar College facilities and equipment related the Corpus Christi Fire Department training. Chief Rocha.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good
City
afternoon.
Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief for the City of Corpus Christi. I have a few people that are going to assist me here on this presentation. First and foremost, let me welcome Dr. Mark Escamilla, President of Del Mar College, as well as some of my executive staff will be here. The proposal that the Fire Department is offering on item number 14 is a 10-year interlocal agreement with automatic renews every year thereafter for a term of 1 year between the City of Corpus Christi and Del Mar College for fire and EMS training. This will allow the Corpus Christi Fire Department and Del Mar to consolidate previous agreements that we have with them. It will provide assurances of the Corpus Christi Fire Department training activities currently in place and exercise, including our civilian to paramedic program. And this is a project that we have been working on for at least the last 2 years. The Corpus Christi Fire Department maintains control of the academy and cadet activities throughout their training, and our cadets receive training provided by an accredited institution taught by Del Mar instructors. Corpus Christi Fire Department cadets earn college credit hours, 60 plus, towards associate's degree, and upon graduation, personnel can complete their degree with the assistance of the city's tuition reimbursement program. Some of the highlights of this program are we have exemplary pass rates earned through extensive accreditation, certification, and licensing. Paramedic program is 98.4% pass rate, and the fire science program is 100% pass rate. We have reduced tuition costs that was mentioned earlier, 20% decrease that benefits the city. And the cost for the paramedic program is $3,752, and the cost of the fire program is $2,213. We also receive use of facilities for free by cadets and sworn personnel for continuing education at no cost. This would include not only the fire cadets, but our crews out in the field can use the training props that we have, the burn tower, and of course, usage of the FEMA dome. This is a relationship that's gone back for a number of years. We have a 42-year ongoing relationship. Started in 1980 with training facilitated by Del Mar College when Corpus Christi Fire Department moved from a BLS, Basic Life Support Service, to an Advanced Life Support Service. 1985, Del Mar College supported the Corpus Christi Fire Department's conversion to an all ALS department. That year, we made it mandatory that every Corpus Christi firefighter hired would be paramedic. 1990, we established our Corpus Christi Fire Department ALS First Responder Program. Some of the items that were mentioned earlier that we are trying to bring together is that in 2005, we had an agreement of affiliation with Del Mar College. Also in 2005, a joint use agreement for the Del Mar College drill field. Also in 2008, lease agreement for offices and classroom space. And then in 2015, an interlocal agreement for ambulance training for our EMS students. One of the things I wanted to make sure that the city council and the mayor understand is any increase in costs will be mutually agreed upon by parties and put forth by the Del Mar College Board of Regents. And other than that, that concludes my short summary, and I stand by for any questions by you or the city council.
Thank you, Chief Rocha. Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you pulled it.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry. I did want to allow, I was a little bit premature, and we'll get to your questions right now. I did want to allow for Dr. Escamilla to make a few comments and then we'll get into the questions, okay?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, City Manager Zanoni, members of the council, I want to thank you for this opportunity to come back to you all again. It's been a little while, but 42 years says it all. That partnership that began about the time Gil was born, I think.
I'm actually older than you are.
Just trying to do you a favor, Councilman. I want everyone to know that partnership continues, not only with the fire department, but with the police department, as you all know, with that training facility coming up. And I saw Chief Markle here. This partnership and this relationship will be tremendously complemented with such an MOU. It looks into the future. It is forward thinking. It is about a tremendous value give back to the very tax base that is drawn upon to operate from the college. We talked about leases being at minimal costs, no costs, those kinds of things. We talked about the reduction in tuition and those kinds of things to serve our very own finest out here that are out there giving of their own to protect us. It's an honor to be out here today. As always, it's been a little while. Invite me back, City Manager. I'm always glad to come back. But I do want you all to know that this does have tons of work. I'd be remiss without thanking our team, our collective teams, both with Corpus Christi Fire Department and the Del Mar College team of faculty, staff, and administration that have put this very laborious and detailed amount of work together. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. I'm glad to answer any questions as well. Madam Mayor, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Escamilla, very much.
Mayor, I also wanted to include some of the members of the Corpus Christi Fire Department that will assist in any of the answering of any questions. Deputy Chief Richie Quintero is here. He serves as part of the executive staff, as well as Assistant Chief Doug Mathajits, Assistant Chief Kenny Urban, and with us, the head of the Del Mar paramedic program is Melissa Steve.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
And with that, I stand open for questions.
Wonderful.
Mayor, can I just conclude? I did want to thank Dr. Escamilla for being here and to remind the council that with this partnership, we'll be building a brand new state-of-the-art police training academy on the Southside Del Mar campus, saving taxpayer monies by partnering with saving taxpayer money, building it there, not having to acquire land and doing a lot of the infrastructure. I did want to point out, as the chief mentioned, this is a good news item. This is about getting our business in order in the fire department. And Chief did a good job describing his executive team that's here. I did want to acknowledge the cadets that are in the audience as well.
Yes.
And thank them. I've had an opportunity in recent weeks to have lunch in 2 of our fire stations. And I must say, we knew this already, but getting a chance to break bread with the firefighters, men and women both, we have a great team providing protection around the clock for our community. So I want to thank the cadets that are moving into the profession and your whole team, Chief, for what they do every day. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Great.
Peter.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman. Yeah.
Okay, Chief. Thank you, and I have to say I'm flattered you brought out the big guns on this. I questioned this in terms of the length in some other questions I had with it, but mainly it had to do with the fact that you're retiring and we're going to be getting a new chief at some point, and wasn't sure if it was probably appropriate to be signing a 10-year contract when, maybe the new chief or whoever we hire, could be somebody internal, could be somebody external, might want to do something different. And I thought we could hold off on this for a couple of months, maybe, until until the city manager finds a new chief, in order for him to make this recommendation going forward. So why are we doing this now when you're not going to be here next month?
Well, I appreciate those comments, and thank you very much, Councilman. One of the things I wanted to point out is that it's true that I'm going to be leaving, but I'm going to be leaving the department in very, very good hands. And part of that is, as fire chief, I have an executive staff, and I do career development, succession planning for myself. And I included these members that are sitting in front of you because they are the future of the fire department. They're the ones that are going to be running the fire department. And therefore, in the development of the Del Mar plan, I brought them in to help with the decision-making, with the planning, with the understanding of what we're trying to get done here. The continuation of a program that we've been involved with for a long, long time. I'd like to see this as part of a legacy that I leave in terms of having the ability to have this program in place, but it's not a one-man game here. It's not a one-man function or a decision made by one man. It's a decision made by a team of professionals, both on the fire department and Del Mar working together. The timing is unique in terms of me being retiring. That's true, but we've been working on this project for 2 years. In fact, Del Mar did a great job in helping us write a business plan that we published in November of 2021. And so we've been working on this program for a while. I acknowledge your concerns with regards to the timing and my departure from the fire department, but know that it's not a one-man decision, but it's a decision and a proposal made by a team.
Okay, so I'm going to ask some questions just for the record here, and please, no offense here at all.
None taken, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's no plans for you to go work for Del Mar after you retire.
Oh, my God.
Like I said, I don't want to offend anybody. It's just I want to put that on the record.
We haven't talked about that, but that's not a bad idea, you know. But I do not have any plans for employment with Del Mar post my retirement.
Right. That's why I predicated with the please no offense on that. I just want. Second question: do you have anybody on your staff that's related to anybody that's on the staff for Del Mar?
I have.
And when in regards to Del Mar, this specific program.
Not of my executive staff, not of my command staff, but one of my firefighters is married to the director of the paramedic program.
The director?
There she is down there.
Okay.
And both of them are very valuable. Well, Michael is his name. He's a very valuable employee of the fire department, does a great job as a fire investigator, and works in the training division too. Right.
Okay. Training division. You mean he's actually part of that program to train firefighters?
He's on the fire department side of the training division. He's not on the Del Mar side of the training division.
Okay. All right, so I'm still, like I said, I still think that this is probably a decision that should be left with the new fire chief. And not to say that this is a bad program or anything like that. I just want to, make sure that we're looking forward, so we're not putting something on somebody that may want to do something different. Not all organizations have this kind of relationship with the community college. I know we, on the police side, the officers control that 100%. It's just a facility that we're talking about over at the Southside campus. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a motion to table this after we have discussion. Thank you.
Councilman Lerman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely have an issue with some of the comments that my colleague stated to the fire department. I mean, I think it was inappropriate, but, I know where he's coming from. I mean, I'm a big supporter of your program. Dr. Escamilla, I think you guys do a great job with the fire department, and I want to keep that going. The only question that I have is, why did we pick a 10-year program, not a 5-year program? I mean, I'm just curious why the number 10 came out, not a number 5. And also, you're saying that this was a collaborate between you and your executive board. Were other members of the fire department talked to get their inputs, like your unions, your regular firefighters? I'm not saying anything about the executive board. I think you guys are fabulous, but did you get input from other people in the fire department is my question too, Chief.
Yeah, this is, that's a very good question, Councilman. We always try to elicit a great dialogue and great discussion. We have a labor management committee that meets whenever there are issues that come up. I did meet with President Stobbs with regard to this issue. He also expressed concern about the length, never about the Del Mar program, but about the length of the proposal that we have. I'm a proponent of the 10-year because it establishes a long-term relationship with Del Mar. It puts us in a great position where it's a win-win. And so after my discussions with President Stobbs, he has his feelings about it. But really, what has to take place is there has to be a discussion and dialogue, especially at the executive level of the fire department, to make a determination as to what's best for the city, what's best for the fire department, and that's why a 10-year, the length of time, the number of academies that we have going through, we think it's a solid plan. But anytime that there is discussion and dialogue with regards to the length of an interlocal agreement, this is at the direction of the city council, and so if you tell me to do a 10-year, I'll do a 10-year. If you vote on something different, I'll do that. I'll execute whatever you want done. As fire chief, this is the proposal that I have to you, sir.
Right. Yeah, this is, Councilman, can I just add to that? So this is a professional staff recommendation, but 10 years sounds a lot, but it's actually less than or approximately 5 academies, and that's not really a whole lot, right? 5 academies. Since I've been here, we've had one every year, so just in my tenure, it would be that number of academies. But the contract also that you're voting on today has a termination clause, so that in the future, if we decide that, this is not the best business model for the city, we can terminate with a 30-day notice. Yes, sir.
Well, one of the other questions, Chief, that I wanted to ask was, it takes approximately, 18 months, 24 months for a graduate, a candidate?
The schedule, Councilman, is immediately when a firefighter is hired, they usually start the first Monday in January, and that whole year is dedicated to the paramedic program.
Okay.
They're finished up in November. December, they start taking the National Registry test to give them their paramedic licensure. Once that's completed, January starts again. They move into the firefighting portion of it. They attend the Del Mar Fire Academy class.
Okay.
And then once that's completed around May, June, then they complete their academy. So it's approximately 16, 17 months of training.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. And I just basically want to say, Chief, to you and your executive board, who better to put this program together and work with Del Mar, because you guys have been here for the long haul. I mean, having a new chief coming in and starting from the beginning and finding out what's going on, I think that to me would be inappropriate. It wouldn't be fair to the city, Corpus Christi Fire Department. So who better to put that program together than you guys that are out here and young ladies, and putting that program together. I mean, it's a good program. I support the program, and I'll be voting to approve the program. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, sir.
Yes.
Councilman. I'm sorry, Mayor, can I just add to that, which is, the chief said it, but this really just solidifies what we have already, which is a 42-year working relationship.
Right.
So I'm the one that told the chief, or asked the chief 2 years ago, let's get this business in order, get some updated contracts. It's not that he's leaving, so he rushed to do it. It was a request from me 2 years ago. The new chief coming in has bigger fish to fry, so to speak.
Right.
I'm going to be asking him to do, or her, asking him or her to do other things that are more critical, to include fire station assessments. I've been to 2 already. I've been to many, but the last couple of weeks I've been to 2 to have lunch with the firefighters, and they are not the best facilities. So that I need a good assessment on how do we revamp and improve our fire stations. That's where the firefighters live. 4 days in a row and sometimes longer. They need to assess equipment, the new fire chief does. They need to continue the analysis on 4-person staffing. We, unlike most fire companies or departments in the state, only have a portion of our companies on 4-person staffing. And then also they need to work on labor relations with the new collective bargaining agreement. So this is something that we've been doing. The chief spent 2 years with his team getting our business in order. These things I've listed out are going to take a whole lot of time. And
I agree.
This is working. There's no reason to change it, in my estimation.
No, it's a good program. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you,
I
Peter.
appreciate that. But, Dr. Samia, let's make sure that we lock in on that 20%, maybe even 30%. Who knows? I mean, they're locals. Let's give them all they can get.
Councilman Pesley.
Well, the most important thing, Chief, is Michael Hunter and I want to know where you went to high school. All kidding aside, this is a great program, and I appreciate the work that you and your executive team put in on this. And I want to also thank Del Mar College and President Escamilla. He brought an old friend with him today. Augie, Augie, always great to see you. We have a lot of great partnership in the past with Del Mar College, and I want to thank the Del Mar Board of Regents as well for supporting this. So I think this is a great thing for our community. It saves our taxpayers money. It keeps this program rolling without interruptions. We can continue to forge ahead with our training classes without a big interruption to what we're doing. So I think this is a great deal for this community, and so I applaud you for your work on this. I asked Miles this morning early, I said, Miles, as with any governmental contract, and I think, Miles, correct me if I'm wrong, it is required by law. We have an escape clause in this. If either one of us decides that we fall out of love with this decision, whether it's us or Del Mar or whoever, we have the ability to extract from this agreement with the proper notification. Can't imagine that we would do that, but thank you very much, and I think this is a great program to move forward.
Thank you, Councilman. I concur with your comments. I will tell you, it's the model for the state of Texas.
Right.
And when we talk to other departments, they want to be where Corpus Christi is. I'll tell you that right now.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Chief Frenchett, thank you. Thank you. Do you have another comment, Councilman? Yes.
I also want to mention the 30-day termination is, I wouldn't want to have that. I mean, you have 18-month-long sessions. It seems like a 1-month termination is unrealistic. So I would actually recommend that you do that for 90 days, not 30 days. That's he said 30 days.
Is it 30 or 90?
Well, we got,
Richie.
here we go.
All right, we got it now. So while the notification is 30 days, the arrangement or the academy will have to be completed before the termination of separation actually exists. So there will not be any cutting of an academy. It will not be cut in half. It will not be put on pause, to your point. So while we make the notification of the impending separation, nothing will take place until an academy is done and we get a clean opportunity to break.
Right, and I didn't see any language about mediation or if there's any things that can be corrected. Maybe I missed it, but is it?
So that takes place on a regular basis. We are part of the consortium between ourselves, the college, and other providers through our region. And so that is something that has taken place even prior to this MOU being considered. So we have the opportunities to contribute to curriculum, structure selections, facilities, and so forth. So that's an ongoing process.
And lastly, there's been, I know we have been, this used to take 2 years and not 18 months. Is there any opportunity to make this even shorter to where it's 12 months or less?
One of the things, and that's a great question, Councilman, and we have some concerns also about the length of time. But when we sat down, we went hour to hour looking at the paramedic program. That's the one that's usually the longer one. It's the one that we have condensed it more. But we will continue to do that even post my departure to continue to evaluate how long the program takes.
So looking at it from the perspective of, are you doing it by semesters, or is this separate from how the Del Mar College program works? I mean, obviously, if you go to school, you go through semesters, summer sessions, that kind of stuff. How does this work with regards to what we're doing? Is it a date,
It's a blended system, sir, in terms of when we start it when the semester starts in January, that first Monday. So we're respective of the Del Mar schedule, but then outside of that, the fire cadets still work the 40-hour work week, and we have other functions, other training that we do with them.
Okay, but I'm talking about the Del Mar training. Is it specifically all around their schedule and not around our schedule?
Well,
It is created around our schedule. That's why the third is that normally coincides with the beginning of the pay period, coincides with our needs, and the college has not begun their semester at that point as of yet. So it is very much in concern or in concert with the city's needs, with the department's needs. Items such as scheduling, strike that, not scheduling, invoices and such is done by semester in order to keep track. However, the work schedule is very much in line with the city's needs such as holidays, for example, those kinds of things.
Okay, and my last question, well, actually, I have two more questions. I know this, you have to train putting out fires. Is this something that they use a water recycling system, or do we just use potable water?
Just potable water. It's potable water at the moment.
So
No, the facility was built about 10 years ago, so at that time, that wasn't a consideration to my knowledge. And as far as I know, it may be part of a conversation as the improvement. You made mention of that a moment ago for future considerations. But at the moment, I don't believe it exists.
Okay, so considering we're in drought restrictions, that might be something to consider.
So, but in that regard, what we do when we do reach the point of restrictions, we do curtail on some of those activities. As an example, we're not doing live fire training for our incumbents. However, there may be something that's required for the academy in order to complete on schedule. So those considerations are made.
Okay, and the last question that it keyed off of something that you said, Chief, that you have a 98% pass rate on paramedics and 100% on fire science. That seems really, really high for a program like this. Does that include everybody that starts the program and then ends it, or is it just based on the ones that don't drop the classes?
Let me refer you to Melissa Steve, the director of the paramedic program for Del Mar.
So those numbers are our traditional students, our CCFD students, but we have a 100% pass rate with our traditional students as well. So we have a very good pass rate. There's a lot of things in place to make sure that we have those pass rates. And those include making sure that they are all reading, English, and math ready. And so we have one of the highest pass rates in the state.
So when you say pass rate, do you mean passing the Del Mar program or the certification test?
The certification test.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Escamilla, thank you for your leadership and for your continued partnership with the City of Corpus Christi and our community. Del Mar does so much for not only our education, but also our economic development, so we appreciate you there. A couple of questions here for Peter. I'll tell you, having a 10-year-long agreement is concerning. Do we have a 10-year agreement signed with any other entity?
Yeah, we have numerous, Councilman. I can get you a long list. So later on today, we're going to be hearing from the Art Center. We have a 20-plus year agreement with that nonprofit to manage our building. I don't have them obviously at the top of my mind here, but we can get you that.
So there's precedent there.
There's a lot of precedent, yes,
okay.
sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I know with other agreements that we've signed, we have when they're multi-year, we have a set amount of years plus options. Was that considered here in this agreement, like a 5-year with multi-year options?
Yes, sir. What was considered was 1-year option was considered, a 3-year option was taken a look at, but the 1 year was what was decided as a proposal.
Yeah, right, and Councilman, so that over these next 10 years, we're going to be doing two things. One, seeing can we perform some of this in-house to save taxpayers even more money? In other words, creating some of the infrastructure, like a burn house. So that's going to be part of the analysis over 10 years. Also in these 10 years, if it turns out that we can't get to that point, we'll be developing a new contract to be brought back to council. So it's not that this thing's going to be on an automatic renewal every year forever. The 1-year renewals are just in case something happens that we don't get to council in time. So two things happen over the next 10 years. One, we see, is there a way to self-perform some of this, saving taxpayer money? And then two, what's the new 10-year agreement? And we bring that to council.
Is it going to take 10 years to do that evaluation?
It's not going to take 10 years, but when we look at our facilities in our city, really, but specifically in fire, I would be surprised, frankly, in 10 years if we can afford to build a burn unit, a burn structure. We have 18 fire stations, and probably more than half of those are inadequate. Yeah. And that's $6, $7, $8 million per station. So we can do the math and the bond program. That's all of the public safety in this one bond program. So it's going to take us a decade plus just to get the fire stations where the firefighters live rebuilt. So we have to make a decision as a business and as a council. Do we focus on the burn structure or the people, the firefighters? And so that's what we'll be doing over 10 years, plus building and funding the construction of these fire stations.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter. Okay. Okay.
I do have a quick question, actually. If you, I think Councilman Hernandez touched on this. If you want to be a paramedic or a firefighter, you can still go through the Del Mar program? And is that why everyone else is reaching in and grabbing our people and taking them?
Well, we see less and less of that, people reaching in and grabbing our people.
Because we need more firefighters.
But what the program is, both the fire cadets go through that program, but also traditional students.
Yeah,
Also,
and that's what I'm referring to as a traditional student.
Del Mar has a great program where traditional students come in, and part of the agreement is it's not only us getting from Del Mar gets to send those students to our fire stations, and they receive their critical hours that they need for certification.
Yeah, sorry, I was just curious, but they already asked all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A good point, Councilman Hunter. I spoke with the chief about this when we met. So we are actually our trainees, when they come out of this program and graduate and sign a contract with the city, we're actually putting language into that protects the city's investment on this training. Is that not correct, Chief?
That is correct. We have a collective bargaining agreement, Councilman, where that is in place. The next contract, Peter was hitting on, we've got to prepare now for the next contract. We're going to solidify that a little bit more. So there is a clause in the contract that allows us to seek reimbursement from somebody who comes, gets certified, and then leaves.
Okay, good. That protects our investment. That's fair. And again, Dr. Escamilla, thank you for taking time out of your busy day to come over here and share this. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the comments. And Chief Rocha, again, thank you all. You know, at the end of the day, we're not here to rewrite that agreement. We're here to make that agreement policy. You are who knows best. Your institutional knowledge is what matters because you've been here 11 years and prior, your career as a fire chief. So we appreciate that. We're going to appreciate the work that the incoming chief is going to have. And as Peter said, he's going to have, or she is going to have their plate very full. So what you're doing today is part of your job before your legacy moves on.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 14? Yes, sir.
Well, I feel a little outgunned here, but I want to mention first that I have a long history of working with Del Mar. I served 6 years term, my full term, in the city's Type A board. And during that time,
I'm sorry, can you state your name and
Oh,
address?
Brian Gully, 14202 Playa del Rey. So I served 6 years, and a good part of that time we spent doing projects with Del Mar. We did their process training center. We did their truck driving training school. We did the aircraft maintenance facility, their internship program, and that's probably where I got my passion for training and creating jobs that lead to more jobs in the area. And so that's where I started off, and I started off in this city's committee. I served with Gabe Guerra in the back, who served several years with me on that committee. So we were big friends, I think, and supporters of Del Mar. And that probably led me to try to figure out a better way to do this. And when, going back several years, councilman at that time, Councilwoman Paulette, invited me to lunch with the newly hired city manager, Peter Zanoni, and we sat down in the Saltwater Grill, and I spent most of that time discussing with him my thoughts that we could do some improvements for the fire department, because at that time it was a 2-year program. It took 2 years to go through the academy. We were paying these guys almost $40,000 a year as cadets, and it was taking a long time, and then most of them would leave. And I told them what I thought we could do to improvement, and I think we have seen some improvement since that time. But I got involved in this training, and I started building a facility. And we started out teaching EMTs, and training paramedics. And then we decided we got bigger through our building, and we built a bigger facility, and we expanded, and we decided our goal was to be a regional training facility, not just for fire, but high-level rescue and industrial training and whatnot. And we did that, and we were quite successful at that. So we did compete with Del Mar quite a bit and quite successfully, and we created some programs that, in all due respect, Del Mar couldn't do because of the way their structure is as a junior college. And so it was nothing that we had ability to do some things that were different. We would do a class that we would teach an EMT training program in 14 days. You'd be 10, 11 days in the same room. And our pass rate was like 96% on this thing, getting your certification. And there was nothing like that in the country that was that successful. So we expand this thing, and we now, and I have the greatest respect for the men to my left because they've taken care of us and kept us safe all this year. I'm not trying to go against them. I'm trying to create a better alternative, okay? And I think we have one. Our building is now finished. We have a 25,000 square foot teaching facility, training facility on Saratoga. We have a 6-engine bay there. We have a state-of-the-art fire truck with a 107-foot ladder. We've got a new ambulance. We've got a fire tower that's 6 stories tall. It's over 6,000 square foot. That is the state-of-the-art, the best we could find in the country. There's nothing like it in South Texas, and it's there, ready to be used. We got our training field certified now. We have been training for the last 2 years, EMT and paramedic in the Air Force's para-jumpers, which is their elite para-jumpers. We do 100 a year. We've done it for 2 years now. We've got a 100% pass rate on those guys. Of course, they're very motivated. We're training we're about to do some training in Libya. In their airport training system. In Dubai, we were in Dubai not too long ago, and we were doing some training over there. We're kind of getting to be a kind of a big deal. We haven't even had our ribbon cutting because we haven't got our flagpoles in yet. But we're that close. We've got a 220,000-gallon water tank, and we have a 6-acre lake next door. We've got a 22-acre campus, and we take the water out of that lake, treat it, and put it in that tank, and then we use it on that fire tower. So we don't have to use any of the city's potable water. So all this was designed around not knocking anyone out of any training or business, but create a better mousetrap and create a better training facility. So what I'm here to do is offer the city and the citizens and their taxpayers an alternative to consider and to allow these gentlemen to my left to have options to decide, maybe this fits better in what we want to accomplish in our academy. And maybe we can do things that Del Mar can't. It's not their fault, it's just they're set up as a junior college. And we're not set up as a university. So we can work any hours, day or night. We're willing to offer them the same, and I mentioned this to Chief Rocha a couple of years ago, that we're willing to offer them the same deal as Del Mar, only give them more flexibility in their training. And the big thing is this: we can do a paramedic training program in 6 months and have them certified. We can do a fire training, and that includes EMT. We can do the fire training in a little over 3 months. So we can get them out in 9 or 10 months. And this is an option that we've been developing for a long time. It's been quite successful so far. We're adding the fire training now. So I've got, I think, some of the best instructors in South Texas. And I think you owe it to the citizens to, if we can do it better, newer, and cheaper, to at least let us give the chance to give a proposal to do that. And maybe we won't have to go back 3 or 4 or 5 years ago and say, okay, now let's tweak this and make it better. Let's make it better right now. So
Thank you, Dr. Gully.
Oh, you're going to see my fellow commissioners here. They work very hard for the city and for the port and for the region. Go easy on them today.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment? Okay. I'm sorry? No. I'll go ahead and close public comment on item number 14 and entertain a motion to approve item
Mayor, I'd
number
like
14.
to motion to table until a new fire chief is in
Okay.
place.
Is there a second to table this item? Okay, there being no second, the motion dies. And I'd like to entertain a motion to approve item number 14.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Thank you, Leonora. Thank you, Kawana. I appreciate, I'll get right to you, sir.
Okay.
I appreciate all the cadets being here and everyone in the back. Thank you all. We appreciate your service. Yes, sir.
Well, Peter disappeared. Well, there he is.
Gentlemen, commissioners, do y'all want to come up front? I know we kind of went into your time, so, and Commissioner Engel, I know your time constraint. Just, we'll get going.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'll just be real quick. Peter, being that we're doing a year in, year out evaluation of this program, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that we might look at something that Dr. Gully's doing at his facility that we would want to take advantage of in the future.
I would say that's a fair statement, Councilman.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's something they need to talk about, but that's I agree.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Talk about it. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, like I said, commissioners, there's no lunch yet. Councilman Molina. Commissioner, I apologize for the time. It's been a crazy day, but let's move on. There you go. No questions, no comments. Just kidding. You're supposed to ask questions here. Come on.
We ready to go, Mayor?
We're ready.
Thank you.
Go.
Appreciate the opportunity to come back and report progress. I think in terms of the port, I think there were some questions asked with regards to a recap. There is some packages that you'll have available to keep as well. As a recap, obviously the obvious is that the port continues to do extremely well. Port Industries, who are a very big part of what we do, and certainly understanding how we support them is extremely important there. By the numbers, we're the #1 U.S. crude oil export gateway in the country. #1 U.S. port by annual revenue tonnage. That's obviously driven by that revenue from oil. #2 in LNG. Cheniere is off the ground, and certainly we know that additional trains are in the works at this time. That natural gas component is extremely important to our region and certainly has brought other industries to our doorsteps, like the Exxon SABIC GCGV project as well. There's 6,843 vessels that moved through the port in 2021. We have 30,000 acres of land. And the most important thing that I think is important to understand in terms of our region is the economic impact. More than 1 in 3 jobs, 98,000 jobs, are port-related, industry-related jobs that speaks to the economic impact there. You have some numbers with regards to the financial impact. Our jobs, obviously, as a community, both the city and the port, to continue to provide economic support and expansion to our community. $400 million per day in goods, $65 billion in private investment, $6 billion for Corpus Christi area, $40 billion for Texas, and $400 billion for the U.S. These sources come from the U.S. Census Bureau and Dr. Jim Lee, and efforts with Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi, with the Port of Corpus Christi. So you got some recaps there. I will state that 48.3 tons moved in Q3 of 2022. That's a quarterly record for the area. An average of 2.2 million barrels of crude per day in October. I'm going to allow Commissioner Ahuja to give a recap to speak to community impact and what we're doing to help support those nonprofits and other organizations in our community. Commissioner?
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Councilman Peter. Good to see you guys, everybody. Just to get it on the point quickly, the monetary impact on the nonprofits in our region is huge. As you know, Port has done well, and with that, we have increased the amount last year to $5 million to go towards the community. And to date, we've had, as you can see on your page 4, 512 requests among all the counties, of which 216 is in Nueces County and 60 is in Tanpat County. And over 80% of those requests are approved. And we plan to, because the port is doing even better than we thought it would be doing, we plan to increase that a little bit next year. Another question, the amount of taxes paid to local governments, to school districts and clients and cities and county and hospital district. According to Dr. Jim Lee, there's about $314 million worth of tax that's paid in this area by the port-related businesses. $314 million is on your page 5, Councilman. You got it. And we did have a state of the port last year, last month rather, and I think a lot of you attended that, and again, appreciate you guys coming. I'm looking for my comments from Charlie. It was well attended. I think we had about 700 or 800 people out there. And Charlie talked about our port and where we're coming from, where we're going, why it's succeeding. We have a great team, a great staff, and the commissioners. We really have a great set of commissioners that all get along really well and respect each other's opinions. So with that, I'll pass it on to Commissioner Engel to give you a couple more points.
Good afternoon. Good to see y'all. You know, I just want to ad-lib here for just a second because I'm known to do that. You know, when you say the port, it's a channel. It's water. It's got ships moving in and out. The entity that runs the port is what the Port Commission oversees. But really all those records that Raj just talked about and Gabe just talked about, that's the customers of the port. Those are the people that are driving the tax dollars. Those are the people that hired the 98,000 people. And those are the people that the port's obligated to serve in terms of making sure they have the infrastructure and that we operate the port in a safe manner so that they can do their jobs and run their businesses. And that's why we are attracting new businesses to this area. So again, it's a viable economic engine for this area. It's something that we all are part of. It's not just the port or the city of Corpus Christi or San Patricio County or Nueces County. This economic engine really does serve the region. And the port commissioners and the port staff basically is just the operators of a very well and nice deep channel that's getting deeper by the day. So I just want to ad-lib with that. The Texas Ports Association has some proposed legislation. The Port of Corpus Christi has no port legislation that we're advocating. We are a member of the Texas Ports Association, so obviously their lobbyists will be lobbying for these items. All of the items that are on this agenda were either through the Texas Port Association or through the Port of Houston was the main leader in terms of putting these items on the legislative agenda. There was one item that the port did give, well, I wouldn't say one, but the main one that we were interested in was the public partnership. And this really was came about because of our partnership that we had over at Harbor Island with Carlisle Group and the Bay Group, the Berry Group. And basically, we felt that language needed to be cleaned up. So that's what is addressed in that one area that we gave input on. But the rest of those items are, again, they weren't driven by the Port of Corpus Christi. They were driven either by the Texas Port Association or the Port of Houston, mostly the Port of Houston. I know that we did not take a vote on it. The reason why we didn't take a vote on it, I received several calls from several of you that, and not just me, that we needed more time to study it. which we've done, and I feel pretty confident there's nothing on this list that is even close to what the issues were 2 years ago. So, and that's straight from our legal counsel, Jimmy Wilder. So I'll throw him under the bus. The other item that y'all asked us to talk about was the operational budget line items. And I know this is near and dear to Councilman Greg Smith. And so basically in our budget this year, there's no increase for lobbyists. There's no increase for legal. There's no increase for land. And it's the same as the 80 million that we had last year is 80 million for this year. We didn't spend 80 million last year, so it's kind of rolled over to this year. The tariffs are basically, we do a PPI increase annually. For the last several years, it's been in the 1%, 1.5%, 1.3% range. And during COVID 2020, we actually did not increase that year, though we did catch up the next year. This year, it's in the 3.5% range because, as you know, inflation is up, so thus PPI is up. So the customers of the port will be receiving about a 3-point-something increase in their tariffs this year. And why are you smiling at me? There you go. Thank you. You know, actually, the original budget was. Are you quoting the original budget? Because we've lowered it based on the most recent PPI. I think it's like 3.3 or something now. I don't know what exactly, but I'm sure you'll let me know. The other items that y'all, one of the requests were, there is in the Texas Port Association bill, there's other two things. One is there's a $1 billion request from TxDOT to appropriate for Port Capital Improvement Program. This is not just for us, it's for, what do we have, 19 ports in the port, is that correct?
In Texas Port.
In Texas ports, there's 19 ports. And then there's a $750 million request, again, from all of the ports, from the legislative appropriations request to fund ship channel improvements in some sort of revolving fund for deepening and widening. Obviously, the deepening and widening that's gone here is being done, and we basically have it paid for, except we're still waiting for the final payment from Washington. They also asked about the WRDA bill, and that item is regarding a piece of property at the mouth of the channel that belongs to the Coast Guard. That's about 5,000 square foot building. The one person at the port that has to remain here no matter what, nuclear war or hurricane, and that's the harbor master. And so the port would like to have that building that's now operated by the Coast Guard that they're going to vacate to use for our harbor master office. It's about 5,000 square feet. Harbor master, if you've seen the video that they showed at the state of the port, you know, it's like a control tower. There's people watching these ships go in and out from the moment they're in the Gulf to scheduling them all the way to the inner harbor and then back out again. So that's the purpose of the building. It's not to build a hotel. We have no plans to get. We need port funds, and I've told y'all this before, for port-related projects. And you know my stance on that. I've been very consistent, and I think the commission is 100% behind that. We need every penny for port-related projects, and that includes the land purchases. The land purchases that the port's making are for projects, new projects, that we hope come to this area that would need the services of the port. So that's where that $80 million will be going. It's going for new industry moving to this area that needs proximity to the Port of Corpus Christi. And that doesn't have to be on the channel. So it just needs access. As you know, Exxon, Sabic, when they built their plant, they built a dock. Well, the plant's, 10 miles away, 6 or 7 miles away, and then we built a heavy haul road so they can move the plant from the barges coming in to the site during the construction. So now we stand ready to answer your questions, and I'm sure you have a few.
Councilman Pusley. Oh, okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. In some of the elections here recently, there's been a lot of discussion about how industry is not paying their fair share, but they pay 100% of the port tariffs, right? And what I guess what I'm looking at is that's kind of, instead of taxing the Port Authority, taxing the citizens of Corpus Christi, they're making the industry pay for that aspect of it. So I want to say that argument's kind of not a good argument, right? But I don't have the information as to what the tariffs are paid for by those companies in order to say that. I don't know, is that public information or is it not?
Well, our revenues are public information, so 100% of our revenues are basically, well, I would say 100%, but the majority of it is our tariffs based on product ingress and egress coming in and out of the port. And we do have taxing authority, but we've never used it, unlike other ports in the state.
That's why I said it's an argument that's out there, but it is not necessarily completely correct because the Port Authority is not taxing the citizens of Corpus Christi or San Patricio or Nueces County.
That is absolutely correct, sir.
Okay. The other thing, I think you mentioned a Coast Guard facility, but is that the port, is that the
Corps of Engineers.
the Corps of Engineer building that you're
It's the
referring to?
white building that's next to basically the art museum in that area. right there
Okay,
at the
so
mouth of it.
that's the building you're talking about, because you had mentioned Coast Guard.
Well, I
and
thought it was the Coast Guard, but.
No, it's a core.
Okay.
It's a Corps of
Okay.
Engineer, that
Is
little
the
building that
Coast Guard
sits kind of
occupied?
on a
Maybe the
hill.
Coast Guard's
Okay.
occupied? Okay.
I just want to have some clarity
Well, that's
on
why
that.
it's a water bill. That's why we're going that way, yes. Okay.
Okay, so I just want some clarity on that. I didn't have that as back. The only thing that I see is troubling here that bothers me is the Port Commission may increase CEO's delegated spending authority without bidding from $50,000 to $100,000. What are you guys thinking?
We're not. That was a Houston request, and if that does pass, then each port at that point will decide, the commissioners here will decide whether or not we enact that or not.
Okay, I recommend against that.
I hear you.
All right, thank you.
So, Commissioner Engel, on that, you guys showed a 25% increase in lobbyists. And you're saying you didn't, but I'm going to let Councilman Smith address the rest of that in a minute. You have a 25% increase in lobbyists. And
Over what we actually spent last year, or over budget from last year?
Over budget.
Over
Yeah,
budget.
let me rephrase. I'm talking about over what we spent last year. In other words, as an example, legal in the budget last year was $3 million, we spent $6 million. We're budgeting $6 million for this year. So I was referring to actual versus budget of this year.
Okay, so you have a 25% increase in lobbyists.
Same amount, it's the same amount we spent last year, we're spending this year is what I've been told. So it's not, in other words, what we spent in 2022 is what we're going to spend in 2023. The budget stayed even. Not was budgeted, not to budget.
All right, let's get past that for now.
The increase
Go
happened in
ahead.
2022.
I'm staring at your budget.
Yeah.
So your 2022 budget was $1,118,000. Your 2022 actual was $834,345. I'm just sounding like Councilman Hernandez now. Your 23 budget is $1,526,000. So you're budgeting about twice what your actual in 22 was.
What number are you talking about? Revenues or?
Professional services, government affairs, your slide deck 54.
Slide deck 54
This
on
is
the
on
budget?
your budget.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just reading it to you.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
can take a picture and send it.
so he's reading it.
Yeah, I got it.
It's there.
I got it.
There's an increase. So my point here is, yet you have no legislative agenda. That's a question.
State of Texas is correct. We definitely have a legislative agenda in D.C., mainly to get funding for the deepening and widening.
No. Did the Port of Corpus Christi submit anything to the Texas ports, to the Houston port, to any other port legislative agenda? Did you all submit anything? In other words, what are your goals legislatively? Do we have no goals?
The legislative goals, as I understand, and again, I want to just, as I understand, let me preface it with that, is the Texas Port Association, those are the items that the commission did not take a stand on one way or the other, but the Texas Port Association, which we are a member along with 19 other ports, they will be lobbying on behalf of those items. The port did have some input on that, on the one item that I'm mentioning, was on the public-private partnership, was to clarify the language based on what came up when we were trying to do the public-private partnership with the Carlisle Group and the Berries on Harbor Island.
Okay.
And I'm sure there's a few other things that may have, that Lawyer Welder may have had some comments on, some other language, but that's, to my knowledge, is pretty much the bulk of it.
Excuse me. So nothing came. The commissioners did not approve a legislative.
Correct. We have not.
You're just going.
We tabled it and did not bring it back up. That's correct.
That's interesting to me. And what I would ask you to find out as city appointed commissioners is, what did the Port of Corpus Christi submit? What did we submit? You're telling me nothing.
Everything I know, Mayor, we have not.
Right. So we're, right. So we're gonna know. I want to go from
So let me,
what
I
hang on.
actually have some detail here if you'd like.
Commissioner, but I'd like to go from everything I know and from what I understand to, let me go find out if our director or if our staff submitted something to the Texas ports. Because you can't have an expenditure such as the one you have and have no input. I'm not talking, Commissioner Engel, about supporting a legislative agenda.
Yes, I
That's
hear
a
you.
whole different story.
Yes.
I'm talking about the wonderful things our port does, which we're very proud of. I want you to know. And we are very appreciative of what we accomplish in this region. However, we are submitting 0 goals for an 88th legislative session.
That is my understanding.
Okay, but so
Nothing has come to the, let me say it this way.
Right.
Nothing has come to the commissioners to this date
right.
to support or promote or present any legislation to the Texas legislature.
So what I would ask is for the 3 of you to go back to your meeting next week and say, point blank, did we or anyone, any staff member, submit any legislative items?
We'll find out, Mayor.
Yes, that's what I want to
One
know.
quick thing, I'm getting a text, Councilman Smith, that the 834,000 that you might have read, does that say actuals were only through August?
It's your budget.
No, the actual spend is through August only.
Okay,
What I've been
so
told.
the heading, okay,
Yeah, so 834 is about 2/3 of the year.
okay.
So we'll probably get to 1.2, 1.3.
Yeah.
So 1.5 is not twice as much of last year.
No,
You know, there's one other item in your packet that I just want to brag about a little bit, and that's the strategic plan. And I think this is important, because this tells you where the port's going. And Jeff Pollock and staff worked very hard in presenting. We did this 6 years ago, did a 3-year strategic plan. This last year, they've spent redoing it, making it a strategic plan for the next 3 years. And you can see the goals here: to foster strategic growth, to be a good business community partner, to provide facilities and services to meet our customers' needs, to be an environmental leader, to fund our vision, be able to fund our vision. And that gets back to what I was saying earlier, that we need our dollars to make sure that we can comply and do what we say we're going to do, and basically cultivate a workforce and the tools for the future. And it's a very detailed plan. The commission had at least 2 workshops on it. Again, it's an outline, it's a roadmap for the future of where the port is going to be going. And I think this kind of, I really hope and really would like to see the communication, but more, that's really a wrong word, but just us working together better. Whether I'm around or not, what's important is that the Port of Corpus Christi, San Patricio County, Nueces County, and the city of Corpus Christi, and all the cities that make up the region really work together to provide the needs for this area. The role of the port is to basically support industry, which in turn jobs, which presents those tax dollars that you saw earlier. And we want to make sure that just not the city of Corpus Christi, but Portland and Sinton and all the cities in our region benefit from that economic engine, that we basically oversee. That's what we do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. On there, and thanks you all for coming. This is my last time, so I'm sure we'll see you on happier times with it. One, I would like, I got a text, I guess some people are watching on there, but they said on the spoil that the port did end up discounting. Our contract was not, but when we signed the contract, no discounting, but a credit was $149K off a total original fee of $343 on there. So I wanted to correct that record. Commissioner Ingalls, I really appreciate your comments that the port is just a ditch, that it's really the industry that drives it on there. You're kind of the center point. I think sometimes the port, now we have coastal bend industries on there. Now, I'm glad you all came. We were at the last bit of our legislative session on there, talked about the purchases. Now, I didn't get a text correcting me on the $300 million in proposed land purchases, and I'm not counting the 500 acres you just approved last week or the 20 acres you did down at the port area on there, or the 150 acres you did in August in Ingleside. I can tell you from a governmental body that these purchases, taking off the tax base, really affect all of them. There's an easy solution. So let's take the steel mill. I always butcher the pronunciation. Now it's Mittal or something, but Voesapine, Voesapine, Voesapoo with it. But that land is valued at $18 million. That land is in the city of Corpus Christi with it on there. We don't get a nickel. You've got $179 million taxable valuation in San Pat County that you bought fairly recently on there. The taxing entities don't get a nickel. You take Ingleside, for example. So that 150 acres you just bought, it wasn't ag zoned with it. The $179 million that I'm mentioning on there, only $5 million of that is ag. The balance of it is just commercial. And it's real easy. You can just operate, like I mentioned earlier, LCRA or any other governmental subdivision beside a navigation district and pay, you can call it a pilot, payment in lieu of taxes, or just pay the taxes on there. Just act like everybody else on there. 98,000 jobs, wow, that's absolutely terrific. That's 98,000 people that need police protection, they need streets, they need parks, they need everything else that education that taxing entities do for them. And one of my conversations with the commissioner, not one of you all on there, you're doing these leases. It's like the wind farm lease you just did with Enbridge. Just put it in the lease, okay? That's all you have to do. Why didn't you do it with the steel mill? Just put it in the lease on there. You're not doing this for public purpose on there.
I don't believe that the port didn't buy the steel mill land. They bought that land, not through the port.
Well, you're
not talking about Steel Dynamics.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about Voesapine.
That's $1 billion investment, but the property tax the city doesn't get. That's your point.
No, what I'm saying is the port going out and has hundreds of millions of dollars that they're putting into profit-making areas with it. You're saying you're a landlord port, you want a 10-year ROI, right, at 10%, something like that. You're out there to make money. You guys are doing a great job of that. And then that gets me to my next point. So it's looking like on your actual projections, you got a 58% EBITDA. I'm looking at that and going, wow, 58%. There's no company that does a 58% EBITDA, nevertheless a public entity.
How are you getting 58%? I'm calculating it. It's a little over. It's about 5% EBITDA to revenue. Is that how you're looking at it?
Well, I'm looking at your numbers.
I know, but again, as chairman of the audit committee, I'm pretty adamant that I'm pretty sure as a percent of revenue, it's around 5%.
It's 58%. You've got on your 23 budget, you're budgeted at 53.9% on there. Your profit margin is 44%.
EBITDA as a percent of revenue is about 5%. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Sean, give me a text on this with it.
Yeah, it is. That's what we, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
okay. EBITDA. So here's your 2022 projection on there. Operating revenues, $162,281,000. EBITDA is $81,464,000.
Okay.
Now, how if you can get 5? That's 50%, David, on there.
Okay.
So your margin is 44%. Why am I saying this? Charles Morgan, this was over 100 years ago. You had the Port of Galveston. Galveston was doing great on there. One reason we had the Port of Corpus Christi is competition to it. He didn't like paying those tariffs. So what did he do? He started the Port of Houston. So you've got a 58% EBITDA. You got a 44% margin, and you're raising your tariff rates on there. If you were a private company, I don't think you could get away with it. From a public standpoint on there, again, I bet you guys are the most profitable public entity in this nation with it. It's your budget. I'm not making these numbers up.
Councilman, if I could, I hear your point.
Yeah.
And I understand what you're saying. If you look at our cash flow statement, okay, like any good businessman would do, or woman, those dollars that are generated go back into infrastructure, land purchases included, dredging, all the things that are needed to support industry. If we have $300 million in debt, we have about $300 million of cash.
Right.
Okay, we have $300 million of debt. If we spend everything that we think is going to be spent based off what we think is coming down the pike over the next 3 years, we'll have to go out and borrow more money because we're not going to generate enough cash. So the point is that it's an engine. We have to make money to produce cash flow to reinvest back into this community, into this region. That's where it's going. It's not leaving the region. It's staying here.
Yeah.
Your point about land leases is probably a good idea, or in terms of it has merit. We need to discuss. I appreciate that. But the bottom line is that agreement on the raising tariffs by PPI was an agreement that was made 10 years ago with industry.
Yeah.
And that's the agreement. And when PPI was low, the tariff increase was minimal. Today, it's at 3.5%. Our costs are up. Their costs are up. Everybody's costs are up, just as inflation. So the bottom line is that the port is taking their cash flow and reinvesting it back into this region to promote more growth, more jobs, more industry, and more tax dollars.
And I understand that, and I appreciate that. You all are businessmen, and good businessmen, you wouldn't be there. Now, as far as what it is you're investing in expansion. You've got $150 million in new docks that ought to generate new revenue. If it doesn't generate new revenue, you shouldn't do it. Your long-term projections reflect that. You've got $103 million in for a rail yard in Robstown on there. That ought to generate revenue on its own. What you're doing is you're asking the existing customers that have nothing to do with the new docks, nothing to do with the rail yard. It's great that we're doing it, and we're great that we're expanding it. But it's really a tax on them. And I think at this body, we very well know cost of service. So where we're providing services to this city, whether it's water, wastewater, or solid waste, stuff like that, gas, we do cost of service. We don't do an upcharge on there, particularly not something of that magnitude. So I really appreciate the comments. Thank you for listening about the land purchases. You know, of all things, that's one of my big issues with it. And I don't want to get, you all are doing your own strategic analysis. That's what you get your $0 for on there. But what last thing? I mean, that was a whale of a party you guys did.
I'll let David speak.
Yeah.
Let me just say something with regards to revenue from cash flow purpose. And I think, because we've had those discussions, Greg, Councilman, and I think it's important to say that what Commissioner Engel has said is that money coming back into, whether it's going back into the dredging or the expansion of the port. No one's benefiting other than the region. And let me emphasize that. There was a time where those 3 refineries out there, God bless them, they're extremely important to us. And I think we all agree to that. Let's all agree that industry is what makes this thing go around. But that port and those waterways have created a tremendous opportunity. And when this community got 3 pipelines, it changed everything. So all of a sudden we got oil going out. And so all of a sudden those industries go from that big amount to 30%. And what I'm saying there is diversity in income is good. And then what we're looking at is the cash flow. And what I want to bring attention to that we're talking about from the port, from audit committee down to the commission, is looking about where that money is spent. And I can assure you, it's spent on the development of the expansion and improvement of the port and its ability to create jobs that are important to this community. And we don't want to be at odds with the city. I love cash flow discussions. I love to talk about lease and land and and those are good points, and we'll continue to look at that. And I think you've challenged us, and there's certainly walk away feeling that way again today. But let me rest assured that we want to do what's in the best interest of the community at all times, inclusive to what's in the best interest of industry and how we support them too. So there is no agenda here. And I think we all know that we're in a very good place today, and this region's benefiting from that. Rising tide lifts all boats, and the boats are up. So, no.
And if I could, Mayor and Councilman, make a couple more comments to that effect. As you guys have seen in the news, the administration in Washington keeps talking about stopping the oil exports. If that happens, we will go dry in 5 minutes. We'll have no revenues, we'll be in debt. So with that in mind, everything is moving towards carbon capture, moving towards hydrogen, moving towards ammonia. And these land purchases that we're doing is to get way up in the front, in front of anybody else in Texas, if we can, to set up a hub. If we can set up a hub, then all their business comes here. If crude oil export dries up, at least we got something to fall back on. So that's where all that stuff. And talking about taxes, one big land purchase that we did last year, the St. Pat County was getting $1,250 a year taxes on that whole piece of land. And I had suggested, just like you are, let's give them 10 years worth of taxes that they were getting. You know, $12,500, no big deal. And I'm not sure where that fell apart, but apparently it must have fallen apart. So I'm all for that. Okay, thanks.
Well, guys, I think you're challenging the historian in me here, so I guess Hunter's gone. But Corpus Christi was originally an import port. Then when they discovered oil and gas in the region, it went to an export port. And we were the #1 crude oil export port in the nation. Hey, this isn't the first on there. Then we swung back to an import port, and now we've swung back. So that pendulum goes back and forth. But I think, Commissioner Ahuja, you bring a good point up about things could dry up. We know that 2 million barrel a day enterprise offshore loop, that's about what you're exporting right now. So that's a concern. So when you're looking at those 3 docks at $150 million, not including the land, the new that you've got in your long-term budget, is that a wise thing to do?
Those docks, there's no new docks being planned for this next year. Any money we're spending on docks is just redoing existing docks.
I'm looking at your out years.
So that's basically, that's a what if. If somebody comes and they want a dock, and by the way, they end up paying for that dock. So we're not going to build a dock and they will come.
So you don't need the cash flow for it?
We do need the cash flow in order to be able to build the dock for them because they want to use our cash, not theirs.
Okay. But they won't be like Enbridge and build their own dock.
Well,
or Exxon and build their own plant, or Exxon
Councilman, in all fairness,
yeah,
just kind of 50,000 foot.
Yeah.
For the last 5 or 6 years since I guess 3 or 4 years since the oil export ban was lifted, the goal of the commission has been to ensure that the Port of Corpus Christi has a strong balance sheet, no matter what happens, whether the crude export ban is banned or not. Yep. And the idea being is that regardless of that, we've got to make sure that we maintain the channel, and all the infrastructure that's here. So our goal is to maintain a strong balance sheet no matter what. And so we're not going to get overextended. We're not going to go spend money betting on the come. We're only going to spend money on things that we know that will basically pay us back in some form or other. But bottom line is, it's creating jobs, it's creating property taxes. These are the people buying the cars. These are the people buying the houses, buying the furniture, high-paying jobs. These are the people that Del Mar is training in their vocational programs. This is what the craft training center is doing. You know, I came out of the welding supply business. You know, in my day, a welder might have made $30,000 a year. Today, they're making $130,000 a year. I mean, these jobs for welders and electricians and plumbers, the contractors that are here, the people supplying those contractors here, you know, again, it's because of that channel, that's because of that ditch, and it's because that ditch is well maintained and well run in a safe manner, environmentally safe manner. So that's what it's all about. It's real simple.
Yeah, I want to compliment the port on that with the channel that you're absolutely a leader on the Gulf Coast with it, the deepening and widening project that really started 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, very long term, and so the port gets straight A's on that. But I want to take Commissioner Engel, kind of your point. It's really the customers and its industry. So they're paying a de facto tax, about $60 million a year for this economic growth. So the least we can do is thank them, and thank them for that extra $5 million, their effective tax rate they're going to get increased with this next budget. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Barrera.
Mayor, thank you. Did my light go off? There, it's off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first off, I'm not going to be as difficult. I just, you know, obviously there's, I don't know if any of you were around where you heard of our legislative agenda, and that was basically a preemptive with regard to the port expanding on their economic development, as long as also as Councilman Smith had discussed, these land purchases. And I think that's something that we need to work together on. I know Councilman Martinez had expressed some concern, but I look at it as a perspective that we're being proactive, so that way we can open up the dialogue. And as I said to the three of you a couple of weeks ago, it seems like every time we go into the legislative session, we're operating from a defensive standpoint against our partners. You know, so I think that's the thing that we just need to recognize here. And that being said, I appreciate the leadership role that the three of you took, along with your chairman, with regard to saying, hey, we're going to pump the brakes. We want to have a clear understanding, and we want the city of Corpus Christi to understand we're working together. So for that, I appreciate it. I had somebody text me as well that one of the reasons that the budget was increased is that it's for chasing hydrogen dollars from the federal government in Washington. So now I'm just telling you that this is from your staff, okay? So, and I think that's great news, and I think that's the thing. We just want some clarification, because you have to understand where we've been within the last two sessions. And we often have said it, I've said it many a time, that the port spends more in 1 month of what on lobbyists than what the city of Corpus Christi spends in a year. So we just want to make sure that we're all working on the same team. We're collaborating, as if I've said, and I, like I said, I was very pleased with the outcome of your last meeting when we made some calls, and I just ask that you be conscientious of that. Also, I want to commend you as a former, activist and advocate for small and minority business, with regard to Port Commission may develop and administer programs for local economic development, small or disadvantaged business development, to stimulate business location and commercial activity in the district, to advertise to the district, to improve the extent to which local, small, veteran, women, minority, and other historically underutilized business are awarded district contracts. I think that's fantastic news. That's amazing. I think the city of Corpus Christi should follow your leadership in doing so. and continue to expand on their procurement policies so that way we understand that if the community is majority minority, well then we need to be able to expand that to recognize that that's an economic engine. So, this is more, I just wanted to express, where we've been and why our apprehension. I appreciate what you guys did the last time. And I want to tell you that, like I've said many times, we're your partner. And so much to the fact that 4 of us here to the right of the mayor, who he's in the back, I guess.
Hungry.
Yeah, we're basically targeted out of groups in Washington, Austin, and California because of our record of working with you and working with industry and working towards those 98,000 jobs. There was a ton of false information, and your customers are the target. And I've said on radio over and over again that I've been involved in, I guess, civil activity or community service, 26 years now. And, it started on the RTA in '99, and during that whole time, we've never been in non-air attainment, never. And industry has expanded, technology has gotten better, and so I appreciate that you want to be, environmentally conscious and the leader. But just know that there's a couple of us here that obviously have been outspoken, but, we're your partner, and, we've had to pay the price for it. It was amazing to see that false information went on the Texas Tribune and then the Houston Chronicle, the Friday before the election. And to me, that was targeted, basically that just had information that wasn't there. And so that wasn't entirely true, should I say. So I just add that because, some of us are having to stand up in front and take the bullets. And the luxury that you guys have is you're appointed. Those of us, some of us are having to really, really work hard to continue to get reelected. And it's frustrating because we have, to me, a strong advocate here on the council for all the community. And now, because of some misinformation now, his service is cut short. So just keep that in mind. We're your partners. I know Greg obviously is very, let me take him out of it. You guys know how aggressive I've been with you. So what is it? And but anyway, thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys standing up there and taking the heat from us. And hope and once again, let's just collaborate more. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions here regarding exactly some of the points you just made. And that would be, being that there is no port legislation, will the Port of Corpus Christi be working to advocate for the Texas Port Association bill?
Not that we know of, but we'll make sure that we don't.
The Port Association lobbyists will be.
So your lobbyists.
So it kind of indirectly, not our lobbyists, the Port Association lobbyists. I'm sure we pay as we're a member, so I'm sure all 19 ports pay
And
into
I'm sorry, that just reminds me. I'm
Yes, ma'am.
so sorry to interrupt
That's all
you. Oh, darn, Mr. Hernandez is not here. He would have loved this. So, and didn't we just make a news headline with the Texas ports in terms of our port? No? Our director, correct?
Sean, is you talking about Sean?
Yes.
He's the new chairman of the National American Port Association, not the Texas.
Not the Texas, the
Yes,
American.
ma'am.
Oh, one, okay,
Yeah,
that's
a
what I thought.
And he was
I'm sure he appreciates you pointing that out.
I'm sure he does, yes. It just dawned on me. So will the port
At
be
the meeting next
advocating?
week, we will ask the question that
So
you.
y'all don't know if you will be advocating for the
I
Texas?
our lobbyists won't, but the Texas Port Association, so indirectly, because we're a member, you could interpret that any way you want, but the bottom line is they're going to be lobbying for all these. But I don't think these items are adverse to anything that the city and the port were adverse to 2 years ago. That is off the table. That's not what we're working on.
And the concern is because we have no we meaning the Port of Corpus Christi, there then there's no public, how will we allow the public to know? How will you, I would imagine you would come to us and say, here's what we're advocating for, here's what we're supporting. You've got to have
Again,
something.
normally, like in the past, we've had a legislative agenda.
Right.
We did not vote to support or not support the legislative agenda for the Texas Port Association. I do know they will be lobbying for these items, and they'll be lobbying like they always do.
Okay, so how will we be kept abreast of what you're advocating for, what you're supporting, how will
That's a
that
good
happen?
Well, we'll keep you abreast of anything that we're supporting, and we'll ask that question like you suggested next week. And also, obviously, our attorney will be involved. You know, I mean, he'll know what's being going on in Austin in regards to these items.
Sure. Okay.
Mayor, just to speak to the elephant in the room, we're not pursuing retail hotels. And I can tell you, I'm speaking from and if any question comes up, when you see public-private, I'm sure everyone's thinking, what are we doing? We are aligned, and I think the community spoke a couple of years ago. So I think it's important that we continue to have this dialogue. You continue to tell us and if you need clarity, that's what we're here for, and we'll try to do a better job. Information's powerful. There's a lot of information, so we're trying to manage it. It's an elephant as well. So I can assure you that we're saying no surprises because we know you want us in front of you every quarter. So I say quarter because I'm trying to get you to do it quarterly and not monthly.
No, it's not going to happen. No. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Pusley.
I forgot what I was going to say. No, again, I just want to thank you all for being here. I think this is great that we have the opportunity to have this dialogue about whatever it is that any of us have on our mind. I can tell you, going back to even my days as a county commissioner, this dialogue didn't happen, and because of that, I think that resulted in the public entities that are appointing you guys have gotten sideways with the whole way the port works, and we're trying to, excuse the pun, right that ship, and hopefully that will get better. I think in the future, we all need to strive to improve our relationship with the port across the board so that we can have these conversations and that we can have meetings behind the scenes with our city manager and the director of the Port of Corpus Christi to help alleviate some of these questions and things before they ever get to be a problem. I think that's the goal we all need to strive for. I just want to say in closing, I want to thank your partners because Commissioner Barrera is absolutely correct. There's a number of us on this commission who've taken a lot of bullets and arrows over the fact that we are supporters of or either associated. They hate the fact that I spent almost 40 years in the oil and gas industry, and I'm proud to say that I did that. But all of these guys you have on here that provide these jobs in our community, I just want us all to step back and think about what this community would look like without those 98,000 jobs, plus all of the indirect jobs that depend on those 98,000 people having a job, the restaurants and the mom and pop businesses that are absolutely dependent upon the ability to have that income, the $314 million annual tax amount that goes out to the public entities and supports what we do in this community in providing the services. They provide good jobs in this community. And as Councilman Burrell alluded to, going back to when the EPA cut in half what the standard should be for air quality, our import industries rose to the occasion and have stayed below that. So I want to thank them, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the leadership for helping provide those jobs. And again, we just need to focus on improving our relationship, and I think this is a great step forward in doing that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Quick last question. There was a trip to Israel. Did any of you go?
No.
No. And what was the purpose of that trip?
We took They took two of the, Chairman Tracy King went and his staff, and then one other. Yeah, agriculture, and basically, whoever does desal, okay, and hopefully that y'all will be the leader in that and get it done as you get your permits. The state of Texas has a water problem. I heard third hand last week that AEP is now quoting 4 years for new power for the area. We're also out of water for industry. And the new industry that's looking at here requires water, hydrogen. They need water. So getting the state of Texas to be aware of that desal is an important component along with groundwater and other sources of water for Texas, and getting them to come to the table with some money is basically the goal. That was the objective.
Okay. All right. And then one thing I just want to make a comment on Councilman Smith's comments regarding the land acquisitions and the great, the thousands of acres. I understand your point, but also remember the industry comes not looking to lease land for the next 100 years. You know, they come to own, just like we aren't going to lease land to build desal on. You're not going to build your dream home on a piece of land that you're going to rent and lease from someone, correct? So we're going to buy land and then build. I'm just saying, if you wonder, why are they asking? You know, of course we're buying up land. Yes and no. Councilman Smith made some wonderful points, but industry can also, the Exxons come here, they don't come here to lease. They come to buy land and invest for the long term, forever. So I think that, you know, that's
well, in a way though, they don't have to spend their capital on the property. They can spend their capital on their plant. But I hear you. But I will say this: back when I was chairman of the EDC many years ago, one of the issues we had here was having property available for industry to come. And there was not a lot of property available for people to basically say shovel ready to come in. Mm-hmm. And what we're trying to do is for the EDCs in this area is to have property that is ready to go to provide, just like Exxon did, or anybody else, that we have a piece of property that's ready to go for you, mm-hmm. that's a size that you want. And by the way, we're not just willy-nilly going out and buying property. You know, we're talking to people and basically they're saying, we want to be in this area, and if we could have 250 acres or 500 acres, this is what we need. Now, whether they actually end up coming or not, we don't know, but we think there's enough interest, mm-hmm. okay, for us to go out and buy this property that it will be used for new industry coming to this area. And the idea of chasing hydrogen dollars, really, the federal government has put a lot of money. It's not the port chasing it. It's the port's potential customers that are chasing those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think last comment, Councilman Molina.
Yes, just a comment. I'm not going to be here for the next update. So I just wanted to publicly thank you, gentlemen, for making yourselves available. Anytime that I've had a question or needed some information, I know I can reach out to any one of you guys. And I know the amount of time that it takes to serve in a public office like you do, and to sit around and wait for us to call you up here. Takes a lot when you have others that depend on you throughout the day. So thank you, and I'm sure I'll be seeing you out in the community, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly thank you all.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman.
And just one last comment. I don't want to sound, I just want to say that what all of you go through to become elected officials, and the money that you have to spend to become an elected official, to sit here and do what you do, you've got the hard job. We've got the easy job, and we appreciate what you've done, and Greg, what you've done. You know, Greg likes to give me a hard time, but it's funny. Sometimes he's really nice to me. I don't know, but he's really, the questions that have been raised are good questions, and I hope this helps improve what you've said, our relationship going forward forever. Again, thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Okay, so with that, the council is going to go into executive session on items number 35 and 36 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. We will return. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. Do we have any action, Councilman?
I have to respond to mother's text messages.
Is that our action? Merry Christmas, Mom.
That's right. All right.
Correct answer is yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Motion approving a 4% COLA increase on top of the base salary of $125,000 for the city secretary effective immediately.
Second.
Okay, all in, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No, and I want to clarify
Oh,
that
no, it's no.
I'm saying no.
Said no.
I'm saying no because I voted for no for everybody, so I'm being consistent. I still love you, just I'm voting no. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, I got to be consistent. So no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. Okay, so Rebecca, that's done. Okay, so that'll take us back to our consent agenda under section I. And we're going to go to number 7, 9, and then 13, which were items that were pulled from the consent agenda. And item number 7 is an ordinance authorizing a construction contract to Spa Glass Contractors for the Corpus Christi International Airport Terminal rehab. Hello, Kevin.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Peter. It was pulled. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, it was pulled. Councilman Hernandez, no? Who?
It was on the other end.
Councilman Barrera, okay. Thank you, I'm sorry. Can you turn your microphone on?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. First off, great job pulling in the grant monies. I really appreciate that. I mean, that's shows you guys are really working through there. Now, I get confused here. It says that the engineer's estimate $15,740,000, all bid schedules. What does that mean?
That's all the additive alternates, the way that it was bid.
So in essence, it's okay. And then how did we determine? Because I saw here on the capital improvement budget, based on what we had, it was about $10.5 million. Right? At least that's what was provided. And the CIP, because we've got a component here of, construction rehab design, 3.4 million, rehab terminal building, restrooms, 3.7 million. Wow. Oh, and Sarah, nursing, the way it sounds, restrooms for 3.4 million. Terminal building, rehab, HVAC, cooling towers and energy, 2.5 million. And then the outdoor concourse patio, $800,000. So that comes out to about 10.4 and some change. So where's the other 5 million? Or what am I missing?
Yes, sir. Councilman Tyler Miller, Deputy Director at the airport. The original plan was to phase this terminal project over 4 or 5 years, and that's what the council sees in our original capital plan. And it even went beyond that. When we spoke to the FAA and presented our plan, our 5-year capital improvement plan, they actually countered and they said, if we were able to offer discretionary funding and additional grant funding this year, does the city and does your team have the capacity and capability to get this all done in 1 year? Obviously, we said, yes, that sounds great. We would love to accelerate our capital improvement program. So we were able to combine all of the phases of the terminal project into one project. The original engineer's estimate was about $15 million. That estimate took place about a year ago. Then we went out for bids, and since then, obviously, construction costs have gone up. So when we got our bid back, the all-inclusive bid, including adult number 4, was over that 17. It was closer to about 18.5 million. The engineers did that independent field estimate, and they looked back at that bid, and they said, actually, this is pretty close considering the increase in construction costs that have taken place since we gave you that original estimate. So that 17.9, excluding the adult number 4 that we're not going to do, they just basically verified that was in line with market conditions, and our consulting firm kind of signed off and said it makes sense. It's a reasonable bid from their perspective as well.
So why didn't we, well, okay, I'm gonna go back to that. So it's 15.7, and then our price is gonna be 17.6 and some change. Okay, and the other thing is that, why is there only one bidder?
That's not an uncommon situation that we're experiencing right now. In fact, on the 20th, we're going to be bringing a contract, a $30 million contract for a project at Owen Stevens, where we only had one bidder.
Well,
We had a lot of participation, like at the pre-bid. I can't remember how many people.
Mayor and Council, Josh Connolly, Assistant Director of Finance and Procurement. Yeah, we had 8 different firms present at our pre-bid conference, and what we're running into, across the board is that the various firms are either stretched or they're running into staffing problems, and so they're not able to, they're having to be very selective about what they participate in.
So, okay, I get that.
The other
And-
challenge we have with working with the airport is the FAA brings a whole different set of regulations, and so sometimes local firms or other firms step away because it's a more complex process to work with the FAA. So we already were limiting our already limited pool.
And Spa Glass is an amazing contractor. I mean, they do a ton of great work out there. And then plus, I always say that they're the ones who, in fact, they're the ones that remodeled the extension at the Capitol, going several stories underground. And I mean, they just did an amazing job. But my issue is that we recently had a $4.5 million project with the Water Garden. We only had one bidder, and for whatever reason, we said we didn't do good enough job soliciting, and we had no proposers, and then we did it again, we got no proposers, and then we did it again, and we got one proposer, and then we did it again, and then we got 2 proposers, and that's the thing. I mean, I just as my good friend over here I'll be my passive aggressive self all the way on the other end. Just trying to maintain some consistency here. So I don't understand.
We're under a pretty tight time constraint with this. The grant will expire if we don't use it in a timely fashion. I believe we've got 120 days to give notice to proceed, or we could lose a grant.
Yeah, we had a discussion about whether we wanted to re-advertise, whether there might be a better answer that we would get from doing that, and the feeling was we would jeopardize the funding.
Well, the other time we did it again was on the police academy. We were over budget by how much?
I forget that exact number, but several million, Jeff?
Yeah, it was several million.
So here we are, a couple of million, pretty much over budget, and yet we have this inconsistency where we're and it just makes it seem, and my passive aggressive self's like we're putting our thumb on the scale for some group in particular, or the opposite.
I would submit it's not necessarily because of the contractor that we're pushing forward. It's that we received a $10.3 million discretionary grant.
I agree with you completely. Yeah. I agree with you completely. All I'm saying is that we've set a precedent. We've set a precedent where we had only one bidder, and we went far and wide. And I can tell you now, I'm sure you're going to tell me here pretty soon, or here within the next couple of months, Lord willing, I come back, that Water Garden is not going to be $4.5 million. I mean, you know that.
We already know it's not. It's going to be more.
Exactly.
Right.
And so here we are now. What is it? We have a similar situation. We have a single bidder, and we're over budget. And so now it's acceptable because we're getting a windfall of $10 million.
Well, I wouldn't say it's
because we're under a time constraint, and as I heard on the other 2 projects, we didn't do a good enough job soliciting to find that. I remember that. I remember hearing that.
On the one project, right, on the water garden, that was true.
Yeah, we didn't
On the
do a
police
good
training
enough-
academy, we had, everyone violated the blackout period, and Josh sent them a letter, so there were irregularities, or people didn't follow the rules of the
But
city.
we didn't say that's why we're throwing them out. I mean, they were all inconsistent.
No, we sent
But-
them a letter.
Yeah, I understand we sent them a letter, but that's a situation. That's not why we said we threw it out. The argument that came back was because it was over budget.
That was one, well, there was three reasons. There was that, the lowest bidder had some issues with the bid tabulation.
Well, from what I understand, from talking to Josh, because I talked to him specifically on it, he said that the extended cost, once you figured out the unit calculations, that's the purpose of it, is once you calculate the unit price and extend it, that's the price we should use. And I talked to Brett about it, talked to Josh about it, and so, I don't know. And once again, I just want to ensure that we're not, once again, putting our thumb on the scale. And I'm not saying, I think Spa Glass is fantastic. I know, in fact, there's one of their gentlemen that used to work with them, started his own company, Rene Capistran. Do you know him? Good guy out of Harlingen. In fact, he worked on the Capitol. And and did a lot of projects here. So I'm just asking, and I'm just trying to get some clarification. So is it because we're getting this $10 million windfall, and once again, we failed, so now, in essence, we're gonna accelerate this project, and we're gonna spend another $2 million of the taxpayers' funds, where in the past.
It's the grant, isn't it?
It's actually, we're an enterprise fund, so we are not, there's no tax dollars that go to the airport at all.
So okay, well, it's still funds that we utilize that we still have to be good stewards of.
Well,
So then we need to be good stewards of these enterprise funds.
Absolutely.
So.
I think because we had the 8 companies that actually came to the pre-bid, we felt like we were going to get more than one, absolutely.
Well, I know, I think we felt that way we had solicited nationwide, basically, for this for a $4.5 million project. So once again, I'm just wondering, I'm just asking.
The challenging part of this particular bid is it encompasses every trade you can think of. Roofing, electrical, fire panel, alarm systems, window glazing, restroom reconstruction, the outdoor patio is a specialty. I mean, so not many companies have all of those specialties or even have access to resources that would provide those trades.
Well, wasn't listed in the memo. What was listed, and I'm sorry to be giving you a hard time, it's just, when you throw that at me, I just obviously have to respond. So right now, what it says basically is that we're talking about inflation, whatever the supply chain, the cost of construction going up, and now that we're justifying them to that. So now we're saying that there aren't any you're telling me there aren't any qualified contractors to be able to do it.
I'm not telling you that, sir.
That's what you're just implying.
No,
that's just what you're implying.
Maybe they didn't feel they were qualified, or maybe they didn't want to go to the extent of a company that maybe only has 1 or 2 of those resources in their back pocket.
So you're offering me a hypothetical reason of why we're $2 million over budget now, and there was only one producer. I just still want to ask. So we're saying that basically we're on a time constraint. That's one reason we won't go out for bid. We're not going to do a rebid, like we've had on other cases.
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, the term over budget isn't entirely accurate. We still can afford the project. We still have plenty of funds. Our 10% local share for this project is about $1.7 million, and we budgeted about $2 million. So we still have the funds there, but the bid came over what we anticipated based on our consultant's estimate before the bid went out.
Well, going back to the fire
Police training?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I mean, we could have negotiated that same thing. That's what I'm saying. I think.
Well, that's one of the reasons we put it back out to bid, Councilman. That's the fourth reason. We re-engineered it. We had Philip.
And there wasn't that much of a change. There wasn't that much.
Well,
of a
he
change
thought there would be, but yeah.
I mean, we anticipated there would. I'm just, once again, you know where I'm coming from.
Right. You do have. I would say there's some merit in your statements. I would also say that, and we see it every week. Each one of these items has its own kind of story. That even though we try to be consistent, there's certain things that pull us out of that realm, to include things like time frame. We're going to lose the grant if we don't.
We actually verified that with our.
That didn't exist in the water garden. That didn't exist in the police training academy.
Well, in the water garden, it's going to exist because I'm sure it's going to be 3 times the cost of what we anticipate.
I do too. Maybe at least double. But right.
So there's a
the
cost
police training
associated.
academy had things like people violated the blackout period. All vendors did, and we re-engineered it to try to bring down the cost. The water garden, admittedly, Josh admitted that we didn't do enough public outreach for numerous proposals. So
I
every
just
case
wanna-
has kind of a different.
I just want to ensure
circumstances.
that our team of highly qualified professionals and this extensive work of ensuring that we have high-quality business processes, so that way we don't encounter these, what's the term I'm looking for? What is it? What is it that we always use? Anyway, I'll come back to me. I just want to ensure that we don't have, I'm concerned that we have those challenges here, and what I feel is that there's a breakdown in the system. And, and I'm really worried about inconsistency.
Councilman, I can assure you that this procurement was done by the book. We had great participation in terms of outreach, the number of people who downloaded the plans, the number of people who attended. I think that what we're seeing is that market is changed and contractors are less likely to try to overextend themselves or overpromise because they are having their own issues with staffing and with materials, getting their hands on materials.
No doubt. I don't doubt that. I know here recently, there's been several projects where there's only one bidder. I mean, throughout the community. What is it? I know the school districts had it, GPs had to deal with it, CCISD has had to deal with it, Del Mar has had to deal with it. So there's no doubt. My thing is the inconsistency of where we feel that all of a sudden now, that because of the fact that we do it for one project and we don't do it for another.
Well, again, the only reason we're doing it differently here is because of the time crunch. We have an opportunity. There's $10 million on the table in grant funding.
So when you have another project that you're going to bring to me that you said there's only one contractor, what are we going to do?
Well, it's moving through Legistar to recommend an award on a contract just like that on the 20th. But the first thing that happened, our default is, should we re-advertise this? That's the question we ask ourselves. And I had the conversation with the airport, and they said, look, I don't think we've got the luxury of doing this. We'll engage the FAA and be sure they're comfortable with this. And they got the green ball from the FAA. My concern was, is the FAA going to feel like this wasn't sufficiently competitive?
Mm-hmm.
And, we've cleared that with the FAA, so they're okay with that.
Okay, but what about the other project you're going to bring to us?
That's a CCW project. That's for Clearwell at Owen Stevens.
Okay.
And we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Well, I'm just saying that, once again, are you going to bring me another project after I've already had two, because either the lack of bidders or it's not fits within the engineer's estimate? Is that going to happen again? That's really what I'm not to.
I'd love to be able to tell you it will never happen. I would love to have 10 bidders on every project.
I understand, but is it going to be then where we have one bidder because of what we've done in the past? Then all of a sudden now we're going to issue another. We're going to throw it all out just so that way we can go out. That's what I want to know. The next project that comes out, and every project that comes out now, and if we only have one bidder, are we going to issue another request for bids or RFP or RFQ, whatever the deal is, because we only get one proposer?
I'd say it's going to depend on the urgency of the work and the likelihood that you're going to get a better answer by re-advertising.
I just want to ensure that if there's certain proposers, that's all, that we treat them consistently. And that's my frustration here, is that we're not having a level of consistency. All of a sudden, there's going to have to be a footnote. What is it? A footnote says, with regard to why we went this route. And I'm obviously frustrated, and I just feel that there's a level of inconsistency. And yeah, I'm being sarcastic when we use the term business processes, highly qualified professionals. What is it?
We thought you were being for real, Councilman.
It's being passive aggressive. Anyway, what is it? Yeah, these institutional problems. That's the thing. I want to ensure that we don't have institutional problems in these last 3.5 years.
This project, I'm sorry, Councilman. This project also, though, was within budget, you said, Tyler? So that would be issue number one, like the police training academy, that came in over budget. This project did not come in over budget. So those.
Well, I'm saying,
Right.
that's why I asked what the engineer's estimate was.
Well, that's a different thing. The estimate could be different than the budgeted amount. There's a fixed budget that we have in the budget.
So what did we have? Because I only saw the CIP at 10.5.
Well, so this project is being funded out of the airport fund balance, and we've got we've got way more than the $2 million.
Now, Tyler, the question,
This-
so the 10 million was the initial, but FAA said, we'll advance you even more money.
Yes.
So that wasn't in the budget, approved budget document, if you will.
Correct, yeah. So
What
this-
would be the budget then with the advancement?
The capital improvement budget that the city is seeing, that the city has most of those phases, but you'll see that basically the time runs out. We were able to accelerate beyond our capital improvement plan to get all of this done in 1 year.
What would be the budgeted amount, given that acceleration?
Yeah, what would be the total CIP if we were accelerated? Because I would think $10.5 million over the course of, what did you say, 4 years?
Yeah. So we were expecting anywhere between 15 and 20 million for this project. And so our budgeted amount for our local share was $2.0 million.
Okay, so, but we're accelerating it to the 10.5. Where's the other 5 million?
So this project is being funded from a number of different funds?
No. Where's the other infrastructure?
I don't understand the question.
Because the
sorry.
CIP specifically lists the projects and it comes out to about $10.5 million. I can go
What
back
other
and
work
look.
are you doing? Yeah, what work are you advancing? What
But
construction are you
additional
doing?
work wasn't included in the packet because what was included in the packet was the CIP.
Yeah, so things like the new PVC roofing. When you drive out to the airport, you see the big white barrel on the roof. That wasn't in the original CIP because we put that out like in year 7 or 8. But we felt like that was an important.
No, that's fine. It's just it wasn't in the packet.
Right.
All that was
sure.
included in the packet was the CIP of 10.5 million.
And there was some other things that we added, like the outdoor patio that wasn't in the CIP.
Yeah. No, I included that in here. It was 800,000.
Okay. It was.
Yeah,
already
it was in the packet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we added a lot of stuff to this. I'm not looking at what you're looking at, but I have a feeling it's like the fire alarm panel or possibly the switch gear for our generators. I mean, little things like that just, they add up.
All right. So they add up to another 5 million, or rather 7 million, because of, filibustering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look to see if I had notes at the first reading. I didn't bring my notes for the second reading. Lesson learned.
It's a great project.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the external roof, I think what we did in the capital project was basically patch that roof, and now we're going with the whole roof replacement. So I think that's probably another one of the things we changed. The HVAC cooling towers, I believe, was not, I think we were only scheduled to replace one of them, and now we're going to go ahead and replace both of them. So there's just a few things that we had planned on doing in year 10, year 11, like pretty far out, that we were able to move up and do a full terminal
Well,
rehabilitation.
I'm not going to beat you up anymore, but yeah, and so I'm going to vote no. Okay?
Okay.
But I appreciate your work. You guys in particular, the two of you.
Well,
You too, Josh.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Wow. Almost thought I was listening to myself over there. I was like, actually, I had the same question. Why was there only one bidder? And because it does seem a little odd, and you explained why that was the case. I'm not comfortable with it. Anytime where you don't have competition, you don't really have, and I have to, it almost felt like I was hearing myself speak over there, right? Now I do, right? I was like, wow, man, what's the color of the sky today? There is a question. It is about consistency and making sure we do these things in a consistent manner. And I know we beat up on you, Josh. I mean, you're...
And we try to do our due diligence, That's why we when we put the water gardens out, which was one of the first really high-profile projects that I've gotten to work on, and we only got one response. The first thing I did is I picked up the phone and I called all of the companies who had originally downloaded the plans and had engaged in the pre-bid, and I said, "Why didn't you bid?"
Did you do the same thing in this project? Did you
What
call
they
all the
all told
companies?
me, but hold on, but what they all told me was there wasn't enough time in the solicitation. So I came back to Peter and I asked to go back out a second time, and we did. And this time we had it out for much longer. And none of those firms, except for one other, joined in. So I learned really quickly that they're all talk until pen comes to the paper. Because they all, I mean, I was telling them, I thought we were going to have like 7 or 8 different companies bid on that because they were like, we were very interested. We just wanted more time. We were very interested. We wanted more time. And so that lost value. And so then when we run into the problems, the first thing Jeff and I do discuss is, do we think it was a timing issue? Was it near the holidays? Was it an exposure issue? Where was our 30 days? You know, this is the conversation we have to try to figure out, because we know the channels we're using are successful. So the question is, what is a cause for it? And then today, the problem we're experiencing is we're running into supply chain issues. It's the thing I keep hearing from all our constituent cities. I just did a phone call before the holiday break, reaching out to all my sister cities to talk about how they're doing their RFQs and RFPs. And across the board, they've noticed a decrease in competition because firms are less willing to extend themselves.
And I think it's important to point out, even though we only received one bid, this was a competitive solicitation. We published this on a service that's nationwide. And I had the numbers on my notes last time.
I know. I think it was downloaded 46 times.
It was about that. I remember it was about 50 times. So about 50 people downloaded the plans. Now, 5 of those folks were republishers who repost that. So these bid opportunities are widely advertised nationwide. And only one person elected to bid the job.
I mean, I had 1,900 views on my LinkedIn profile. So, I mean, I know people saw it.
Okay, so just to go along with this, you included the CIP pages that were active in the short-term CIP. You did include the long-term CIP, which I think was what you were referring to. And I went and looked at it, and it says rehabilitate the building phase 5, electrical replacement, backup gear, generator switch. Is that part of that?
Correct.
So that's 2.5 million there. Rehabilitate terminal phase 6, public areas, gate, lounge, curbside. Is that part of that? So you're advancing those ones to get to that point.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess for future recommendations, if you're going to do something like that, include that page in it.
Okay.
That way, there's not a question as to, okay, well, it's not in the CIP.
Right.
Right? Because I saw that too, and I was like, well, where's the budget for this, right?
Yeah, I'll take responsibility for that. We put that agenda package together, and so there's 4 pages in there. This is combining maybe half a dozen
Right, now these don't have
projects.
individual pages on the long term, so you have to include it as a, just the.
But call attention to the fact.
Right, call attention to the fact because, the numbers don't add up. And I'm a stickler for that too, I'm like I said, I was thinking I was listening to myself over there with my passive-aggressive friend over there. It is concerning that this is the trend. It's a little bit different with the water garden because I didn't think we needed that anyway. We should fill that in, put a hotel there. And then we asked on the police training station or training building for the architect to redo some, I guess, value engineering. I guess I don't know if we actually got that or not, but which that's a whole. I already told you that was going to happen. Oh, well, that's another discussion. Okay, but you put us in a tough spot when you're asking us to bid on a single bidder, right? Because it looks like there's not enough competition, and I get you're on a time crunch here for the funding, and I understand that, but you do put us in a tough spot when this comes up like this. So I think there might be some better communication to us, better communication to these contractors and bidders to see what the issue is. That way you'll have those answers. I mean, to give us, general information about, supply chain and, bidders not wanting to stretch themselves, well, who said that? Right? Won't be more specific on this. So you understand the position you put us in and, how we want to be consistent and have, good opportunities for bidding on these projects, because this is millions of dollars. Whether it's taxpayer dollars or not, or whether it's, on an enterprise fund but I think that grant is taxpayer dollars. So, well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
You were 1 second away from Robert's Rules of Order's 10 minutes mark, so I'll let you finish, Councilman.
He's my timekeeper.
Just joking.
Hey, he was longer than I was.
I know, I'm joking. I do want to, I think it's a great project. I think it's great that y'all are bringing outside money to the city and getting things done. But what I don't like is that enterprise funds are not taxpayer dollars. They are taxpayer dollars. And none of us up here would be elected if they weren't. I understand how enterprise funds work. I know where the money comes from. We would have never gotten there without the taxpayers. Enterprise funds are taxpayer dollars. We need to think that way at the city. Sorry, you're not the only person to bring it up. That's been brought up a lot of times. I don't know why that's brought up at this city, but that's very concerning to me. I know that's off topic, but y'all brought it up, so I'm bringing it back up. But great job on the item, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pasley.
Now talk so long, I have a question. Do y'all ever work with the Bannon Corporation or any of those guys that are highly involved in airport construction? Y'all have never reached out to them or talked to them? Or?
No, sir. What was the name again?
I believe, if I remember correctly, and I'll go back and look, Bannon, they may be in San Antonio. I'll go back and, I used to carry their card with me all the time, but when we did the airport, new airport admin building at the county airport, that project, as I've mentioned y'all before, came from TxDOT Aviation.
Right.
And it was a 90-10 grant. It was $1 million project, and the county had to put up $100,000, and the state of Texas put up the rest, or the taxpayers of the state of Texas. But because of that, they handled all the construction. They did all the bidding. They were the construction supervisor. They built the building, and when it was over, they handed us the keys. And so, but Bannon was sort of our consultant on helping us put that together, and they were very helpful. And there's more than one of them. I met them at when I went to one of the required training classes for commissioners. They had a big auditorium of all the exhibits like they normally do at most conventions, and they were in there. There was them and another company, and that's what they do. They help governmental entities through the process of airport construction and runway construction. They're involved in all of it.
We'll look them up.
And they were extremely helpful in providing guidance on how we do that. But I will say that our experience was that many contractors don't like to bid on those jobs because the FAA puts so many, and because even though it's TxDOT money, a large portion of that money was funneled through TxDOT Aviation from the federal government. And the federal government puts lots of restrictions and guidelines on the construction methods that are utilized, and the companies have to put up long-term guarantees for their work.
Yeah.
So many smaller companies just don't get involved in it because it's so onerous.
Well, and there's also the TSA aspect, because a lot of this construction is going to be on the secured side of the terminal, and so
Yes.
there's different tool plan requirements.
All
and
that,
all
yes.
that stuff. So.
But I would, advise you to look up those guys, and I'll see if I can find their contact
Okay.
information, but they were extremely helpful to us.
I made a note.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 7? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 7.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
And that takes us to item number 9. Let's see, item number 9 was pulled, and that is a motion authorizing the purchase of 50 all-in-one desktop computers from Dell Technologies of Round Rock, Texas for $61,750.
Yes, I
And who
pulled this
pulled this?
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Laura Garcia, Library Director.
Okay, Councilman Busley.
Yeah, I pulled this, and I did see, there he is. Okay, I just had one question, and I've dealt with all-in-one computers myself. The only issue I have with all-in-one computers that we found, because we bought a bunch of them one time at EOG, is that if any part of that all-in-one computer goes bad, you get to throw the whole thing away. So is that the best use of dollars when and I know they're easier to deal with. I know they're, from a customer standpoint of view, it makes it easier for IT to deal with. But I just am concerned about, if the keyboard goes bad, you get to throw the whole thing away.
Peter Collins, IT Director. That's probably the only thing you don't throw away is the keyboard, because it's not integrated fully into the all-in-one, but the all-in-ones have advanced so much over the years. I actually personally own one for the house, and even one on my desktop is an all-in-one. The technology, anything can happen to computers anytime, as you know. But as far as reliability, we've seen really good success with it.
But yeah, I just think about, if the monitor goes out or if the CPU board goes out, then you lose everything.
Well,
I'm just not a big
yeah.
fan of all-in-ones. It's just a personal issue with me, and I know the technology's improved and all
Yes.
that, but the fact of the matter is computers are computers.
Exactly.
But between the time I first had a flip phone and this, the technology has increased significantly, but this thing can break any day. So I'm just wanting to make that point, and I may be the only one that has that opinion.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 9? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion. Close
So
public
moved.
comment.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries. And that takes us to item number 13, I believe pulled by Councilman Busley. Did you pull 13? And that is a motion approving the council
calendar.
meeting calendar for calendar year 2023.
And I visited with Rebecca about this while we were taking our lunch break at 3 o'clock. I asked about the possibility of starting our workshops for budget in July versus August to get a little earlier start on them. And then I asked why, when we are scheduling the TERS meetings during the year, that we always schedule the TERS 2 and 4 on the same day. And, if we could look at that. Rebecca didn't have an answer for the TERS meeting issue, and maybe we can bring that up to staff.
Yeah, I don't think we've done have we approved the calendars yet for the TERS? We have. We'll have to revisit that, Councilman. That's a good point. We don't want to, on the TERS.
I mean, if we get into a long, drawn-out discussion on one of those,
Right.
it can run us into being, jammed up for the council
Okay,
meeting.
we can revisit those two calendars and compare them.
Okay.
On the budget work sessions, we are going to do some pre-budget work sessions this year based on the council's input.
Yeah.
But there's nothing, the budget won't be presented by me until late July, the last meeting in July. So we won't be able to do any work sessions on the proposed budget since it won't be ready and it won't be presented until July 20-something, 25th, 28th, something like that.
Yeah.
But we can do some pre-work.
This
year.
again, just me, but I would highly recommend that those traveling budget shows that we did.
Right.
A total waste of time.
You think so? The community really enjoys them.
Oh, no.
The six people who attended?
No, City Council District 1 had the biggest turnout, and District 5 had a good turnout.
Well, they had a big turnout, but I went to every one of the others, and they were total bust.
Yeah, some of the districts were lighter, as, some of the working families just don't have time to go, but.
I thought they were a total waste of time, but whatever.
Okay, thank you for going to them.
With that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Let's open, we need to open, do we need to open public comment? Nope. Rebecca, is that a must?
So it was a consent item, so at the beginning of consent, you ask if the public.
Oh, we don't have to at this
No,
point?
ma'am.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, do we have a second?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. And that then takes
I agreed
us-
with Councilman Pusley on the budget meetings. It should be in July.
Okay, so we're going to move on to section K, which is public hearings, items number 27 through 29. Item number 27 is a public hearing and second reading ordinance amending ordinance number 024270, which created the reinvestment zone number 2, City of Corpus Christi, TERS 2 on Padre Island by extending the term to December 31st, 2042. Do we have a second? Any further discussion?
This is a public hearing.
Oh. Okay, we've talked this to death. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on extending the TERS? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, we have a second. We have no further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 28 is case number 1022-02. McJay's and Associates LLC in District 4, an ordinance rezoning a property at or near 14909 Granada Drive. Okay.
I was hoping they get the same treat,
Yeah.
I guess.
There's no motion. Go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 14909 Granada Drive from RMATIO multifamily apartment tourist district with an island overlay to RMATIO PUD multifamily apartment tourist district with an island overlay and a planned unit development. The applicant is McJay's and Associates LLC. The Plan Unit Development Master Plan includes 3 single-family residential lots, which are designated here in blue, 16 cottage-style residential lots, which are outlined here in pink, and 3 multifamily residential lots, which are outlined in purple here. 73 on-site parking spaces are required. The applicant is proposing 75 on-site parking spaces. The subject property is 1.5 acres in size, and it is platted. The PUD requires 4 deviations, which I'll review with you now. The first one is lot size. RMTA standards are 5,000 square feet. RSTH district is 1,600 square feet. The proposed PUD would like 925 square feet minimum lot size. Street yard setback, RMAT requires 20 feet, RSTH requires 10 feet. The proposed PUD is requesting 10 feet at the perimeter, and that's on Granada and Leeward Drive, which is a 10-foot setback, and in the interior off of common areas, they're requesting 2 feet. On side yard setbacks, of course, RMAT has 5 feet, RSTH has 0 feet, and the PUD is proposing 4 feet on setbacks. With regard to parking requirements, the only deviation they're requiring is 0.5 parking spaces for each unit, for each cottage unit, which means, of course, they'll have to share, there'll be shared parking in that regard. The purpose of this request is to allow for a plan unit development for multifamily and for single-family dwellings. The subject property is part of the Padre Mustang Island Area Development Plan. The plan and the future land use map calls for mixed use. To the north of the subject property across Granada is multifamily development zoned RMATIO. To the south is the phase 1 of this development, which is zoned RMATIO with a PUD. To the east, across Leeward Drive, are developments that are zoned RSTH IO PUD, and of course to the west is vacant property zoned RMTA IO PUD. 73 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 3 were returned in opposition, represented by 3 owners. 0 were returned in favor. The 3 in opposition also indicate that 1.97% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The specific issues that were raised were, of course, traffic and parking. The proposed rezoning, this proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use map, compatible with the neighboring properties, and this rezoning does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. The rezoning pattern is in line with, of course, Plan CC. The proposed PUD will also allow for daily, weekly, and monthly rentals. As part of the rezoning process, PUDs, as you all know, go through technical review committee, and no issues were raised during that review process. As a result, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of this rezoning, and I stand by. Oh, sorry, and the PUD has some conditions here. The owner shall develop the property in accordance with the port side Phase 2 and Phase 3. On previous slides, I showed you Phase 1, which is under construction. The conditions of the PUD obviously doesn't preclude compliance with other development requirements of the city. And number 3, a complete building permit application must be submitted within 24 months to keep the PUD from expiring. And now with that, I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So Al, under the existing zoning that you're required to have 72 parking spaces, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're actually doing 3 more than what's required.
Yes, sir.
So their PUD is basically setbacks, other things, not parking.
Yes.
And there's 14 parking spaces off-site.
Yes, sir.
And that RM AT zoning allows for short-term rentals in itself.
Absolutely.
So the PUD's allowing STRs, it was already, so we're not making any changes there.
Correct.
So 3 more parking places plus 14 off-site, above and beyond.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Second.
Do we have a second? We have a second.
So, just some question on this, since, and I'm going to make it longer because Michael spoke up. So the concern on the parking, right, is is there enough parking for the amount of units? It
Yes,
says, what he said, 0.5?
Yeah, it's overall, it's 73 are required. The developer's proposing 75. So even though we're sharing parking spaces with the cottages, we still meet the requirements of the UDC. Or I
Okay.
should say exceed the requirements.
And that includes on-street parking?
No,
So
this
that's
is all on-site, 75 on-site. And you see here in this picture, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What about golf cart parking? Sorry, I'm being facetious,
No,
sorry.
yeah,
Okay, well, I'm concerned about the parking, but that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 29, case number 1022-04. This is James Jones in District 2, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 3301 South Staples Street.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3301 South Staples from RS6, Single Family 6 District to RSTF, 2 Family District. The applicant is James Jones. The purpose of this request is to allow for the conversion of a single-family home to a duplex. The subject property is part of the Southeast Area Development Plan, and that plan and the future land use map designates this area as medium-density residential. The property is .23 acres in size, and it is platted. To the north of the subject property across Texan Trails is a multifamily development zoned RM1. To the south and west of the subject property are medium-density residential properties zoned RS6. To the east, across South Staples, is multifamily development zoned RM1. This structure was built in 1960 and has approximately 3,100 square feet of living area. The garage was converted to a home occupancy and served as a dentist office until the 1990s. One side of the existing home has a 3-bedroom, 2.5 baths. The remaining side of the home right now is the dentist office that will be converted to a second dwelling unit. The property has marginal access, as you can see here, on South Staples, which will allow for 2 parking spaces and a driveway on Texan Trails that can accommodate 3 parking spaces. 64 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, represented by 1 owner, and 0 were returned in favor. The 1 in opposition also indicates that 1.05% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The 1 comment that the opposition had, or I should say the several comments, was they were concerned about the traffic and the congestion that would be created by this development at the intersection of Texan Trails and South Staples. This rezoning request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, compatible with the future land use map, which recommends medium-density residential. The subject property is adjacent to single-family residential uses as well as high-density residential uses, and therefore provides a solid transition buffer between the 2 uses. There is sufficient right-of-way infrastructure for this proposed development, and 2-family housing that is proposed here could potentially address some of the housing shortage or affordable housing issues we have within the city. This proposed rezoning is compatible with the general character of the neighborhood and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding. Therefore, Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of the request rezoning from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RSTF 2-Family District, and I stand by for questions if you have them.
Councilman Pasley.
Yes, Al, we have one of these out in the northwest area where they converted a existing residential to a duplex, and it looks very nice. The problem has always been parking. So how are they going to address parking? Because the one in Jackson Woods, I know Councilman Lerman's familiar with, they either park in the street or in the yard, or I've gotten numerous phone calls about this duplex and the parking issue because they didn't allow for the fact that there was going to be, in the 2 separate duplexes, there's multiple family members who have an automobile.
Understood. And I showed in a slide here, give me a minute.
Because I tried to look here and I couldn't see where the parking.
Well, there's a marginal access, right, that separates the residents from the major arterial, which is South Staples, and people park on the marginal access, and we just said 2 along the marginal access, but there is a wide driveway on Texan's Trail that can accommodate 3 parking spaces. Granted, you're right, there may be multiple families in these dwelling units, but the developer or the proposed developer has accommodated 5, right? So It's, if you know the intersection, it's kind of hectic as it is.
No, there's no doubt about that.
This kind of addresses that, but if, someone could be there and overpark or have more cars than we have spaces for, right? Which means that there'll be cars parked on the marginal access on South Staples as well as on Texans Trails.
Okay. And this has nothing to do with this zoning case, but I'd like to bring to council's attention that right across Staples from this property is an apartment complex that's been there for a long, long time. And it's right across the street from Ray High School. And I always took great pleasure for years in the fact that the name of that apartment complex is the Buccaneer. So anyway, just thought I'd bring that up.
For whatever that's worth. The Buccaneer. Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You had mentioned in your thing that this was a dental office at some point?
Yes, sir.
Was that an authorized use of that building? Was that zoned
The
that way?
UDC allows it as a home occupancy, right? What happened here, which is, kind of unusual, is that it was a solid separation. Instead of having a door that allowed you access to the dentist office, you have to go outside because it was for some reason they created a solid separation between the two. So it is allowed as a home occupancy. It's like
So you can have
an
a dentist's
architect or
office
an
at your
engineer.
house, is what you're saying?
Yes, or an architect's office or engineer's office, or it's a home occupation.
A dentist office? Huh. I would have never thought that. I would never thought that. But that being the case, I'm going to go back to where this was done previously. And would I approve this RS6 in District 5? I would not. So I will be voting against this. Thank you.
You are consistent.
Okay, Councilman Pusley, is that your light? It's old light. Okay. We'll go ahead and, where am I here? Open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 29? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
So moved.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries. And that will put us over at item number 33. A briefing, presentation, and project update on the citywide pavement condition assessment and the right-of-way asset inventory survey project currently underway by the Public Works Department. Oh, wow.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I'm Ernie Del Garza, Director of Public Works. Joining me today is Gabriel Nojosa, Public Works Assistant Director, Ruben James and Frank Carmichael with HVJ and Associates, Scott Gordon with Roadway Asset Services, and Jeff Coyne with LGA Engineering. All right, so December 14, 2021, City Council approved a $1.4 million professional services agreement to support a citywide pavement condition assessment and right-of-way asset inventory survey project. Today's briefing will include information on the data collection methods, the results of that data, and provide a brief summary of those results. All right, so this picture here is a picture of the roadway asset systems collection data van. This is an automated system used to collect both pavement condition index data and international roughness index data. In the back there of that picture is the LCMS-2. That's a 13-foot wide instrument that captures data needed to obtain the pavement condition index score. The laser profiler in the front of the van is what is used to collect the international roughness index data, which is measure of a pavement's smoothness. All right, so 2019 survey was obtained via an automated approach similar to our 2022 survey with some notable exceptions. The most important exception was that RAS, our consultant, surveyed 100% length of every lane driven compared to only 20% length surveyed in 2019. The roadway asset collection van collected a 13-foot wide sample on residential streets, a 26-foot wide sample on arterials and collectors. On a 5-lane road, like Staples, for example, larger samples were collected if data could be obtained in more than one lane per direction. A 100% sample, what the 100% sample lengths provide for us is a more representative pavement condition index score, and is easier to make future comparisons if this process is repeated in 2025. The diagram to the right, top right there, that's a visual representation of how the roadway asset collection van's laser crack measuring system obtains visual distress data, and that's there for your reference. Historically, the city's pavement condition data was collected by trained visual raters. This would take 3 years to complete. As we have seen, this data is now collected with automated systems. To ensure that our final data is accurate, our consultant performed a side-by-side pilot field review with our city staff. Together, they selected a representative 25-mile sample set to perform a pilot field review. As part of this field review, our city staff performed their visual rating as well as provided our consultant with the city's historical PCI data. The comparisons were analyzed, and our consultant made corrections to their automated process as needed. Okay, now that we've covered the details of data collection, equipment, and the methodology by our consultant, the next 4 slides will provide the city's pavement asset management data. This slide is a representation of the city's total asset inventory. In units of centerline miles, the network total at the time of survey was 1,237.3 centerline miles. Of this total, approximately 98% consists of asphalt pavement and 1% consists of concrete pavement. All right, so this table is a summary of our city's overall pavement condition index results. The first column shows a breakdown of PCI ranges. These ranges are as per ASTM D6433, and the reason I bring that up is that these ranges are a standard. We didn't make those up, which define a condition description in column 2. These ranges go from 0 or failed pavement up to 100 or good pavement. In column 3, shows our city's overall pavement condition index in units of centerline miles that were rated. Of the total network, 773 are in fair to good condition, and 454 centerline miles are in poor to failed condition. The brackets to the right, they provide reference for the respective PCI ranges for preventative maintenance, overlay, and reconstruction treatment selection. Streets that have PCI less than 55 are initially defined at the network level as needing reconstruction. All right, noting the differences in data collection methods shown previously in slide 3, the table above shows a comparison of overall PCI of 54 for 2019 to 65 in 2022. The PCI has increased by 11 points. The 2 tables below show a PCI of 64 for the 1,209 centerline miles of asphalt pavement and a PCI of 89 for the 11 miles of concrete pavement. Not shown in the slide, but for comparison with other cities in Texas, our consultants have provided that our PCI score of 65 is comparable to other cities in Texas. Overall scores that our consultant has observed have ranged from 65 to 75 for Texas cities with similar centerline mile lengths in their asset inventory.
So, Ernie, just on that, just to repeat it, because it's a good summary slide. What the analysis shows is our streets have improved in the past 3 years because we're paving more, obviously, right? We have $336 million in the past 3 budgets, and even more with the 4th budget that I've done. So, pavement condition index has improved. It's gone from what was a 54 overall to a 65. So it's almost a 10-point, I guess that's over 10-point increase. And that 65, which is our overall score, is consistent. The consultants who work for numerous Texas cities, big cities, are telling us it's somewhat consistent with other Texas cities. So we're making progress in our streets. That's what I would say as a takeaway. Thank you. Thanks, Ernie.
Thank you, sir. All right, so this next chart is a breakdown by district. And as you can see, the District 1, the network PCI weighted average is 61. For District 2, we have 59. For District 3, 62. District 4, 66. District 5, 71. And then the downtown score was a 72. And so, and so overall, PCIs for Districts 1 through 3 were the lowest, with the Districts 4 and 5 showing pavements with higher PCI results.
Right. No, not
What are you talking about? I don't get any anyway.
You got great streets.
Tell it to my constituents.
I am your constituent.
Tell it to your neighbors that
Let's
live on
move
Grand Villars.
It's been a long day. I know, right?
Right.
Right.
Marseille. Talk to him on Marseille. Well,
No, forget Marseille. Etienne. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ernie.
No worries. This final comparison provides bar graphs breaking down our arterials, collectors, and residential streets, and the respective centerline miles that fall in the PCI range for reconstruction, overlay, and preventive maintenance. Noting, as shown previously in slide 6, the reconstruction PCI range is less than 55, and the range for overlays is 56 to 85, and the preventative maintenance range is from 86 to 100. And on this one, I would add that that your people movers, which are your arterial streets, are in good condition for this review, and those are the hardest and most expensive to fix. So that's a really good score. This next slide is the map of the overall view for PCI scores in color, and this is just to show you what we use as the tool when we look at the high level for either logistics for some of our projects and strategy for coming up with some solutions for some of these roadways. Okay, so the impacts to the IMP is the city created the first IMP in 2021 to help with the decades of neglect, and from the data presented, the plan has had positive impacts to the city's street network, as Mr. Zanoni has just mentioned. This data will further improve the IMP, move projects if adjustments are warranted, and then also help us assist with future planning, the future planning years for prioritization of our projects. And then our takeaway is that, in summary, the plan that was implemented did in fact enhance our street network pavement condition to bring us more in line to becoming a top-tier city, as is our goal. Overall, our PCI of 65 is in line with other Texas cities with asset inventories of similar lane miles. Analyzing the data as it stands today, we will continue to refine the plan to strategically focus on better distribution citywide. And then at the network level, our reconstruction projects need to be focused on districts 1 through 3, while in districts 4 and 5, there's still a need for reconstruction. The main focus is to keep them in satisfactory condition, so we can't let that score slip.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir.
Just for Gil's attention.
At the network level, our reconstruction projects need to be focused on districts 1 through 3, while the districts 4 and 5 still need reconstruction. The main focus will be keeping them in satisfactory pavement condition.
Okay, so that means, and I know we're kind of joking around, but what does that truly mean in terms of when we're looking at streets and, you know, an equal distribution? Does the equal distribution, you know, does that make sense? Or are you saying we truly need to shift towards these 3 districts? I mean, I don't know, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but what is it? Or
Right. It would be, we presented this policy choice in the budgets, and there has been more, even though it's not noticeable, there has been more money in these inner city districts because the streets are older and the funding in those districts has been less over time. So it's the council's policy choice. We're going to recommend it. You can approve it or not, but we're going to recommend in this budget more monies, in the total amount of money for streets, go to districts 1, 2, 3, because that's where the most extreme need is. Monies do go to district 4 and 5, but it's not a divide by 5 in this case.
Right.
Because the PCI scores, the data shows, I mean, and you can drive around and see it, that we have much worse conditions and more of it in the older inner city districts 1, 2, 3.
would we do the same in, let's say, the next bond?
No, that one, the bonds are focused on arterial and collectors primarily. And I think, and Ernie can confirm it, but the severity of the streets now are in our neighborhoods.
Right.
So you can see on that one bar graph, our arterial and collectors, we made tremendous investment, and this community has supported it. And you
Right.
can see it when you drive around
Right.
Staples, Everhart,
Right.
Saratoga State Road,
Right.
but Holly, William. So there's excellent arterial collectors. Our biggest focus with Ernie's leadership is going to be the neighborhood streets.
Okay.
He and I went to the neighborhood streets this week, 2 days ago, to look at some different ways of how we can address this crisis or problem. And I do want to remind the council and the community that we can't change decades of neglect in a year,
Overnight,
in 2 years, in 3 years. And in some cases, it's important to point out that the Public Works Department itself, the institutional knowledge, the business processes aren't there. That when you don't have a Public Works Department for years,
Right.
you can't expect it just gets turned right back on. So it's going to take us some time, even though the money's there. This council has committed a lot of money to streets. You're representing what the community wants. Streets is priority one, but we need time.
Right.
And so
Okay.
in the bond program, I would still recommend that rough proportionality,
Okay.
which is almost equal distribution across the 5 districts.
Right.
But in the annual street maintenance program, as the evidence just showed, we're going to need more money in those inner city districts. And districts 4 and 5 will still get a decent amount. We're not talking extreme variances, but a little bit more to districts 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you.
That was my last slide.
Oh, question, but yes, Councilman Lerma, I didn't realize you were done.
Thank you, ma'am. On the testing of the streets, was that 100% of all streets in all districts, or is that just a certain percentage in each of the districts?
Yes, Scott, you
I mean, how did that work?
Good afternoon.
Is that-
Feedback.
Oh.
Scott Gordon, President of RES. What we do is we drive one lane in each direction of each given street, and we're analyzing 100% of the lane that's driven. So if it's a 4-lane corridor, we're typically driving the 2 outside lanes. If it's a residential street, we'll usually drive it one direction, but we are sampling and looking at distresses in the entire length of that roadway.
But is that all streets in the district? Every
Yes,
street
all
that's out
streets.
there?
Every street. Every street was covered. Basically, we start with your GIS maps and all your segmentation of your entire network.
Okay.
And we drive all that mileage, center line mileage.
'Cause
Right.
I'm a little puzzled because I drove you down the street about 4 months ago, Figueroa Street, and you couldn't drive 2 inches without hitting a pothole in the entire length of the street, and it was probably a mile long.
Right.
So I don't even know if that street was ever tested. It's never been on a list. I've never seen it, and it's got to be probably the worst street in this entire city.
Yeah, it probably
So I'm
has
just curious.
Probably
I'm
is in
serious.
that,
No,
if you
I'm
put the
dead
chart up,
serious.
it's probably in a 0 to, probably has a close to 0
Yeah,
PCI.
that's why I was just curious how that worked, because I didn't, that street, since I've been on board, I've had problems out there. You know, it's in the Calallen area, but you wouldn't think that it was in the city, because it looks like a county, and that's exactly how the street looks. It looks pretty bad. So until I took Peter out there that one time, the city
Yeah.
manager, and he says, "Is this in our city?" I said, "Yes, sir." So I'm just
Right.
puzzled. That's why I was asking, did we do every street? Thank you. You know exactly what street I'm talking about, right, Mike? It's out in the barrio area, down in
Well,
the
we've
river
got-
area. So I was just curious. I
But
didn't know how
what
it
is your
worked.
question, or what are you curious about?
Did every street get tested?
Oh,
I wasn't
yes.
sure because.
Yes, your staff now has the database and they can look
Okay.
up that street. And they
Okay.
can give you the score.
I know I've talked to Gabe about that street, so he's aware of it too, but I'll talk to you also
Yes, sir.
when we have time.
Yeah.
I haven't had time to
We'll
sit
see
down
where
and
it
talk
is,
to you.
if it's on the PCI.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
on
We
the
need to.
IMB.
Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So, Ernie, are you planning to modify the 5-year plan based on this data? And when do you think that analysis will be?
Yeah, so we currently are reprioritizing based on the new scores, and then we're going to have a reconciliation done where we have a cutoff for the 2019, and then going into the planning years with this new data. So yeah, that's on our plan, and we're going to do a new priority. But in addition to that, we're going to add more metrics to our prioritization so that we include other components.
So we can see a change in the current plan that's posted on the website then?
It will be adjusted, yes, sir.
Well, should
Yeah.
we be posting that then? The
Absolutely.
More subject, yeah.
There'll be extensive community dialogue, because that plan, people looking at it now, if they expect their street to be done in year 3, there could be a slight modification. What this, the PCI, what this review did is, we have better data.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught it in the beginning, but the study that was done prior to 4 years ago was a 20% sampling. So they didn't drive every street, like we just told Councilman Lerma, they only drove 20% and kind of use that data to extrapolate the conditions. So we have the best data. This is a very regarded company that did this. And now we have to see what can we, how should we adjust the IMP, and to also include cost escalation, the cost for flat work that wasn't included on the first run. So there'll be some adjustments made, but there'll be extensive communication with the council and the community to show the differences. Ultimately, council will have to approve it, so we need to make sure you understand it.
And so do you have any kind of timeline when that'll be coming forward?
Not right now, but we will get together and strategize our new approach.
Okay, and I'm just going by the district numbers on there. So there's a range within the district. I think that it shouldn't be 2 classes on there, but everything just, if you're 59% or you're 31%, you total everything up and divide it like that. I'd like a little of that rough proportionality on the bond, 32% in District 5, Gil. You did a good job.
I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
let's, on using that, we just go by the numbers. We don't go by the district with it. And that's basically what you're telling us here, that we have differences in the district, but every area has bad streets.
That is correct.
On there. So
That is
that we know within the districts that, yes, some districts are at the worst, then you have some middle, and then you have some that are good, but using that rather than just A and a B. We need 5 divisions on there based on your PCI index. So thank you all. I always had wondered about our old PCI with it, because I'd go out driving kind of scratching my head sometime, how'd this street score like it did? So now, thanks to this comprehensive,
Right.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I went through this last time in terms of how this proportionality is, but our districts are separate, are defined by population, right? Who lives there, how many people live there, not just the amount of roads, right? So I want to take that into consideration when you're looking at residential streets, is that you actually have people that live in these areas. Not all of the local roads are considered residential, right? Because I took city manager down a street called Bay Street that's in an industrial area, and I said, I'm not going to ask you to put this on a residential reconstruction program because nobody lives here. But we looked at type B funding or something along those lines to have a different solution in terms of paying for those kind of roads. And that would be, I think, what we need to look at this from the perspective is just because the average street number in District 5 is 71 doesn't mean there aren't streets that are PCI of 20 or 19 or below. And I can take you to those streets. Okay, but I wanted to take into consideration that this is equal population in these districts, and they live in these areas. So it's not just about the district and the average in the district, it's the number on that particular street. Because I can tell you, even if you live in District 5 and your road is crap, and PCI of 20 or below, it's still crap, whether the rest of the district is 71 or not. So I want to make sure that we're not just stuck in the districts, but you're looking at the actual streets and the people that live on them, right? And take that into consideration, not just some arbitrary, your average is greater, so we're gonna forget your street.
Right.
Okay, so I don't want to get hung up on the district averages. I want to make sure that we're looking at the individual streets and the people that live on those streets, because that's really where it happens, and because there's equal number of voters in every district.
Yeah, Councilman, that's part of that's why we have the department, so they'll be doing that. This
Okay.
is data, but they don't just blindly sit in the
Well,
office.
that
If I can just finish, so they go out to the field, but also where there's homes, where there's schools, a lot of trips. like a lot of our schools in the inner city, the neighborhood streets may be all right, but the streets around the school are horrendous. So
Well,
a parent has to go over that 4
my
or 5
priority
times a
has
day.
always been residential streets that act as collectors.
Exactly,
Right? And
yeah.
that's why I focused on Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Which circles back to
Right.
Luther Jones Elementary.
Right.
Right? So I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so the next step is taking the data, but putting the teams out in the streets and determining, okay, what is the best recommendation? What has the highest impact to the resident?
Okay.
Whether it's in front of the house.
But I just want to
or behind
remember,
the school.
when redistricted, the population is equal in those districts.
Yeah,
Right.
but Gil, when you look at Annabelle County on South Side, we have acre lots. You have 4.5. It's a big difference. Okay, so you can't really compare it that way, in my opinion, out in that Cal Island area, because we have homes that are built on acre lots, 2 acre, 5 acre lots, and this road is just as bad as if you were in the
So
inner
you're
city.
saying my streets are traveled more?
No. No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
it's hard to do it that
Well,
way.
what I'm saying is that, look at the residential, right?
Yeah.
When we're talking collectors arterials, okay, that's a little bit different. When we're talking residential, how many people live there? What's the condition of that street? So I would actually ask you to do it on the street as opposed to the district. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I was going to disagree with Gil up until he made that last statement, and I agree with that. So I will tell you, on the campaign trail this year, no subject came up more than streets. Nothing. It was number one. I don't know about the rest of the people here on this seating area, but for me, it was streets. So people are extremely unhappy about the streets. I got to where I was, I became very familiar with the infrastructure management plan. And again, I want to compliment the IT staff for making that interactive. Now you can type in a street name and it actually will zoom down on the map, and much like Google Earth does, which it didn't do before. So that was a great improvement. I asked Peter about adding the bond program to the infrastructure management plan, and he's agreed to do that. In fact, you mentioned that the other day, and that's great.
Right.
But if we go to this pavement condition results graph where you have a color coding, if you want to slide back on your, not that one, yeah, that one there. If you look at the bottom of this chart, so from 176.4 miles down to the 10.6, and you add all that together, and it's, 270 odd miles, whatever it comes up to be. Why would we not go out and prioritize fixing the worst streets first, as opposed to regardless of where they are? Because those are the ones we're getting the comments about. We're not getting the comments about streets that are maybe needing a little maintenance. We're getting comments about the ones that are either failed or in extremely poor condition. So why wouldn't we go out and attack that first, and maybe even start at the bottom and say, okay, that 10.6 miles that are failed, we need to go fix those tomorrow.
Right. And we do agree with that statement. The IMP right now was prioritized a certain way.
Yes.
And now
So you're going to change that.
Exactly.
And that's a great idea.
We're looking at those new priorities, but in addition to that, we have to consider a lot of things that have not been considered in the past. Utilities, the age of our utilities and that infrastructure is actually the critical path.
Right.
And so at the same time.
But they usually go hand in hand.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, if the street's in bad shape, you can almost bet that the clay tile pipe that was put in
Right.
back in the 40s is probably in bad shape too.
Right, but it's actually not a metric in our prioritization system.
Okay.
And it needs to be. And so we're going to add that. In addition to that, use, population, how the road is used. One thing we have not been doing in addition to that is looking at the high level for logistics. So we go in and pick a road in a map, and we go pick that one to get fixed, and then there's perimeter roads that get obliterated during that operation. And then we go tell that surrounding area, well, your project's not coming until 2027, and so there's no relief. And so I agree with you 100%. I've worked with the city manager on coming up with some interim type repairs to hold some of these streets out so that we can get them on a project. But all of this, what I'm telling you, is in the works.
Okay.
And so this new prioritization, this new strategy, which incorporates what you're discussing.
Okay, well, I'll anxiously await that reevaluation. So advance to your next slide.
And Councilman, while we're advancing, let me just remind us, the community, that even if we put all of our money in the gray, in the failed area, or the serious, you're still going to get a lot of interest during any time of year. Because decades of neglect, we're not going to reverse it in 1 year,
No,
2
I
years.
understand that.
And so but there's so many neighborhood streets that are far gone. You can see it right here.
Yes.
So it's going to take us a while. And we don't have an institution. We're rebuilding it today.
Now, these streets
Works.
include not only residential, but collectors and arterials?
Right, they do.
Yeah, okay,
But
so.
we know we've made tremendous investment in the arterial and collectors
Right,
with
yeah,
the
the
bond
arterial,
programs.
we've done, so advance to your next slide. I believe it's no, go ahead. Yeah, right there. Okay, so this sort of re-illustrates my point. You look at the three graphs there at the end, the red, yellow, and the green, which they're double what the arterial and collectors are, which is primarily our residential streets. And I've been saying for years, I know I've beat up Peter about this, and I had discussions with Ron Olson about this when he was city manager. Until we bring that down to where it's closer to what the arterial and collector street graphs look like, we're going to continue to get these remarks about the fact that we're not making any advancement on fixing our streets. Because the majority of the people in this city, the majority of the time, are driving on their residential streets. And we're so far behind. The money that we're allocating, what, $24 million this year for residential street reconstruction?
I think it's 24 million, 45? 24 million just for
24,
residential.
okay, I
right.
missed it by a million.
Yeah.
So
it's 136 in all streets, but 24 of that is just for the neighborhood streets.
Yeah, and so at that rate, we're 100 years down the road, and we have to figure out. I've always almost believed that we ought to take one budget year or 2 budget years in a row where we don't make arterials and collectors the priority, that we make residential streets the priority, and the $100-something million that we allocate for street reconstruction and maintenance goes solely to residential streets.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I'm just telling you guys, whether I'm sitting in this spot or somebody else is 2 years from now, the issue's going to be the same. We have to fix the streets where people are being impacted by them the most.
Right, we're doing that, Councilman, but we have to recognize the neglect is extreme.
Well, I understand that.
And it's around the entire city, so.
I know
even if we
we've
put
had
the
years
bond
of
programs-
neglect, but that neglect was in our residential areas, it was
Right.
on our collectors, it was on our arterials, it was everywhere.
Right, but even if we put, say, the next bond program entirely just into the neighborhoods, we're still gonna have those complaints, because there's so much
Well,
that has to
I
get done.
understand that, but we're never going to be able to chip away at the size
Right.
of that column unless we make it a priority.
And we are.
No. Then
Yeah.
we are going to chip away
It
at
is a
that.
priority, and we are
but
chipping
let's
away.
let's
Yeah.
make sure is that accurate? Like you're saying, expedite it, which of course we want to expedite it. But is that no, Councilman Pusley is like
Right,
put the
yeah.
priority basically like 100% of it, right? Would that make a dent? Like we feel like it's not making a dent right now because there's so
Right.
much. And I think what you might be saying is you wouldn't necessarily see a difference even if we did that because there's so much. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. I just want the expectation of the community and especially the council to recognize that
Right.
it is going to take, look at the graph. That red graph shows all those, what is that, 150 miles of reconstructions? That doesn't happen in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, even if we had all the money.
Yeah.
Because you only have so much time in the day, so many contractors. But
And-
Councilman, but we hear you.
You're singing to the choir, Peter.
Right. This is a top priority where we're chipping away at it. It's just the conditions out there are pretty extreme, so.
I understand.
Yeah.
We have to, in my mind, if we have a problem in this city, we always try to look at what the worst problem is that we can go fix first. And the streets should be no different.
Right.
If we have all of these streets that are below this margin of 41 to 55 pouring on down, then it seems very logical to me that we ought to spend some time trying to attack that issue so that we don't have this graph that we have looking at us now that looks like the Empire State Building compared to everything else we're doing.
Correct. And if I might add, we, as part of this contract, we do have the cartograph coming, and we can do scenario builders to see exactly what these different scenarios will yield.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yes.
That would be nice.
That's what we need to see.
And I look forward to seeing the construction of the infrastructure management plan and what that's going to look like after you plug this in. Great work, gentlemen. I think this is the only way you attack the issue. You can't go look at 20% of the problem and come up with a correct answer. So thank you very much for the hard work on this.
Yeah. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I know, obviously it's an issue for everybody. And like Councilman Pusley said, that's a street they drive on a regular basis. On the campaign trail, as I'm going to go put up signs with my team, they say, "Man, nobody's going to vote for you on this street," you know. And I guess the thing is that as we said, we're going to have to revisit. I like the idea that somebody brought up of including arterials, at least on the website where it has the IMP. Mm-hmm. So that way, or things that are going to get done in-house or whatever the case is, simply because it's a great tool for us to go and say, okay, you're set for 2023 or 2024. We're obviously behind right now. So at what point are we going to reassess and put that all together? Because that's been my disclaimer here as of late, where I'll tell somebody, okay, you're on the list for 2023. I know some in particular, Odom, I talked to somebody just earlier over the weekend that's on Odom Street, and they said they were looking forward to it. The ones that we're doing now on like Castañon, Prescott, those were slated for 2021, and we're working on them right now. So I guess at what point are you going to go through this process and say, okay, we're going to reupdate the website, and then somehow or another we're going to have to go back to the public and say we've reassessed this?
Right. So the first step is retooling our prioritization approach.
Yes.
That's the first step. Because originally what we were doing is going from score to construction. And that needs to be adjusted in that we need to add, like I mentioned before, utilities, trash truck routes, bus routes, use, and a lot of other metrics that become part of that prioritization. Once we do that, then we go into the next step, which is review the IMP, how the money comes in there, and then see where they were before and how they measure up with the next approach.
I get that. I guess I'm just anticipating. What's your timeline?
Oh, my timeline? I don't have one now. I mean, I would like to tell you 3 or 4 months, but just unpacking the plan right now and then developing a new prioritization tool that hasn't been developed yet. That's step one.
So what are we going to do in the meantime?
So in the meantime, we have projects that are part of the plan.
Yeah.
And then I think our biggest issue right now with those roads, like you mentioned, they're not traversable. They've lost their functionality. Working with Mr. Zanoni and Mr. Young, we came up with an interim solution that says this is going to buy us time, and it's an in-house solution that gives the public something traversable. It's not going to be the fix, but it's going to buy them time so that when we come up with this new plan, this is the one that we're going to call the new prioritization method, the updated IMP, and it's going to use these new approaches.
Okay, and then one other thing, I guess you're going to, we talked about the issue on Crest Hill, where they're repairing several of the streets, and that seems like that's the only access, and we're just tearing it all up with the heavy equipment. I know we've had that situation because I would go through there, and I go to that, what is it, Santa Rosa restaurant, and I remember seeing, we redid a lot of that Swantner, but then there's an area where all the heavy equipment was, and we tore up all that street, and we never repaired it. And so now we've just created another problem. And there's another area too, but how are we gonna adjust for that?
Yeah, so with the residential street program, when we program those roads, we have to study how it's going to be built. So you have to ask yourself, okay, this is a high priority road in the middle of a network with low score roadways. And so you have to get together with the team and say, okay, how is this going to get built once it gets on the program? And then work logically with your prioritization. And that's not being done right now.
And, okay, that's a good point. The other thing is that when we have that situation, like I'll give you an example. The joke also was in that Crest Hill neighborhood. There were several of them that they were really frustrated. They've got a Facebook page and everything. And I guess the thing is that when we're going to, typically when we're going to redo a street, we'll go and talk to all the neighbors.
Right.
But I think if there's a way that we can incorporate talking to the neighborhood, hey, say, this is our schedule, and this is what's going to happen, and you're going to have a lot of inconvenience, but this is just some more community outreach, if that's part of it, or I would just recommend it. It would help me.
Yeah, I agree that communication is always helpful. And from my experience as a construction manager, when I was building the project for the city, we did exactly that. As long as they're not surprised, they know what to expect, they'll work with you.
Yeah, because we've had that situation where all of a sudden we're working on, and they're skeptical about it, and then finally when it gets done. Anyway, all right, you're good. All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all the fine work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot to ask one question. Alleyways, city alleyways, were those also on the index?
No, they were not rated. So they're part of the inventory, but they were not rated. Is what I recall. Is that correct? Yeah.
Okay, so I mean that goes back to a point because that's one of the things I wanted to show you.
You had mentioned that before, yes, sir.
We got these alleyways that the city's responsible for, but there's no plan to fix them. They're not even in the IMP.
There will be I'll make a plan.
Okay, well, see, that's just it. And then the reason why I say with alleyways is because that's where the trash trucks go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they tear up those alleyways.
Correct.
It's almost impossible to drive on some of those.
Right.
We had issues where you couldn't even get into your driveway because the valley gutter was so bad. And we actually had those, we actually visited those houses. So, I mean, there's, you'll have, if you're going to do a separate plan, you're going to have some aspect of that, because I know I'm not the only one that has alleyways, right? I know District 3 has alleyways because I gave them some from the last redistricting. Also, when will this list be available to us to review?
This list right here?
The new
data or the new IMP?
The spreadsheet with all the data on the PCI for each one of these streets.
Oh, that's available now.
Okay. Well, it wasn't in the packet, so if you...
I apologize. Yes, it's a lot of data. Yeah.
You're still in the review process of it, Ernie?
Correct, yeah.
So it's not ready to distribute, but let the staff
You
review
can just
it.
give me District 5.
Yes.
You
don't have to give it all.
Yeah, this team needs to review it first, and then it'll be available for distribution.
Okay, because I mean, that's how to go back to it, because like I said, I think you
Yeah.
should focus on the street, not the district.
Right.
Because because you have, the average in a district doesn't mean that street is good, right? Or the alleyway.
Correct.
Okay, and then I wanted to kind of touch on something that Councilman Pusley said, that, that list with all those bad streets, some of them aren't on roads that don't have any residents on it, right? And I get it, those streets need to be fixed, like Bay Drive, but they're not the number one priority, and I'm okay with finding a different way to fix those as opposed to somebody that actually lives on a street. Mm-hmm. So that's why I said go back to the residents and what it's used for, and the street and the people that are on it versus just the fact that the street's bad, right? So and how it's used, whether there's a lot of residential streets that people collect onto. I can think of one, Aspen Grove, in my district, that other residential streets go onto that residential streets and it gets torn up before it gets to an actual collector.
Right, or ones that are around schools that have a lot of trips every day.
Exactly. So
2-3 times.
and
lots of
maybe you
parents.
look at traffic count. I don't,
Right.
I don't know how you can do that for every street, but I mean, we can, you could probably ask most of the council members, hey, this street you need to really focus on.
Right.
Whether it has a different PCI or not, but I think that's the case. But anyway, the information and then also alleyways. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Smith, he's our last comment.
Yeah, thank you. I want to kind of follow up on Councilman Pusley's excellent comments on there. So he's coming with some suggestions on there that definitely have merit and warrant. We talked earlier about it. We set a calendar, but the importance for staff. So if you all remember in August, we were talking about some add-ons on residential streets at the end. But this council needs to have a goals and priority workshop early on to give you all, so your comments, so it's not one, but a workshop retreat. We've had them before, so staff is getting the consensus of this body. On this, how we ought to do that. It's not just one or two of us sitting there, but giving you before the budget. Because we had that $6 million, remember, in August. We didn't get it on there, but I think if we had that type before that, we're all this talk about the importance of residential streets, but you need to get that information before you put the budget together, not when we're going to our final approval.
Yeah, we're going to add that to this year's calendar, Councilman, based on your comments from the summer. We'll do a budget work session or plural work sessions with the council to get priorities, not only in streets, but overall.
But overall, yes, set the goals for this council so you have a guideline to go. We've done it before on there, and staff has done a great job of doing it, but you had that reflection from the body rather than the individual.
Exactly. That's why we're going to add that in. I just want to distinguish it between what the mayor is planning, which is a retreat of the council. In March to talk about the body, the goals of the council. So that'll be different than, and on top of later on a budget retreat or workshop with the body, with the council. Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all our questions. Thank you all. Thank you for being here as well. And we look forward to what you bring forward, Ernie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie.
Yes. Okay, so next we have our West Side, item 30, West Side Area Development Plan briefing. And then our last item is the briefing on the updates from the Art Center of Corpus Christi.
You ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Good
Annika.
evening.
Good, yeah.
Annika Yankee and the Planning Department, Planning Manager. Thank you for your time and attention. I know it's late. So I'm going to be briefing you on the West Side Area Development Plan. I'm going to start by giving you an overview of this project and the study area, and I'll cover public engagement and then the content of the plan, or highlights of that. So that includes the future land use map, vision themes and policy initiatives, and public investment initiatives. So the West Side Planning District is one of 9 planning districts for our city. It's similar in content to our city's comprehensive plan, but it gets a little more specific to the planning district. The planning department has been working to update our area development plan since 2018, because some of those had not been updated since the late 1980s, and the West Side Plan is one of those. This is our planning district or study area. It's 22 square miles. It includes the area west of the Crosstown Expressway to the old Brownsville Road and North Padre Island Drive on the west, and basically from the Interstate 37 on the north down to the Oso Creek on the south. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the demographics of this study area. About 54,000 people live in the study area. That's 16% of the city's population. You probably are aware this is an older area of the city. For example, much of the sewer lines had been built in the early or in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. 87% of the housing units were built in 1980 or earlier. So in the West Side study area, just some kind of interesting statistics here. In terms of education levels, we have the number of people without a high school diploma, for example, is double that of the citywide statistic. Our household or median home values of $72,000 and household incomes of $33,000 are lower than the citywide statistics. Renter-occupied and owner-occupied housing units, though, that statistic is comparable to the citywide. So we began this project in late 2019 with an advisory committee meeting, and then a public meeting at Martin Middle School, followed by a survey that ran through January of 2020. We used our first round of public engagement to develop the vision themes and to understand the community's priorities. We continued through the pandemic, holding advisory committee meetings and focus group meetings that were held virtually. And lastly, this summer, we held in-person open house meetings and conducted a final survey asking the community to validate and prioritize the items that are in this draft plan. After revising the draft plan based on the public input we received this summer, we presented it to our advisory committee and to the City Planning Commission, and so now we are here today briefing you. In terms of our engagement, our plans have to be rooted in the public input that we collect, and I just wanted to let you know that to advertise our opportunities for public input, we did some of the standard things like advertising on social media with paid boosts, as they call them. We email our contact database. We sent press releases through our communication department. We did TV interviews on KRIS, KIII, Univision, and Domingo Live. We did some extra things like mailing flyers to school principals. West Oso ISD stuffed backpacks with flyers. CCISD put information on their webpage.
Oh, wow. At the school, I'm sorry, what school was that? What backpacks, I mean?
The West Oso ISD at their schools. We also had large posters here at the city cashier, at the Zavala Senior Center or WellMed Clinic, at the Garcia Arts and Education Center, and the McDonald Library. Sent flyers to all our public facilities, all the libraries, all the community centers, all the West Side facilities, and dropped flyers at churches. Okay. So for our first open house meeting, so our first round of engagement we used to develop the vision themes and our understand priorities, right? So from that first open house meeting, we heard that economic development and quality of life were important to consider for future improvements. And we heard that the West Side study area needed more housing choices, mixed-use development, and more employment opportunities. From our first online survey, we heard that, again, housing options were important, and family-oriented activities, utilities, parks, and environment, that those were top priorities for quality of life. We heard that public services were highly rated, that water quality was the most important environmental issue, that improving existing parks was the most needed recreational improvement, single-family homes were most needed, public transportation was a challenge, and that family-friendly amenities were the most needed entertainment option.
Mayor, real quick question on that. Family-friendly amenities, what?
You can kind of define that. We didn't define that for people. So, but generally a park. People asked for more gathering spaces, time
Swimming
where
pool?
they can. That would be family-friendly, yeah, for sure.
Just planting the seed there.
Does
Swimming
have a
pool.
fantastic swimming pool in this area. So we also generated or created a project webpage with a guest book where people could just tell us what are your priorities if they didn't want to take the survey, didn't want to come to a meeting. And here again, we heard recreational facilities were important, addressing safety issues, and economic development were priorities. So on the next slides, I'm going to walk you through the draft plan, and I'm also going to give you statistics on our final survey, because with that survey that we just held over the summer, we walked people through the plan as well and asked them to validate the information, the ideas in the plan, and to help us prioritize. We had 180 people take that second survey, by the way. So one of the first elements of this plan is our future land use map. And you see the future land use map when you see rezoning cases, for example. But the future land use map also helps us to plan for growth and help organize growth and helps us envision what an area can be. This here is our future land use map. It's on page 17 of that draft plan in front of you. We asked people if they agreed with this, and 73% said that they did agree with it. Just some important information here. 32% of the study area is actually vacant land, so there's a lot of opportunity for growth in this area. The area has major recreational assets, Lozano Golf Course, Salinas Park, Hector P. Garcia Park, and the ball fields on Greenwood Drive. It has an industrial hub on Agnes, north and south of Agnes, historic neighborhoods, institutional assets like Del Mar College West Campus and the State School. We also see opportunities for reinvestment and revitalization around Leopard Street in the Saxett area, Morgan and Baldwin, and that old Memorial Hospital site. See opportunities for mixed use where residents could have access to the services and the stores that they need to get to.
Mayor, can I ask something real quick? I'm looking at your document or booklet here, and there is no 73% on here. And I know this isn't a final product, or I'm assuming it's not because you don't have the ordinance in the front. Can you put that in there? I think that would be beneficial for us.
The percentage of people who agree with it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, the next part of the plan are the vision themes and policy initiatives. So the way the plan is set up is the first part of it is the vision themes, and there's 3 vision themes. And those are basically statements about the desired future of the study area. Then there's policy initiatives that address what we can do to help us get to the desired vision, and action items that are more specific ways that we can implement the policy initiatives. So the first vision theme that we came up with was on revitalization, about West Side neighborhoods being invigorated by economic development, preserved and enhanced neighborhoods, and access to job training and educational opportunities. So 87% of our survey respondents agreed with this vision theme. The second, on culture, the city celebrates the heritage of West Side neighborhoods by building on their deep-rooted culture, with 79% of people agreeing with this. A theme on health and safety. West Side neighborhoods are safe, family-oriented communities that support a high quality of life, and 85% of people agreeing with that. Okay, next we have the policy initiatives. So each of these policy initiatives is basically a chapter in the plan. The first is on safety, so enhancing the overall sense of safety through improved programming and environmental design. And 96% of the survey takers said that this was important, with high-ranking action items being increased lighting, crime prevention, supporting home repair, neighborhood cleanup events, and addressing abandoned properties. The second policy initiative, covering transportation and drainage, is to improve transportation and drainage infrastructure to create a safe environment for all road users and to mitigate the impacts on the community from flooding. 99% of the survey takers said that this initiative was important, with priority action items being keeping ditches clean, having safe ways of getting around, whether biking, walking, or driving, or taking the bus, increasing stormwater capacity, developing that Lavoya Creek Regional Detention Pond and with park-like amenities as well, and assuring the streets are fixed. A third initiative on healthy living, so improve or expand facilities and programming to support a healthy lifestyle. 97% of our survey takers said this was important, with priority action items being about helping kids being able to walk and bike to school, improving pedestrian connectivity between neighborhoods, services, parks, ensuring access to fresh and affordable food, helping to ensure expanding bike infrastructure and sidewalks, and improving access to healthcare and social services. The fourth initiative is on housing and neighborhoods. So support a variety of housing options and affordability levels to encourage homeownership and sustain the existing housing stock. 98% of survey takers said that this was important. And high-ranking action items in that chapter are about updating codes to allow more housing types, supporting construction of homes in existing neighborhoods, improving drainage, implementing neighborhood improvement projects when possible, protecting neighborhoods from incompatible development, and incentivizing the rehabilitation of houses in historic neighborhoods. The fifth policy initiative covers culture and history. So preserve, promote, and celebrate the local history and culture of the West Side. 79% said that this was important. And high-ranking action items here were holding cultural events in the study area that celebrate the community's heritage, supporting the physical and programmatic growth of the Antonio E. Garcia Arts and Education Center here on Agnes, increasing exposure to the arts, and identifying, preserving, and building upon historic neighborhoods. The sixth initiative, we're almost to the end of that, is on community services and programs. So expand public and private community services and programs. 99% saying that this was important. And high-ranking action items here, which is consistent through our survey, was increasing access to youth programs, addressing homelessness, and promoting community services and resources. So making sure people know what's available and what's there to help them. The last initiative is on economic development. Foster an environment for economic development that attracts new businesses, increases employment, and revitalizes or enhances existing commercial and industrial areas. 98% said that this was important to them. And high-ranking action items under this initiative were to incentivize investment in job creation, expand water and wastewater infrastructure to undeveloped areas of the West Side, support public markets, and helping small businesses. Okay, the last part of the plan is on public initiatives. So here we have short, midterm, and long-term project maps. We really build from the capital improvement program and bond program and start by mapping those out. And there's a few projects in here that are idea projects, but for the most part, we start, that's why the short term has so many here. The Planning Commission, the staff recommends approval of this draft plan, and the advisory committee and the Planning Commission also had recommended approval of it. And our next steps are to have the public hearing on December 20th. I will say that I think throughout this process that the city has made a lot of steps forward, to be honest. I'm just going to name a few of those. Funding safe routes to schools, funding Vision Zero, an additional veterinarian. I'm not sure if that person was hired or not, but that was a needed staff person. Additional code enforcement staff. We heard a lot about needing better code enforcement during this process. Securing funding for Lavoya Creek Regional Detention Pond is a huge deal. Funding improvements to Salinas Park and those ball fields here on Greenwood, that just got approved in the bond, and we heard a lot about that. Creating the Neighborhood Services Department, I think, is something to help move forward this area. Funding additional demolitions, and revamping that infill housing incentive program. So those are just things that I've noticed throughout this process that have that'll really help the West Side, and that can be built upon. But I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, real quick question on your number one policy initiatives. It says enhance overall sense of safety through improved program and environmental design. You know, and then on the short term, initiatives, public investment initiatives, I would think that you'd want to provide for a substation or more police presence or more visible type scenario instead, but I don't see any of that in there. Would that be something that we would want to have, considering it's one of their number one issues?
Yeah, that is something. I'm not aware of new police substations, but I will say too that one thing that was recommended from the public was consideration of police substations near elementary schools. Because apparently elementary schools have less police presence there through the ISDs. But yeah, that's something that we could be putting in there. It's not currently in our CIP to have additional substations in the study area, but.
I guess, you kind of make policy based on what information you get. And it seems like this is the information we got. It seems like we should start looking at more policy in that direction. So it might be something to consider, and I would add that to your plan to have, to look at a substation in that area. I mean, it shouldn't just be for, Cal Allen or District 5.
Well, I think
and I appreciate it.
But I mean, it's based on the need.
Right, and
If there's a need.
I think there is a need if it's one of their number one things that they
Yeah.
they assess, right, in terms of a sense of, and I'll read it, right,
Mhm.
enhance an overall sense of safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
Right?
some.
That's everywhere, though, yeah.
Well, yeah. So, but I
That's
mean,
everywhere.
but this is their number one.
Yeah,
It's number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's other things. There's other things in the chapter on how to do that. So we will end up talking more with our departments on what we heard. But yeah, I mean, I worked with the police department and interviewed them.
I mean, we don't have a substation there now, right, on the west side?
I agree.
No,
We
I
don't,
think,
right?
Yeah, right. I think they used to have one on Saratoga, but.
Well, I mean, but that's on the other side of of Crosstown, right on the corner of Saratoga and where Crosstown is, so it wasn't technically on the west side. But I mean, somewhere like off of Greenwood.
Well, there is Greenwood and, where is it?
Well, they have one in them Walmart.
No, it's back there, off of Greenwood. Where is it? Greenwood and Holly. There you go. Yeah. There's one there.
Well, there's the fire station, the fire maintenance facility on Greenwood and Holly.
Mm-mm. It's a substation.
But I'm thinking somewhere where there's more residential
No,
areas.
there's not. It's not. It's kind of out there.
Right.
But I think it's something to take note of.
Yeah,
and
I appreciate that
look into.
comment, really.
So,
We'll talk more about that, I
maybe
think, and add it.
somewhere in the center of the Molina area. I think that would be probably the best place for it. Well, that's my thought. I think you should add it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's something to get with Chief Markle on, Annika. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, Annika and Dan, thank you for your hard work. I guess this has been, 3 years? 4?
Just about, just about.
Yeah, so
3.
I know it's been some time, a lot of community activity, and I think along the lines of what Councilman Hernandez says, I think too, if you have fire stations and because we have that one right there on Greenwood and Horn, and I know that we're targeting that for improvements, plus all the improvements in the ball fields. I know at Salinas Park in this particular, we approved today a whole bunch of lighting out there. And by the way, that was at a budget meeting that was at a public budget meeting where there was 4 people there, and one person basically went to 2 of them and said, we need lighting at Salinas Park. She does all the soccer out there. So, I think along that lines, I joke around at my father. I remember at a time when I first became a single parent and I needed help. And so my dad started spending more time at my house. And he was the type where back when we used to have garbage trucks, he'd take out sodas and everything, and he was always out there. He was always outside, and they kind of felt like he was policing it. But, it brought more people out to play because they helped confidence that he was a steward. So I think incorporating, PALs and those neighborhood those activities, so that way people feel comfortable taking their children outside or allowing their children to ride their bikes and what have you. And once again, I know one of the things that we didn't necessarily include in here that I had is that incorporating a code enforcement, and I should have brought it up in all the meetings that I went to, but I think that's the thing sometimes is particularly now, we always notice it, at least I always notice it on the campaign trail because I'm knocking on doors and I think, man, Jesus, I want to call right then and there. And I know I probably bothered Linda more than I've needed to here, at least recently, because you see those and then it just keeps people from going outside. So, but anyway, great job on this. I know it's a long work in progress. Trying to figure out ways. Everybody says, well, we need more restaurants. Well, you know what? We don't have people out there. So, but I think incorporating the lighting, more pedestrian friendly and that. So I just want to say great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you. They mentioned what I was going to say. Sorry, I forgot to turn my light on. Thank you. Or the percentage stuff, you can put that at the end or something. I don't know. But it just reinforces y'all's work, and it really helps us.
Yeah, I actually agree. We've done that in one of our plans. It probably
Yeah.
should be in here on every page like I presented.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a comment, I'm sorry. For Salinas Park, I know there was some lighting approved today. That was for the trail only, so there is some additional needs out there for some athletic field lighting as well.
Right.
Don't forget about the West Side baseball. I grew up playing baseball there. Y'all better take real good care of that, okay?
Or plan for a swimming pool.
Let's take care of the fields first. Okay, Rolando, I know you did you want to make a comment on this? Can we do that?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
This is Rolando Garza, and I live in Billy Lerma's district, and my family voted for you, and so does her family as well. Mayor, first I want to just start off, I hope that you show me some leniency, because I got it's kind of, been here for about 6 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm outside my skin right now, outside my zone. I used to call this my second home back in the day when I was here for like 25 years, coming here every Tuesday. Been a lot of good, and some things I kind of cringe on. But first of all, I want to start off by telling you that when I was out of order, and I was on the police and the fires deal with Delmar College, on agenda item number 14, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And what I was saying from over there being out of order, and I owe you an apology, was saying, Armando Chapa, call for the row. You know what I mean? Like it was a no-brainer to me because I'm going like, here we are, here is this council, which you've been hearing on the campaign trail, Mr. Burr, Billy Lerma, and those of you that are still out there campaigning, is fire, safety, streets, isn't it? And we have, and then I happen to have the honor to be here to hear this agenda item. I'm going like, who's beating it up? Just call the row, Armando. Let's go. It was natural, so I got frustrated back there. Instead of coming to the podium, I wanted to come to the podium and just tell you, Mayor, can you please call the row? But I don't tell you what to do because you're the leader of the pack. So I said, I don't want to double disrespect her. So I want to clear that up for you real quick because I was getting antsy in my seat. And then I said, well, I can go up there and say I wanted to speak on 7 agenda items. So I wanted you to yield back my time of 21 minutes so I could stay up here longer. And so I was really trying to contain myself. I was trying to go to prayer and listen to the things that my mom told me not to do, And I was really I was going to ask the officer to handcuff me, okay, so I wouldn't come up here. I want to say thank you to this group here, first of all, because I'm not here. I'm not here alone. I'm here with Mr. Rivera from District 1 that live in the 19th Ruth area. And that's where I grew up, in Wiggins. My grandmother, my parents. I was born on Morris. My sister was born on Marguerite. We're, born in our homes. We come from very, very poor families. And I think that the study just needs some more before you, ladies and gentlemen, go even any further with it. And I want to share some highlights and points with you. And this went out throughout your council, through your meetings, some things that, as an outsider, common denominators that come up, right? We look for common denominator patterns, trends, right? And when you look at when you want to say, and I'll share this first. When I talk to our people in District 1, in District 3, and my friends in District 2, they don't know economic development. Maybe in District 2 and District 3, on the closer edges to Santa Fe, they understand economic development. But when you come to our neighborhood, where the poor people live, their average income isn't $33,000, I can guarantee you that. On Social Security, they'll be lucky if they make 800 times 12, $800 a month on Social Security. So their average median income in the poor neighborhoods that we weren't reached out to, and I'll throw your numbers right back at you, but in a positive, in a creative way, because we do like the concept and the intent of the city on the West Side Business Plan. Don't misconstrue this as anything negative, and I shared that with Zenone, Peter, earlier. And please don't do that. I love your work. I just think it just needs to be more in depth. I'm just not criticizing. I want to help. I want to help you do this in a better way, in an outreach way. Our people don't understand economic development, because if our poor folks were to talk economic development in the poor neighborhoods where their houses are worth like $30,000 to $40,000 and they're dilapidated because they're on Social Security making $808 a month, you drive them out of their homes like what happened in Hillcrest. That's my second home. That's my second home, Hillcrest. Born in the poor area, or Morris, grew up in Hillcrest my entire life. We saw what that catastrophe happened to those poor folks over there. They're paying, what, $140,000 to $180,000 for homes? Not bad, right? You can transplant those folks. You know, not displace them, but put them somewhere else. And that happened, okay? That serves as my example, my attitude today. But when we have a sampling, and I wrote down some numbers for you, 18 people, 14 people, 10, 7, 6, 5, 5. Then we have 30, 180, 157 out of 54,000 citizens impacted by your study. That's not a very good sampling, is it? I did appreciate the fact that she did, the young lady here mentioned that their engagement process was through social media, email, press releases, TV interviews. The mail flyers I loved. The school backpacks things I loved. I think we can do more of that in all schools. But then there's a caveat to that said, well, only in West Oso. I think that the impacted area of 54,000 people needs to be more saturated, and the outreach needs to be even go further. The grip has to go further. Because our people in our poor neighborhoods, Mr. Councilman Molina, they don't understand. They don't have email. They don't have the capacity, education. They don't even have they can barely pay their light bill. They don't have an online service. You know what I mean? So for the city to move forward with such a good intentional plan to help the West Side neighborhood in streets, lighting, sidewalks, public safety, which was going to be a police substation on 19th Street in front of St. Joseph's Church before they tore down the Lamar shelter, right? That was going to be put in there, okay? They talk about safety. They talk about walking to and from school, Mr. Barrera. They talk about that a lot. Those are the languages and those are the words that they use in our neighborhoods. They're very common words, and you hear them on the campaign trail. Streets, public safety, sidewalks, lighting, our children. And so when you don't have that outreach, it's easy to say, well, 98% say economic development, but that's only a sampling of 18 people out of 54,000. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Because I loved your discussion about the streets that y'all had earlier. I wish that y'all could cut that out of your DVD, out of your recording, and put that on TV every day. So those people that don't come to this meeting, because you only have two people from the public here. That's Mr. Rivera and myself. I wish that more people could hear that discussion instead of being on social media, beating up this council, talking about streets. I'm giving you a compliment, of course, right? I wish they could hear more of that. I'm going to ask for the DVD, and I'd like if you would please be kind enough to share that book with me so I can kind of look at it. So what we're saying in closing here, what I'm saying is that there needs to be more outreach. It needs to be more in depth. You know, if quarterbacks and statistics for anything in sports or anything that we did, How does Councilman Molina vote? Well, 98% of the time on two subjects, right? 50% of the time he's wrong. Well, that's only on two votes. And do you understand what I mean, Mayor?
Yes.
And I really appreciate the work that y'all have done, and I think Greg, Councilman Smith, I mean, you're putting the fist in the glove up there, and I really enjoyed it. And Councilman Pusley, I think your comments throughout the entire session that I've sat here for 6.5 hours has just been tremendous. And Michael and Mr. Barrera and you, Mayor, as well. John, it just, it's like coming home again to me. So I didn't want to come here and bash, trash, being what Bernie Steele used to say, a Ginners. Do you remember that? Bernie Steele used to say we're a Ginners. If we're against any project, we're a Ginners because we want to go backwards, not forward. You know, we want to help this young lady be successful, to help you be successful so our families can be successful in the poor neighborhoods. We want to be part of that. And someone asked me, and I won't say what, they said, did they reach out to y'all? So we said no. And Ms. Rivera is only one of 5 people that represent the Lamar area. And that's in your district, Councilman Lerma. Councilman Lerma, that's in your district. That's the lower part of your deal. The Morgan Crosstown, no, the Ocean, I would say the 3rd Street to all the way out to Morgan, which butts up against District 3, right? Between Ocean and Morgan, and 19th Street, Baldwin area, Agnes Port area. Those people don't understand our language up here. They're so humbled and poor, and they're good folk. They don't understand this presentation. They don't understand these numbers that I wrote down. And that was just a quick soundbite that I was just writing things down. So it's way over their head. Right. That's another thing I want to mention too, that when you speak to a group, you kind of like cater your speech to the group that you speak. You have to be like a chameleon when you're a politician, right? When you're speaking in Calala at the Northwest, at the Hilltop, it's a different conversation that you would have with the people in Port Ruth. Do you understand? You know, I know you understand. I'm not saying that in a derogatory way. I know you understand. I should say that. I'm sorry for that. I know you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that to move forward any further, Councilman Hunter, would be an injustice not to make sure that we got the better data, you know, more due diligence, more outreach. That's the gist of why I'm up here for, just to remind you. But also to compliment you on some of the comments. To watch y'all in action today was mind-boggling. Trust me, to say the least. Especially this man right here. Oh my God. So I want to end it with that if you could pump the brakes. Someone stole my comment earlier. I think that was Councilman Burr. I want to use let off the gas, pump the brakes on this West Side plan, get more in-depth study, more outreach. And I don't know how better to help you other than say that I think that the backpack thing was cool. I don't think the utility bill thing works because most of us pull it out when you're poor. We just look at the bottom number. What do I owe this month? And we don't read the other stuff that's in those utility bills. You know what I mean? But I think the backpack thing was super cool, and I think that a flyer to those homes, especially in the impoverished areas, would serve you a lot better and help your statistics and give you a well-rounded number, a higher number than 180. I think that was your high number, was 180 on one survey from 54,000.
What are the averages? Because I'll be honest, I don't know that, I mean, what is considered a good number on average across the board? Because as you mentioned, well, no, Councilman Pusley, you were talking about budget meetings, but still, it's hard for people to come out to anything really.
I'll just throw this out.
326?
326 respondents is a lot for something that we put together. And I agree that number needs to be a lot higher. But
yeah,
we have 30 people respond to these things.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the problem. And
what was the number for this?
326 total respondents with 19 advisors, something like that.
From 54,000.
Yeah.
Imagine
Yeah.
that number.
Well, I know, but we've done things at that grand of a scale, like when we did, your area out there, I think right when you were getting on council, we only had 19 respondents, and then Gil, yeah, when you got on council, Gil, don't worry, let me finish, I'm gonna give you a compliment.
Really?
And then he gets on council, and he starts pushing one of the things, I don't remember what it was, but we had about, that number went from like 19 to about 150 respondents. And it was because he got engaged. And I think that, I really think that they do a good job. It is very difficult to get those numbers up unless you have a more engaged group or survey.
Or more town halls or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
more
And I agree with
a more grassroots approach.
Well,
You know-
what did
The
we
Roland
do? Go
Garza
over
strategy.
what was
Yes.
done, though. The outreach, the different avenues.
You want me to go over them all?
Well, I mean, just
I don't mind. I have
backpacks, surveys, inserts, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
we
list
did.
them.
We did flyer distribution.
So we did, flyer distribution's a big one.
I wrote it down. I complimented
In the school backpack, it depends on how people are able to help us. So, for example, CCISD doesn't e-backpacks. We weren't allowed to put them in backpacks anymore. But West Osa still stuffs flyers. So it depends on how people are able and willing to help us. I will say that these surveys are on par with other communities. So, for example, we just did this was higher than the South Side plan, for example. The percentage of the population who took our
There you go.
survey. It was on par with the Bayside study area. Flower Bluff, Mustang, Padre Island had significantly more survey takers, and part of the reason why is because they have organized neighborhood groups, right?
Right.
So one thing in our plan does talk about the value of having organized neighborhoods. There's an organization or a term called asset-based community development, which is empowering neighborhoods and going block by block to build power. So that people can communicate and help solve problems on their own. But then you have an organized body that we can reach out to as well. So we see how that pays off for outreach, for sure. But this survey is on par with some of the other surveys we've done.
And we can always do better, Roland. I think we get your point. I mean, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I know that they reached out to several churches. We met at Martin Middle School, I think, on 2 occasions. We met at the Garcia Center on a couple of different occasions, several different occasions as well.
What was your attendance, Councilman, at Martin Middle School?
Like I said, they were limited. They were limited.
Very limited.
But, that's the thing, I don't want to, I think Annika and Dan, in particular, that you just kind of have to figure what are the resources are. I know I went to one meeting, the one that was at Martin Middle School, and there were 2 pastors that were there and that were engaged. And so, we had Gary Alsep from the Housing Authority to represent because, that's a big part of the demographic. And, we could always do better. It's just a matter of reaching out. I think, did you go to St. Joseph's Church also?
We would have probably taken flyers there.
Yeah, so they went to St. Joseph's, which is obviously right there in your neighborhood.
Oh, it's right there, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, we encounter, right now, as of Monday, there's only,
Okay.
Sorry about that.
an example is that as of Monday, there's only been about 1,100 people that have voted, and it's been in the more affluent areas. And so it's dealing with apathy. We got to deal with it. We deal with it,
Right.
getting them out.
And what I was encouraging was that like, and I think Ms. Rivera and I talked about it, and it's actually something that you did do, was the backpack thing. Y'all spoke about it earlier about co-opting, like y'all co-opted with Del Mar. It's a great deal, right? It's an awesome thing. If we can't co-op with our school districts to hand out flyers to give to their parents about engaging, then I think CCISD has a problem, not the city of Corpus Christi, but you're doing your due diligence and your outreach. Now, why that partnership can't be garnished, that's not up to me, that's up to this body. But I think that would help significantly, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, right? We go with your numbers, we fly with your numbers, because we can say that you left it all on the field and you laid it on the line, and this is what it is. But I think that you did hit some high points when you talk about streets, drainage, infrastructure, safety, lighting, sidewalks, and parks. You are hitting the marks there.
Yeah.
But it's not economic development, not in the poor neighborhoods. Maybe in District 3, the economic development, Northwest Corpus Christi District 1, economic development. Those people have the intelligent level, they have the level of capacity of knowledge. And the poorer sections, they do not. And we come and we walk in those shoes. And just take that into retrospect for yourself. But great job anyway.
Thank
Hopefully
you,
you hit
Ronnie.
those marks and just economic development, maybe in those areas that where they need to be. But if you hit the other ones, I think that you hit all the priorities that the poor people think of. And that's what we were here to share.
Thank
And
you,
I'll
Ronnie.
come by and visit you at your office.
Thank
and,
you.
Thank you,
and,
Mr.
And I'll leave
Garza.
you my number so you can outreach to us, so we can outreach to them. Okay?
Yeah.
We can serve you. Thank you so much. Good council meeting today. Y'all did
Thank
a great
you.
job.
Thank you for
Remember,
being here.
streets, y'all did a great
Yes.
job.
I will say that one of the more fun public engagement opportunities was being at bingo at Zavala Senior Center to tell them about the plan, so.
You have to report the winners.
No.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Annika, thank you, Dan. Yes, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we're going to go to last item 34 is a briefing on operational updates from the Art Center of Corpus Christi.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you all for your time. If you recall, approximately 30 to 40 days ago, you all requested that city staff reach out to our third-party agencies that are managing some of the city-owned facilities throughout Corpus Christi. So we have reached out to our third-party agencies. They're going to be briefing at this meeting and the following meeting. The first in the queue is Ms. Diane Blunser, from the Corpus Christi Art Center, and she'll be giving you all an update on current priorities that's going on at the Art Center and initiatives in their way forward. Ms. Blunser.
Hi there. Thank you for having us here. It's the first time the city's ever asked us anything. So it's a privilege to be here and to report to you today. I'm happy to hear that so many things today. I heard arts come up in the assessment of the West Side business plan. So to clarify one misconception that is very common about the Art Center, we are not a museum. Very different from the Art Museum. We're a place for artists, for creativity, for making, and we actually contribute quite a bit towards economic development. I would like to go very quickly through some of the things that we do. Our budget, it looks like we're crushing it, except that we are at 2012 levels. We have not recovered from COVID. So we're doing extremely well, but at a very low benchmark. We're 36% less than 2019. That said, none of our programs have changed. We continue to deliver all these programs that I'm about to show you. Our spending is very even over the year. This Q4 is just year to date. I didn't have full data, but it will be up there with the other areas. One of our primary programs is education, art education. The programs in the red are all things that we hold year-round, classes that we hold year-round. Q4, because of holidays, is a little bit lighter. We only had one additional program. Next, beginning in Q1, we will have all of those programs that were in the red band in the previous slide, plus all of these. We have approximately 42 classes that are offered to the public, very low cost. Youth education is really very important. Most of it is free. In normal times, we reach about 10,000 kids and their family members in a year. Right now, we're at 25% because we're still recovering from COVID, but that will double that number will double in Q1. So we expect Q1 to be fully developed, back to our normal pace of programming. As you can see, we have about half free and half paid programs. And this adds up to about 150, 200 hours of art programming delivery. In our exhibition program, we have 3 angles that we hit where we expose our local artists. One is by hosting exhibits, which means that we get no money out of it. For instance, on the exhibit that we just had with Texas A&M, they actually earned $2,000 out of the process. So we're actually working as a nonprofit, benefiting other nonprofits. All of these places we provide services to. Community exhibits, this is provided to anyone in the community who wants to submit artwork. We have these throughout the year. Local artists, this is the way that we're actually boosting our art community. We're helping them get recognition and obviously the opportunity to sell art. The highlight coming up next year is going to be Dr. Sherman Coleman. It may be a name you recognize. We have multiple pieces in the public art collection. The Friendship Monument, the fellow on the horse on the bayfront next to the Art Center, that's his piece. He was a cardiologist, surgeon, who was also a phenomenal sculptor. So we're trying to bring these people back into the public eye. He's never had a show in Corpus Christi, so this is posthumous, but he will at least get the recognition. Gross income, again, somewhat distributed throughout the year. Q3 is a little bit lower because that's when we have, we put the costumes from the Las Doñas de la Corte coronation display up, and there's no income from that. Collaborations, in addition to all of the other collaborations, we do a fundraiser that's very popular called Super Bowl, S-O-U-P-E-R, Super. And from that, we give half of the proceeds to the food bank. So in addition to being a good citizen, we're actually generating funds for our fellow nonprofits. This is probably what you want to hear about. That's why I sped through all of that. The city repairs actually began last week. They're beginning with the stucco. They are having supply chain issues just like everyone else, so the roof may be coming later. The idea was to work from the roof down. That may not happen, but they are going along. And I think it's worth knowing that the Art Center, since it took over that property in late 80s, has raised a solid $4 million that's been put into that property. So the building has been improved, landscaping has been done, all of this without city having to spend the money on the property which they own. So contrary to the idea of doing improvements on a lease. So hopefully I'll be back with more, oops, wrong direction, more information on that. Just a quick rundown of some of the highlights of the economic impact from having the Art Center in that location. Generates about $40,000 in vendor income from the weekly markets. And art instructors earn about $20,000, and income to artists is about $90,000. Worth noting, we throw back in 70% of every sale goes directly back to the artist. So all of the money that generates through the Art Center actually stays right here locally. Okay, this is the other thing that you wanted to know about, the restaurant. I know that's the main thing. The wait has been worth it. I've got somebody who, it's the first time we've had somebody who came to a presentation with numbers. They came actually with a budget and a profit and loss statement. We have somebody who understands business, who has the same vision that I have for the future of the Art Center as much more than just an art center. It's really evolved into a destination, a tourist attraction. So we are leaning into that. The Art Center's always had to change what it does or how it does it. And as that spot has become really the gateway to the marina area, we are trying to serve that demand through our mission. So we maintain our mission, but we do it in such a way that it benefits the tourism industry. So I can't reveal a name. I'm working on some incentives with DMD. We hope to have that next week. But I can tell you that it will be very different from what we've had. We had a lot of people who wanted to continue offering the same type of service of a nice little lunch place. I saw something much greater. I think that that property, it's incumbent upon me to find a business owner who can really make that property, serve the city, make the bayfront look good, make the marina a destination. And in the meantime, I don't have to go very far to eat. So that is where we're going. We're going to be changing our hours. You're going to be seeing pretty significant changes next year at the Arts Center from the past, because it's just taken me longer than I thought it would. I've been in the position of director now 11 or 12 years. I thought by now I'd be handing the baton off. And instead, I'm just now getting the first steps of what I see that Art Center should be. So I share your love for the marina and the bayfront, and am determined to meet that vision before I get too much gray. So there's also a master plan project going on where we're looking to find the highest and best use of that property in combination with our mission. So that's it. You can go home now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And we do care very much about this building, and you're absolutely right. People say, oh, the little yellow building, the cute yellow building. And of course, the venue is just beautiful. So thank you for working to make it everything it can be. And we really look forward to seeing what restaurant could be there, because I think it's great. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's
Thank you
done.
very much.
All
We
right, you're
appreciate your time.
welcome.
Thank you for being here as well. Okay. Okay, well, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.